Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Although the competition is set up for 1 month, basically each exchange competition does not last more than 10 days. In addition to the incident with Sun Yin, and also because of that incident, the final deadline given for the competition was 1 month. The remaining teams within 1 month. So after just 2 days, many battles broke out in Baiyuan City. Even in the melee between several special management bureaus. In fact, except for Sun Yin, few teams would take measures to avoid fighting. A big reason for these outliers from the special management bureaus to participate in this game was to vent their own fighting instincts. They were eager to fight more games. So how could they avoid fighting? At this moment, although Yuehuang City was eliminated, the Taotai they left behind was still sleeping soundly at the original location of the aquarium. Other members of the Special Management Bureau who passed by just avoided it from a distance after looking at the huge Taotai. After all, even if it is just fragments, this kind of ferocious beast is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Besides, there is no reward even if you beat this thing. Its owner has already been eliminated. It is a thankless task. But now, when a new round of truce period arrived, several aliens from the Special Management Bureau of Bazhou City took the initiative to approach the fragments of this gluttonous beast. Is this the dragon Sun Taotai? The tall woman in the cloak clasped her arms across her chest and exclaimed in admiration at the Taotai in front of her. As expected of an ancient beast, it's hard to imagine how powerful it would be in its prime. The girl wearing a mask and heavy eye makeup seemed a little curious. She slowly walked towards Taotai, but was shocked back by Tao Ye's snoring. How terrifying! The masked girl hid behind everyone. The petite, white-haired girl, standing in the front, didn't care. She walked briskly to the side of the huge beast. Indeed, if it were in its heyday, we would have had to hide away, but now it's just a fragment. After saying that, she actually raised her hand and gently patted Tao Ye's body. The moment her hand touched the body of Taotai, the ferocious beast, which was originally snoring, suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes, as huge as the moon, slowly moved down and looked at the girl beside it who was ignorant of her own life and death. "Master, please be careful." The cloaked man, who had been silent all this time, seemed to realize that the beast had awakened, and he wanted to warn the girl. But he found that the girl didn't care at all. Taotai let out a roar. The sound was so earth-shaking that it almost made the entire Baiyuan City tremble. "Ha ha ha! He seems to like me very much." The white-haired girl was not at all deterred by the roar. Instead, an excited smile appeared on her face. "If wanting to eat you is considered liking you, then it should like you, master." The tall woman gave a wry smile. Taotai stood up, and its magnificent figure seemed to weigh down the entire space, making people afraid to look at it. Then, it suddenly leaped high into the air, and the force seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth apart and shock people's hearts. That huge body, with unmatched momentum, smashed straight towards the seemingly petite girl. The sound was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, as if even the air was trembling, causing the dust all around to fly. Even the other 3 people from Bazhou City, wearing cloaks, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They had to adopt a defensive posture and use their strongest strength to withstand this unparalleled impact. However, under the gaze of everyone, the petite girl raised her head. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile played on the corners of her lips as she looked at the huge figure that was about to fall. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing in her eyes was the approaching giant beast, and everything around her disappeared. Finally, I can stop being so bored. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the huge body of Taotai was less than a centimeter away from her head. Swish! Suddenly, a red light burst forth from Tao Ye's body, and an immense red claw suddenly pierced through it. The claw's power was so great that it lifted Tao Ye's enormous form high into the air, as if it had become a controlled puppet. Looking at the girl again, her hands were crossed in front of her body to protect her, and the crimson claws were the afterimages of her hands. This is more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Amid the girl's crazy laughter, the claws swung violently to both sides with great force and afterimage. There was only a muffled sound, and the body of Tao Tai was instantly torn in half by the afterimage of the red giant claw. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Tao Ye's blood gushed out like a waterfall, pouring down on the girl like a bloody rain, dyeing her white hair blood red. The bloody scene blurred everything around her, but the girl's eyes were filled with excitement. She opened her arms and greedily enjoyed this feast of blood. With the death of the Tao Tai, the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. The huge red claws also disappeared, leaving only the girl and the broken body of the Tao Tai. Several cloaked men nearby sighed helplessly. Their bodies were also drenched in the blood rain, but they were not as crazy about blood as the girl. The masked girl smelled her sleeves and immediately began to retch. "Master, please at least remind us next time, so we can use an umbrella." The tall girl seemed very dissatisfied with the bloody smell on her body. The white-haired girl slowly turned around, and the blood that had dyed her red actually seeped into her skin and hair bit by bit. She had a look of satisfaction on her face. After licking the remaining blood on her lips, she stuck out her tongue at the few people. "Next time, for sure." The huge commotion caused by Tao Tai shocked almost every alien in the Special Management Bureau of Baiyuan City. The most shocked among them were the people from Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Because it was time to gather, they chose to gather and rest in a warehouse. Xiaoyu also sincerely apologized to Meng Meng and the others, and Li Muhan also briefly explained Xiaoyu's situation to them. At this moment, the huge noise caused by the Tao Tai made everyone silent. "Was that a Tao Tai?" Li Muhan asked. "Hasn't he fallen into a deep sleep?" Qi Yuan was a little confused. "Someone disturbed it. Wait. This feeling is..." Hattie suddenly shut his mouth in the middle of his speech and then slowly looked at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's pupils widened, as if she had sensed something incredible. "Blood Clan." Finally, Xiaoyu slowly spoke. "Just now, the power of the Blood Clan erupted together with the power of the Tao Tai. There is still a Blood Clan member in this city." Li Muhan was a little surprised. He immediately remembered the vampire who attacked him on the street before. "I was attacked by a vampire before. Could it be her?" Xiaoyu was very confused. "You were attacked by a vampire? Why didn't you tell me?" Facing Xiaoyu's questioning, Li Muhan scratched his head because Hattie saved him at that time and soon began to devote himself to the task of hunting down the narrow country, so he did not have time to tell Xiaoyu, and later forgot about it. "It's Qian Gongwei." Hattie leaned against the wall and said to Xiaoyu, "I've already dealt with her. She won't attack Li Muhan again." But Xiaoyu was obviously still angry, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. "Qian Gongwei, just wait for me." Hattie sighed, gave a wry smile, and said to Xiaoyu, "Okay, don't be so harsh on that kid. After all, it's because of you that she has nothing to do with me. She's not my dependent." Xiaoyu yelled at Hattie. Yes, I don't know the relationship between you two, but Li Muhan, I think the power just now couldn't have come from Qian Gongwei. She's not that strong." Was that power very strong just now?" Although Li Muhan had just felt some of the vampire's power, it was not very strong. She hid her aura very well, but unfortunately, she is stronger than any of us here now. Xiaoyu did not refute Hattie's words, but just lowered her head. Li Muhan was even more puzzled. Why did he become so cowardly when the fight hadn't even started yet? It wasn't until Xiaoyu said something that Li Muhan felt a chill, because the aura of Tao Tai disappeared. Li Muhan took a deep breath. The aura of the vampire and the Tao Tai burst out together. Now the aura of the Tao Tai disappeared, which means he didn't dare to think about it anymore. The Tao Tai, which even Xiaoyu and Hattie couldn't deal with together, was killed in an instant. Which Special Management Bureau actually hides such a terrifying vampire? Just when the white-haired girl was about to leave after getting rid of the Tao Tai, a team from the Special Management Bureau blocked their way. The leading man stared at the white-haired girl and asked in a low voice, "You're the one who killed the Taotai fragment?" The girl was originally sitting on a rock, swinging her feet. After she noticed the man, she jumped down from the rock with a smile, and then walked to the man and looked at him carefully. "You're so strong." She looked at the several eccentrics from the Special Management Bureau behind the man and smiled with disdain. "But they're so weak. Are you really teammates?" This team was none other than members of the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau. This man was the one who single-handedly defeated the White Tiger of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. This vampire is quite arrogant. The man in the ear pinched his beard lightly and sneered at the white-haired girl. The tall Omiaksha also took out his trident and looked at the white-haired girl with an unhappy expression. "Don't be angry, everyone. We are all colleagues in the Special Management Bureau." The tall woman seemed to want to smooth things over. She winked at the girl, as if to warn the white-haired girl that this man was not to be trifled with. But Baihu sneered and looked down at the white-haired girl. "When did vampires appear in Bazho City? How come I didn't know about it?" "Yeah, you're right. We're not some outliers from the Bazho City Special Management Bureau." The white-haired girl didn't seem to want to pretend anymore. She took off her cloak, stretched, and said, "We're not even members of the Special Management Bureau." After hearing the girl's words, Baihu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the members of the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau behind him also showed a vigilant look. The tall woman sighed, as if expressing her helplessness toward her master's fearless character. "Forget it. It's already this time. No need to pretend." The tall woman waved to the masked girl and the other man. "You guys handle it." The tall girl pointed at herself in surprise. I?" The man walked up without saying a word. The woman nodded, but the white-haired girl was a little reluctant at this time. Why don't you let me take action?" "Master, haven't you had enough fun just now? Leave it to us now." Baihu sneered disdainfully. "Although I don't know who you are, it probably won't take long if you all attack together. Now is a break, but since you are not participants in this tournament, it is not a foul to attack you." After saying that, he twisted his neck, making a terrible cracking sound. "The battle is about to begin." Baihu waved his hand, and the man in the ear and Hayasha instantly pounced towards the cloaked man. The man stood there motionless. Although he was tall, he was nothing compared to the Siyasha. When the huge trident stabbed towards the man in the ear also opened his own domain. But just when he was about to say, "You can't avoid any attack from Hayasha," the man's figure suddenly disappeared, and Hayasha's trident missed. Then, the person in the ear suddenly found that the man had actually flashed in front of him. He pinched the cheek of the person in the ear with one hand, making him unable to make any sound, and then slammed him to the ground. The force was so great that the person in the ear lost consciousness almost instantly. Siyiksha roared angrily and slammed the trident in his hand on the ground. Countless sea water broke out of the ground, and Siyiksha's legs turned into a fishtail, and he rushed towards the man directly on the waves. The man faced the roaring sea, a faint smile appearing on his face covered by his cloak. "Can this be called the sea?" The man spoke in an extremely low voice. Facing the trident held high by Siyiksha, he suddenly raised his hand. At this moment, all the water flows changed direction almost instantly, and the sea water that had originally obeyed Siyiksha's orders all began to flow back. The Siyiksha was caught in the sea water and could hardly move freely. Its flexibility in the water was 100 times that on the land. But now he felt that every drop of water here was resisting it and blocking him, and he seemed not to be in the water at all, but in some kind of cage made of water. The man suddenly took off his cloak, leaving his upper body bare. His perfect muscle lines were covered with a layer of fish scales, and there was even a pair of dragon horns on his head. Umiaksha's eyes widened the moment she saw the man's true form. You are Waziki? Look, this is the power of water." Waziki clenched his hands suddenly, and the water began to converge and condense, finally forming a cube, trapping Hayasha firmly inside. Then, as Waziki's hands continued to clench, the cube continued to shrink. Hayasha groaned in pain. Every time the cube shrank a little, it felt as if even the bones in his body were being squeezed. Seeing that the area of the water cube was getting smaller and smaller, and the sea Iksha was about to be crushed into pieces, Waziki suddenly put down his hand because the scene in front of him began to change. The Tianhai city that was just full of tall buildings has now turned into a fairy tale world. He slowly turned around and looked at the twin sisters who were sitting at the dining table drinking tea and sneered. "Welcome to our world. Will you join us for tea party?" Waziki waved his hand casually, and Hayashi's trident appeared in his hand. "I'm sorry, I like to sleep in the afternoon and don't like to drink tea." As the trident in his hand danced, the twin sisters' faces showed astonishment. A large amount of sea water suddenly gushed out of the originally vast grassland and forest, and tsunamis as big as tall buildings roared from all directions. Unlike the sea Iksha just now, these tsunamis swallowed up this fairy tale world in an instant. The twin sisters' realm was broken almost instantly. The two of them, along with Hayasha and the people in the ear, fainted on the ground. In the Luoyuan City Special Management Bureau, everyone except Baihu was wiped out by Waziki alone. But Baihu didn't show any sign of panic at all. He glanced at Waziki and asked with some confusion, "Aren't you the trader from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau?" Waziki threw away Hayasha's trident casually, and then looked at Baihu with a smile. "Master gave me strength, and now I've almost reached the level of a natural disaster." Baihu nodded. "Well, almost." Then he looked at the masked girl again. The girl felt her heart beating the moment the white tiger looked at her. Her eyes lit up with love, and her cheeks turned slightly red. "Okay, so handsome. How long are you going to stand there?" Baihu asked impatiently, and the girl immediately came back to her senses. She patted her cheeks, and then her fingers slowly grasped the edge of the mask. I don't want to show this ugly face in front of you, but the master doesn't want me to lose, so Lord White Tiger." Snap! The mask was slowly pulled down halfway, and a long tongue hung out from the gap under the mask, almost dragging on the ground. "Let's get started." The moment her tongue stuck out, the woman's expression changed. She no longer had the shyness and timidity she had just had, but instead became crazy. She now had only one thought: eat the man in front of you. Aoin. Baihu recognized the girl's true identity almost at a glance. It was a ferocious beast from ancient Huaxia, and was recorded in the Xinyijing Western Wilderness Classic. In the Western wilds, there lives a creature as tall as a human, wearing ragged clothes with hundreds of knots and tiger claws on its hands. It is called a. It waits for people walking alone and will eat their brains. If a person's tongue sticks out more than a foot from the ground, they will first make a sound and then throw a burning stone at the tongue, causing it to suffocate and die. Otherwise, it will eat the brain. This is a monster that likes to eat human brains, and the way it eats human brains is to use its long tongue to directly pierce the human brain and suck it. From a certain perspective, she is indeed a well-known ferocious beast in ancient Huaxia. But unfortunately, she is not good enough in front of the mythical beast White Tiger. As expected, when Baihu pulled out the long sword made of blue flames, Aoin could almost feel the all-round crushing power, and this was just Baihu's clone. But this did not make Aoin retreat. The thin girl dragged her long tongue, slowly bent down, and then pounced towards a white tiger. Presumptuous! The white tiger roared angrily, and blue flames flared up around it. Aoin, who had just approached, was immediately burned back by the blue flames. Her long tongue darted out of her mouth, but was cut off by Baihu with a knife. If it weren't for Aoin's tongue's ability to turn around in mid-sentence, the sharp knife would probably have cut her tongue in two. Even so, Aoin's tongue was still severely damaged. The white tiger's pale blue flames were scorching and violent, and Aoin felt a sharp pain on her tongue, as if it were being mercilessly burned by the flames. The pain stimulated her nerves, making Aoin even more angry, and she attacked again. This time, Aoin's tongue drilled into the ground like a snake, trying to give the white tiger a surprise attack from below. However, Baihu sneered in disdain at her attack method and slammed the long knife in his hand into the ground. Then, pale blue flames gushed out from the hilt of the knife wildly and continued to spread on the ground. But Baihu suddenly thrust the long knife into the ground, and then blue flames continued to spread from the ground. Her tongue was forced back before it could move halfway underground. She was very surprised. She had clearly accepted the power and been improved. Now, she was completely a disaster-level alien. Why couldn't she even fight the white tiger in close combat? You make me sick. The white tiger held a pale, blue flaming sword in his hand, and a hint of blue light flashed in his eyes. Ao-een, you were originally a man-eating beast, and you were not under the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. Now that you have died under my knife, you should have no complaints. In an instant, Baihu's long sword had already cut across, and Ao-een retreated in fear. But her retreat speed was no match for the white tiger's swift attack. The long sword, burning with blue flames, like the shadow of a cold moon, approached rapidly, leaving her nowhere to hide. Faced with this sudden crisis, Ao-een, the extremely cruel ancient beast, was filled with despair. However, at this crucial moment, a tremendous force erupted from White Tiger's side. Waziki, once a relatively unremarkable cholera-level anomaly within the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, now descended like a deity. He swung his iron fist and slammed it towards the white tiger with the force of a mountain. But what he never expected was that Baihu did not retreat. He turned around proudly and caught Waziki's heavy punch with his hard head. Waziki felt that his hand bones were almost broken and severe pain spread throughout his body. But this was not the end. Baihu easily freed one hand and grabbed Waziki's face tightly like an eagle's claw, then threw him to the ground with a force of thunder. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Waziki's mouth. But it was thanks to Waziki's interference that Ao-een was able to escape the fatal blow of the knife. She wanted to fight back with her nimble tongue, but before she could do anything, she was kicked hard in the abdomen by the white tiger. This severe pain made Ao-een feel as if he was hit in the heart by a 10,000-ton hammer, causing him extreme pain. Her body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the ground heavily. At this time, the white-haired girl and the tall woman also expressed a little surprise at the situation before them. OMG, the white-haired girl said, covering her mouth slightly exaggeratedly. They're clearly two calamity-level monsters, yet they can't even defeat White Tiger's clone. It's not just that we can't win. We're completely defeated in a 2-on-1 situation. The tall woman gave a wry smile. Baihu's eyes were cold and his actions were decisive. He threw the two aliens, who were no longer able to fight back, to the side of the white-haired girl. The miserable condition of the two aliens was undoubtedly a threat and warning to her. He pointed the long sword at the white-haired girl, the tip of the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. His tone was filled with teasing and provocation. Now it's your turn. Those words seemed like a judgment, a conclusion, waiting for the girl's response. The white-haired girl's mouth twitched. She seemed to have forgotten this feeling. Even when she killed Taodai just now, she was just venting her energy, and now she truly felt the pleasure of her blood rushing. But just as she was about to make a move, a crescent-shaped staff blocked her way. "Master, let me do it." "You?" Baihu looked at the tall woman, then said with a disdainful smile, "Are you qualified?" The tall woman didn't say anything. She slowly took off the hood from her head, her movements gentle and graceful, as if she was unraveling a dusty memory. As the hood fell off, long light golden hair flowed down like a waterfall, shimmering with soft light. The woman who took off her hood seemed to have released some kind of seal, and her face gradually appeared before Baihu's eyes. Her eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing a mysterious power, as if she could see through all the vanity in the world. The high nose bridge and rosy lips are like a beautiful painting that makes people unable to look away. And that exquisite face had a cool smile, a smile from ancient times, full of mystery and depth. The woman exuded an ancient aura, as if she had traveled from a distant era. The aura gradually spread out, filling the entire space, making Baihu feel an unprecedented shock. God! Baihu tilted his head slightly, looking at the woman with some doubt in his eyes. He felt the divinity in the woman, which was something he had not expected. Even as a divine beast guarding an area, he did not possess such divinity. And this woman is undoubtedly a true god. My name is Kongsu. Her voice is soft and elegant, like a spring breeze blowing across your cheek, making you feel incomparably comfortable and peaceful. The woman's cloak had slipped off, revealing a noble and elegant platinum dress. The long dress sparkled brightly in the sunlight, as if it was inlaid with countless stars. Kongsu, Baihu had heard of this name before. It seemed like the moon god from ancient Egypt. But he had no fear, so what about God? The thing that is most abundant in the land of Huaxia is God. He felt an unprecedented excitement. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and a pale blue flame bloomed, pointing at Kongsu. Okay, you're qualified enough to fight me. Ever since being driven away by the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Sun Yin has been hiding from place to place on his own. When he meets people, he immediately blends into the surrounding environment. Sometimes it was the wall, sometimes it was the floor, and once he even merged directly into the toilet in the bathroom. When an alien seemed to be having diarrhea, he kept praying that he would not come to his cubicle. Fortunately, the alien did not point his, but towards the toilet that Sun Yin had transformed into. Otherwise, you'll really be in big trouble. After hiding here and there for a long time, he was really hungry, so he wanted to go out and find something to eat. As soon as he went out, he heard the roar of Tao Tai, which scared him so much that he shrank back. It was not until he felt the Tao Ye's breath suddenly disappear that he came out to check with some confusion. It didn't matter what he saw. The blood rain caused by the Tao Ye's corpse scared Sun Yin so much that his legs went weak. Oh my God, which Special Management Bureau officer is so fierce? With curiosity, he moved cautiously towards the place where the Tao Ye's aura disappeared, found a dark corner, and began to observe secretly. I happened to see the fight between Baihu and the two aliens. The more he looked at it, the more fortunate he was that he had moistened himself at the subway station. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome to face Baihu. But what puzzled Sun Yin was that the two aliens fighting the white tiger were very strange. Their own strength is not particularly strong, but they seem to have been strengthened by some force, and now they have disaster-level power. But even so, they still had no power to resist the white tiger, until the tall woman slowly revealed her true identity and raised the crescent-shaped staff. Not good. Sun Yin quickly fled backwards, but was still dragged into the woman's realm. In an instant, day turned into night. The moon hung high in the night sky above her head, and the moonlight sprinkled on the woman's body, making her look full of divinity. But Baihu was not moved. He roared, and the pale blue flame suddenly rose dozens of meters high, almost swallowing up the bright moon. Let's start, White Tiger, the moon goddess said with a smile, her voice soft and sweet, as if telling a beautiful fairy tale. However, the scene before them was not a fairy tale, but a fierce battle that was about to take place. Baihu didn't hesitate at all. He took a big knife in his hand and took a firm step forward. Every step he took caused countless cracks in the ground, and as he moved, the blue flames seemed to come alive, transforming into a giant white tiger. Okay, come on, Baihu shouted excitedly, his voice full of strength and determination. He leaped up and swung the big knife in his hand towards the moon goddess' head like lightning. At the same time, the white tiger transformed from his flames, also let out an earth-shaking tiger roar, opened its huge mouth, and almost swallowed the moon goddess. The moon goddess gently waved her staff, and the full moon above her head immediately turned into a crescent moon. The moonlight shone like the Milky Way, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the battle. The moon goddess's figure was light and dreamy, her long skirt fluttering in the battle, and she easily avoided the white tiger's powerful blow. Even the giant tiger, transformed from flames, was instantly dispelled by the moonlight. Baihu was slightly stunned, looking at Kong Su, who dodged his attack sideways and his own power being dispersed. He slowly turned his head and then showed an excited smile. That's more than right. The white tiger's flames gathered again, and this time the blue flames were all wrapped around his long sword, and then he slashed towards Kong Su again. Each of his attacks was accompanied by endless blue flames and thunderous force. But when he faced Kong Su, he could never gain the slightest advantage. The moon goddess dodged nimbly, sometimes leaping lightly, sometimes sneaking quietly. Her movements were graceful and agile, as if she had merged with the moonlight. The moon above his head also kept changing with Kong Su's movements. When the knife missed, Baihu stopped moving. He looked at Kong Su and said coldly, "Can you see my movements?" Kong Su smiled slightly, then shook his head. "Of course I can't see your movements clearly, but within my realm, nothing about you can escape my gaze. The moonlight and the power of time will record everything and perform countless calculations. White Tiger, it's not that I see through you, but rather that you have been enveloped by this moonlight, leaving nothing to hide." The silver-haired girl sat back on the stone, holding her chin with her hand, watching the battle with great interest. From the enthusiasm in her eyes, it was clear how much she wanted to go on the field and fight with the white tiger herself. But it seems that she doesn't need to take action. All of Baihu's movements have been seen through. Not only did his every attack fail, but he was also constantly burned by Kong Su's moonlight. At this time, large areas of burn marks had appeared in the man's body. This is a curse from the gods of Heliopolis in ancient Egypt. Even the white tiger will not be able to recover in a short period of time, not to mention that the white tiger's power is not complete now. "You've already lost, white tiger." Kong Su smiled and swung his staff, sending down a pillar of moonlight and fire. The pillar of fire enveloped the white tiger, and the man roared in pain. When the white light faded, there was almost no intact part of the white tiger's body. He knelt on one knee on the ground, then raised his head slightly to look at the almighty moon god, and slowly pointed his crescent staff towards the top of the white tiger's head. Kong Su tilted his head and then gave a disdainful smile. "Huaxia mythical beast? Nothing more than that." These words seemed to stimulate Baihu. He stood up with the help of his sword and then grinned. "That's really ugly. Do you still look like a divine beast like this?" Kong Su couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the white tiger, whose body was covered in scars and half of his face was burned, and who still wanted to continue fighting. "You are one of the 4 divine beasts after all. Even though you are only an incarnation now, you should admit defeat when the time comes, right?" Baihu did not answer his question, but slowly stuck the knife into the ground. "You will pay for your words, foreign god." The man raised his head and looked at the woman floating in the air and the bright moon above her head. Suddenly, there was a vibration in the air, as if some huge power was awakening. The man closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At first, there was only a cluster of blue flames, and then the flames began to spread, finally enveloping the man. The flames continued to burn the man's body, and his figure began to become blurred, as if merging with the pale blue flames. At this moment, Kong Su seemed to sense something. She frowned slightly and wanted to take action, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the blue flames exploded and the man's body became extremely huge. When the flames gradually dissipated, a huge white tiger emerged from the flames. It had a strong body, fur as white as snow, and exuded a majestic aura. The enormous white tiger emanated an indescribable power. The pale blue flames had not completely disappeared. They danced around the white tiger, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. How is this possible? In my realm, how could it possibly unleash such a powerful force? And isn't this an incarnation? Kansu was obviously anxious. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the girl sitting on the stone, and then she looked at Kong Su and said with a smile, "I've told you long ago, Kong Su, don't underestimate these anomalies in Huaxia. Even if you're a true god, there are many things in this ancient land that can rival the gods. It seems you should suffer for your arrogance. No, it's impossible. I am a supreme moon god." I will not allow it. I will not allow anyone to shine so brightly under my moonlight. Kong Su waved the full moon staff angrily, and the bright moon emitted a dazzling light, and then countless beams of moonlight began to shoot towards the huge white tiger. The mythical beast White Tiger just slowly raised its huge head, then opened its mouth and let out a thunderous tiger roar, the sound resounding throughout the entire Baiyuan city. This roar was filled with power and majesty, shocking all living beings. At this moment, he was not only the White Tiger, but also the embodiment of endless power and the guardian of the land of Huaxia. With this roar, all the moonlight was dispersed, and Kong Su had to hold his staff in front of him to protect himself. But the White Tiger's power was too great, and she felt that just defending against this roar would almost exhaust her strength. What made her even more desperate was that the bright moon above her head suddenly made a cracking sound. When she looked up, she saw cracks spreading across the moon's surface. No, my moon. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Kong Su had completely lost her previous composure. She began to roar and become manic. Oh, it's my old habit again. I start to go crazy when I encounter something unexpected. The silver-haired girl sighed, but she didn't seem to intend to stop anything. At this moment, the white tiger on the ground suddenly jumped high and pounced on Kong Su in midair. No, lower your head. Kneel down. I am God. You can't do this to me. Kong Su roared at the white tiger, and then swung the scepter in his hand fiercely. The moon that was about to shatter emitted a final ray of light, but it was all dissolved by the flames around the white tiger. Finally, the white tiger pounced in front of Kong Su. I'm a supreme god. So what? The huge white tiger suddenly turned into a blue flame shadow, passed through Kong Su's body, and pounced towards the full moon behind her. The man's figure suddenly appeared at this moment, and he swung the big knife in his hand towards the woman's head. Kong Su hurriedly raised his staff to block it. With a crisp snap, the woman's staff and the bright moon behind her instantly turned into pieces. It was not until the end that a hint of fear appeared in Kong Su's eyes. His staff seemed so fragile under the white tiger's blade and blue flame, and had almost no resistance. The moon behind her, which was the moon god realm that Kong Su was proud of, also turned into nothingness under the flames of the huge white tiger. The white tiger's blade did not stop, but continued to chop coldly towards Kong Su's forehead. Kong Su was now in extreme panic and had lost her previous composure. She tried her best to open a protective barrier made of moonlight. However, the force of the blade was too strong, and it struck the barrier fiercely. The huge pressure instantly pressed Kong Su heavily to the ground from midair. No. Kong Su was almost frightened. She used all her strength to open the barrier of moonlight. The blade slashed fiercely on the barrier, and the huge pressure pressed Kong Su directly to the ground from midair. She lay on the cold ground, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Kong Su's heart was trembling. She couldn't accept such an outcome. She struggled and tried to stand up, but the blade of the devil-like man in front of her was still pressing down, and the pressure made her unable to move. Her eyes filled with tears of despair and fear for the guardian of this ancient land. Master, save me. Kong Su began to cry out for help like a madman to the girl sitting on the rock behind her. She knew that if the silver-haired girl didn't take action, she might die here. But the silver-haired girl didn't show any nervousness or worry at all. Her eyes were full of smiles, and she even crossed her legs. She looked relaxed, as if she was watching a farce that had nothing to do with her. She seemed to not care about the crisis at hand at all, and didn't want to care about Kong Su's life or death. Master, please, I don't want to die here. Snap! The cracks in the barrier became deeper and deeper, and the cracks in the barrier formed by the mysterious power became larger and larger. Every cracking sound seemed to hit Kong Su's heart. Kong Su could even feel the breath of the white tiger's scorching blue flame through those cracks. That flame carried the breath of destruction and death. She had no doubt that if the barrier received one more blow, it would shatter completely. Then, the blade, gleaming with a cold light, would strike without hesitation, shattering him and his godhead. Bang! At this moment, the shield was completely shattered, and Kong Su's desperate heart was also shattered. Her eyes were blank as she welcomed the arrival of the pale blue flame. But just as the knife was about to fall on her head, all the flames went out and the blade stopped moving, leaving only the downward pressure of the blade spreading out from under the two of them. The woman stared blankly at the tall man in front of her. Only now did Kong Su's body begin to tremble. The knife was still hanging between her eyebrows, which made her dare not move at all. Just when she was wondering why Baihu didn't chop down with a knife, the blade of the knife suddenly began to turn into dust, and then Baihu's body began to gradually dissipate. "You're lucky, foreign god. I hope you can satisfy me more next time we meet." Baihu stared at Kong Su, who was trembling in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing an extremely disdainful smile. "Foreign moon god, hee." Finally, his face began to blur from where his grinning mouth was. Nothing more than that. After the last sentence was uttered, the white tiger completely disappeared in front of Kong Su. After making sure that the man's terrifying aura had completely disappeared, Kong Su suddenly lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, the petite silver-haired girl also jumped down from the stone. She walked briskly, with her hands behind her back, to Kong Su's side, bent down and looked at Kong Su and said, "How was it? Was it fun? Master, you knew his strength was almost exhausted, so you—" Kong Su wanted to find some comfort for himself. It was not that his master did not want to save him, but that he had planned everything out. But unexpectedly, the silver-haired girl stuck out her tongue at her and said, "Although I knew he had already cut off the source of his firepower, I didn't anticipate this moment. All I can say is, well, I don't want to be hit by that knife." Kong Su fell into another kind of despair. She followed this girl, this vampire with some incredible power, followed her from Heliopolis to this ancient land of Huaxia, and she entrusted everything she had to this girl. But just now, she was almost abandoned and became a fallen god who died on this land. Waziki and Ao-in also sat there dejectedly at this time. The white tiger was so powerful that he alone defeated all three of them. But they are, after all, alien species native to the land of Huaxia, and they know how terrifying the white tiger is, so they do not doubt themselves as much as Kong Su. "Just get used to it, moon goddess." The girl slowly squatted down, but her expression was no longer as playful as before. Instead, there was a hint of seriousness and earnestness on her face. "I once thought I could conquer this land with my own strength, but here I encountered the greatest crisis of my life. Always remember that Huaxia is different from all other lands in the world. The true power of this land lies not in the gods, but in its ancient heritage." She extended her hand toward Kong Su. "This is also the reason why I brought you here, to learn from them and integrate with them. This ancient land will not reject anyone who is eager to learn. Always remember, we are not conquerors or invaders. We are visitors, eager to be accepted." The girl smiled slightly. Kong Su was stunned for a moment, but finally held the girl's hand. "Yes, master." Crash! Sun Yin poked his head out from the ruins. The last blow from Baihu just now razed all the buildings in the two surrounding streets to the ground. If Sun Yin had not run fast, he would have been in the center of the shock, and he would have lost his life. Now he found that the battle was over, but the white tiger's breath also disappeared. At first, he didn't plan to go over and take a look. If the opponent hadn't left yet, wouldn't he be killed if he went over? But holding on to the last bit of conscience, Sun Yin buried himself under the rubble and sneaked over carefully. Just as he crawled out from the ruins, he saw that everyone except Baihu from the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau had fallen unconscious. What made Sun Yin even more frightened was that those people had not left yet. It seemed that he is still recovering on the spot. The vampire with silver hair seemed to be talking to several other people. Sun Yin lurked silently under the ruins, wanting to wait until they left before rescuing them. Now he could only pray that those people would not kill the other people in Luoyun City. But at this moment, the tall, naked man suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of Sun Yin. "What's wrong with Ziki?" Kong Su was a little confused when she saw Wiziki suddenly stand up. Her injuries had just recovered a little, and now any movement would make her nervous. "I originally thought that I could do whatever I wanted by relying on my divine power, but now it seems that the terrifying power contained in this land of Huaxia is really not something I can underestimate. There's someone over there." Wiziki stared at the rubble and said, "Can you sense what level it is?" Kong Su asked. Wiziki's nose moved, as if he was smelling something. "It's an unpleasant smell, but it's very weak, probably only cholera level." Kong Su was relieved and waved his hand and said, "Go and finish him off." She knew that Wiziki had just been crushed by the white tiger and was now filled with anger. Since the other party is weak, it's okay to let him vent. Wiziki nodded and walked towards the rubble with an expressionless face. Sun Yin was already trembling with fear. Why were the other side so powerful? They could still discover him even after he had already merged with the rubble. Doesn't that mean they must be at the level of a natural disaster? If that's the case, then even playing ball won't be enough. Sun Yin now dared not move at all, for fear of making some noise. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart that the other party would leave quickly. But the naked man not only did not leave, but also had a trident made of water in his hand, and walked straight towards the direction where Sun Yin was hiding. Just as his foot was about to step on Sun Yan's head, the silver-haired vampire was suddenly stunned, and then looked in the direction of Wiziki. "Wiziki." The silver-haired girl spoke, and the smile that had been on her face disappeared. "Okay, come back. We have more important goals." Wiziki was already about to raise his trident, and seemed a little angry when he was interrupted. "Master, I can deal with him quickly, let me—" "I said come back." But the silver-haired girl's voice was unquestionable, and even her eyes faintly flashed a hint of blood red. This look made Wiziki's back cold. He swallowed his saliva, and then waved his hand casually. The trident in his hand instantly turned into water and flowed into the rubble. "As you command, master." Kong Su looked at the silver-haired girl with some confusion. She wanted to say something, but after seeing the silver-haired girl's eyes that looked like she was facing a great enemy, she shut her mouth. "Then what should we do with these weirdos from Luoyin City?" "Master, we've been exposed now, so we don't need to pretend anymore, right?" Wiziki returned to the girl and asked. "Don't worry about them. We only have one goal." The silver-haired girl stood up, took another look at the rubble, and finally brushed the dust off her skirt and spoke to a few people. "Okay, let's go. This farce is almost coming to an end." Looking at the backs of the crowd gradually walking away, Sun Yin, who was almost scared to death, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He crawled out from the rubble, shook off his hair that was wet by Wiziki's trident, and rushed towards the aliens who had fainted in Luoyin City. After moving them one by one to a more secluded room, Sun Yin took out his phone. He had to contact the organizer. This competition can no longer continue. But after discovering that his cell phone had no signal, he realized that this group of people had already made some arrangements, and he was afraid that no one outside could provide them with any support now. At the same time, at the monitoring center of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, Lei Jian sat on the chair with his fists clenched tightly, and the cigar had been bitten into two pieces. They saw clearly through the video the battle between the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau and this group of mysterious aliens just now. Moreover, the group of mysterious people did not seem to care about their watching. They had the ability to rewrite the realm decree. If they wanted, they could block all the surveillance cameras. But now, these people appeared in the surveillance cameras in a swaggering manner. Not only did they kill Tao Dai, they also had a big fight with the White Tiger of Luoyin City. Although the White Tiger was extremely powerful, it was just a clone after all, and ultimately failed to get rid of these people. What's more, the silver-haired vampire didn't even move his hands. But now, there's one person that Lei Jian cares about the most. He slowly took out his cell phone and dialed the number he least wanted to make. "Lei, what's wrong? Do you want to be scolded again?" Chong Yu's voice came from the phone, but Lei Jian had no intention of arguing with him at this time. He just spoke in a low voice. "Old dog Chong, I remember your Tianhai City Special Management Bureau previously issued a nationwide joint investigation notice to hunt down a fugitive alien whose name seemed to be Gu Xiao. Suddenly, another woman's voice came from the phone. After hearing this person's voice, Lei Jian was slightly stunned and then said, Lindsay, are you with Lao Chong? Well, these had documents piled up for 3 days without review and signature. I'm on duty now, and I have to wait for him to finish signing them. Let's continue with the previous topic. Lindsay's voice came coldly from the other end of the phone. Half a year ago, a member of our Tianhai City headquarters' 7th Action Team defected during a mission. The defector's pseudonym was Gu Xiao, file number 2521, and his true identity was Wu Jiqi. Listening to Lin Zhe's words, Lei Jian silently lit another cigar and spoke calmly after exhaling a puff of smoke. Then you should thank me. I found your escaped alien. Chong Yu and Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone were silent, and Lei Jian continued while the iron was hot. Not only that, I've also found the culprit who caused Waziki to rebel, who was also the target of the mission that Team 7 was on duty. Lei Jian took a deep puff of his cigar and then blew the smoke onto the face of the silver-haired vampire that appeared on the monitor. Looking at the images transmitted back from Baiyuan City, Chong Yu, Lin Zhe, and several other important members of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau fell silent. I remember when I tested Waziki half a year ago. His level was only annihilation. The first person to speak was Hua Yun. As the head of the Alien Identification Section of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, she naturally knew every alien in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau like the back of her hand. Logically speaking, the power of aliens can indeed grow, but the training methods of most aliens are relatively cruel. Therefore, after being strictly prohibited by the Special Management Bureau, it is difficult for aliens of this era to break through the limit of power in a short period of time. But now, Hua Yin couldn't help but frown when he saw Waziki's performance against several other members of the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau. This descendant of Di Ting could feel the huge change in Waziki's power even through the screen. This is not just an increase in strength. It's more like something in the core has been directly transformed. The power suddenly increased. Lindsay stirred the coffee in his hand, and his usual smile returned to his face. Indeed, this level is probably at the level of a natural disaster, right? One person picked off 4 outliers in Luoyun City. Is there some external device or method that can significantly increase the power of aliens in a short period of time? Sun Lin from the personnel department pushed his glasses up, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He sat in a corner of the conference room, watching everyone discuss this sensitive and important issue. The one who answered him was Mo Chiao, the director of the engineering department. Mo Chiao is an expert in this field. Although the boundary decree used by the National Special Management Bureau today was not her original creation, it was she who transformed it into its current form, which is light and compact and can exert greater power. So after hearing Sun Lin's question, she crossed her arms over her chest with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Looking at the battle situation of Wuziki displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but frown. From a technical perspective, the technology currently available to the Special Management Bureau is not yet capable of raising the power of aliens from annihilation level to natural disaster level in just 6 months. There was determination in Mo Chiao's tone, but immediately she slowly lowered her head and spoke in a lowered voice. But in other words, if such technology really existed, the world might be in danger. Just imagine, what would those previously peaceful aliens do to gain a huge power boost? Mo Chiao's words hit everyone's heart like a huge hammer. Humph, they're just some scoundrels. If the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau can't handle this, then we'll have to retrieve the traitor ourselves. Yin Yu, the executive officer of the supervisory department, said with disdain. Okay, I'll prepare a plane for you right away. Why don't you go over and capture the person now? Mo Chiao glanced at Yin Yu and sneered. Being ridiculed, Yin Yu immediately turned around and glared at Mo Chiao. These two people have never gotten along well. Although Mo Chiao is very young, only 17 years old, and Yinyu is already 20 years old. This does not prevent them from fighting whenever they meet. The reason is very simple. Due to the huge demand for orders, the engineering department often ignores discipline and acts without prior approval, ordering a large amount of raw materials and then applying for supplementary approval at the last minute. Sometimes the application is even missed. This gave the procuratorate a headache. At first, they could still talk things over nicely, but later on, the procuratorate stopped accommodating them and directly imposed economic sanctions, conducting surprise inspections and returning orders on the engineering department every now and then, causing the engineering department to lose several large orders. Mo Qiao and Yinyu often quarreled about these things. The Li Muhan incident at the last meeting was just a fuse. The engineering department had long wanted to have a fight with the procuratorate, and the procuratorate was no pushover either, so the tension between the two departments was quite high. Oh, you two want to fight? I won't stop you. But the situation is different now, and Lindsay does not intend to indulge these two people. She slowly put down the coffee cup, and then looked at the two people who were arguing with each other with a smile. Mo Qiao is petite and has a Shinjo tablet. Yinyu is tall and has a curvy figure. It can be said that both of them are girls with very high looks, but their talents are chosen in different directions. However, no matter whether it is Mo Qiao or Yinyu, they immediately felt a chill on their backs after hearing Lindsay's words. The two glared at each other and turned around without saying anything. I actually don't think it's that troublesome. Changyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Since he's a defector from Tianhai City, we should just bring him back. If we can't catch him in Beiyuan City, why don't we let people from Tianhai City do it? Aren't our people still in there and haven't been eliminated? Mo Qiao shook her head and said after hearing what Changyu said. Director Chang, I've tried to contact Li Muhan and Qi Yuan, but I can't. The entire Beiyuan City boundary decree has been rewritten. Now, Beiyuan City in the decree is a place where you can't enter from the outside or leave from the inside. Changyu chuckled twice and looked at Lindsay. Isn't this better, Lindsay? I remember you planted an informant in there, right? Lindsay looked at Changyu, slightly surprised. I originally thought that this idiot Changyu was capable of nothing more than swinging his fists. But now it seems that he is not completely unconcerned about this competition. He even knows that he has taken out a private insurance policy. I can find a way to contact a friend there and ask her to help us contact Li Muhan. At this moment, Lei Jian's roar suddenly came from the communication channel in Beiyuan City. Chang Laogo, besides hiring outside help, you actually planted informants inside? This is so dishonest. Chang Yu glanced at the thunder sword on the screen impatiently, then waved his hand and said, Old Lei, you have to understand that in Tianhai City, everyone treats us as enemies. If we don't use some tricks, our children will just have to wait for death. Lindsay, Mo Qiao, Yinyu, Lin, and Huayan all looked at Changyu with contempt. He never thought about why our Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is always the target of public criticism. Isn't it because we have an annoying director? However, just when Lei Jian was about to lose his temper, the door of the monitoring center of the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau was suddenly kicked open. Lei Jian turned his head and looked at the door and cursed. F***KU. The door is free. You're looking for death. Uncle Lu. Changyu and others saw that Lei Jian on the screen changed from being furious at the beginning to shrinking like a mouse seeing a cat. And when he called out, Uncle Lu, Changyu and others understood. It turned out that the cat really came. Still an old cat. After Lu Shan entered the room, he waved his hand, and a group of people in uniform immediately rushed in behind him. The kindness on Lu Shan's face disappeared, and he became extremely serious. Lu Shan's men quickly drove the Beiyuan City staff out of their original seats in the monitoring room, and the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau's monitoring center was quickly taken over by the people brought by Lu Shan. Uncle Lu, what does this mean? Lei Jian was a little confused, but still asked tentatively. Lu Shan raised his crutch and gently tapped Lei Jian's chest. There was a loud bang, and Lei Jian's tall body flew out as if hit by a cannonball, broke through the wall, and fell out of the monitoring room. Still want to hide it from me? You're such a useless thing. Lu Shan snorted coldly, then walked past the group of frightened Baiyuan City staff with his crutches and walked straight to the screen. Changyu, how are you? Lu Shan looked at Changyu on the other side of the screen and smiled faintly. Hey, Mr. Lu, are you still alive? Even after seeing the thunderous force with which Lu Shan attacked the Thunder Sword, Changyu was not afraid at all. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, looked at Lu Shan, and said with a smile. But the next second, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Zai's punch. Lin Zai and the others bowed slightly towards the screen. Director General Lu. Lu Shan nodded with satisfaction and then waved his hand. Okay, Xiaolin, enough polite talk. I don't want to see Changyu's angry face either. Now I'm in charge of this place. If you can contact someone inside, please give someone a message for me. Did you arrange for someone to be inside as well? Lin Zai asked doubtfully. Ho ho ho. Lu Shan stroked his beard and said with a smile. It's not really an arrangement. It's just that person suddenly had the urge to participate in this competition. Okay, Director Lu, who do you want to give this message to? Lu Shan tapped the floor with his cane and then spoke with a serious expression. Fuling City, Sun Yan, tell him. After hearing Lu Shan's next words, everyone in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau office widened their eyes, including Lin Zai, who could hardly believe her ears. At this moment, there are not many Special Management Bureau teams left in the fake Baiyuan City. No one expected that the battle in this competition would be so fierce. Almost every team started working as soon as they met, without saying a word. It might also be because the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, as the organizer this time, did not impose any restrictions. Plus, there was the temptation of the Special Management Bureau's secret treasure house. Therefore, the Special Management Bureaus in various places are trying their best to win the championship. But there is only one champion. If you want it, you have to rely on your strength. Swish! The long sword slashed across, and the shield in the tall alien's hand was instantly cut in half. Then he fell to the ground, covering his chest and groaning and wailing, as if he had seen the end of his long life. But the next moment, the long-haired man who swung the sword stepped on the alien's chest and said impatiently, Don't be so frivolous. I'm using the back of my knife. Just tell me straight up, do you surrender or not? The alien was called Zhaoqi, a ferocious beast that lived in the southern swamps of ancient Huaxia. It was armed with a shield and a spear and was extremely cruel. So when he was stepped on the ground, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. After all, he was a well-known beast, and a man could be killed but not humiliated. Since you force me so much, I will. Please spare my life, sir. Zhaoqi surrendered without any hesitation. Thus, all 6 aliens from the Jiangnan City Special Management Bureau were defeated. The long-haired man snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Although he had won, there was no joy on his face. Team leader, a young girl, came over, holding a communicator in her hand, with a look of confusion on her face. Still can't contact Director Lei. Contact them. We're in a competition. We need to be fair. No one else has contacted their parents, but we're the only ones doing so. How ridiculous! The long-haired man said to the woman very unhappily. But Director Lei said we should report every 3 hours. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's just right that I can't get in touch with him. Now I'm in charge of the overall command. These people were none other than the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, the outliers under Lei Jian who were participating in this competition. The long-haired man was unhappy at the moment, not because of the loss of communication, but because he had been chasing the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau all the way from the start of the game until now, but he had not even seen the shadow of the other party. We have been attacked at least 7 or 8 times along the way. Every time, it's always like this. That scoundrel Lei Jian, he always makes us the target of public criticism. And he even has the nerve to ask us to cause trouble for the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. How shameless! After smashing the outer wall of a building with one punch, the long-haired man calmed down a little. Okay, now After calming down, the long-haired man wanted to turn around and leave, but he found that there were several people sitting inside the outer wall he had broken, eating instant noodles. Forehead. Li Muhan ate instant noodles while looking at the man on the outer wall. The long-haired man and several others came over, and they looked at each other in silence for a long time. Li Muhan raised the bubble tea in his hand and spoke to the people from the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau. Have you eaten yet? Boom. After 3 minutes, the negotiations failed. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau and the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau finally started an unexpected battle. Hattie transformed into a giant wolf and crashed through the outer wall. In an instant, dust flew up and bricks and stones splashed. The woman from the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau had no time to react and was bitten by Hattie and thrown aside. Qi Yuan and Jin Wu also transformed into giant birds and fought with a man with short black hair. The man carried a huge golden bow on his back. He was agile and moved between the buildings like the wind. No matter how fierce the flames of Qi Yuan and Jin Wu were, he could dodge them skillfully, as if everything was under his control. Meng Meng was waiting in the shadows for an opportunity, ready to drag any vulnerable aliens from the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau into her own territory at any time. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu fought with a long-haired man. When the two weapons collided, there was a crisp metallic clang. The Fu Jiangzhan Mo and the long sword crossed in midair, and the moment the golden spears crossed, a sharp sound echoed in the air. You two really gave me a lot of trouble, the long-haired man said coldly. His sword was fierce and sharp, and every time he swung the sword, it was carried with a fierce momentum, as if he wanted to chop all the enemies under the sword. After several rounds, although Li Muhan and Xiaoyu joined forces to fight the enemy, they were still unable to gain any advantage over the man. This man was so powerful, his swordsmanship was superb, and every strike he made accurately hit their weak spots, forcing them to be more careful in their response. This man's sword is really scary. Li Muhan couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. Although this man's strength is still far from that of the legendary white tiger. But every time the sword was swung, it seemed to carry a murderous intent that could pierce through people's hearts. This murderous intent is not formed by simple strength, but is a unique aura honed from years of fighting on the bloody battlefield and experiencing the baptism of life and death. Just when Li Muhan was distracted for a moment, the long sword stabbed at him from an incredible angle like a ghost. At the critical moment, Xiaoyu stood in front of Li Muhan without hesitation. Her hands turned into bloody claws to block the fatal blow for him. But the sharp sword also stained Xiaoyu's hands with bright red blood, which was her own blood. Xiaoyu glanced sideways at Li Muhan. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and her tone was slightly cold. Focus. But the next second, Li Muhan quickly hugged Xiaoyu's waist. He turned nimbly and held Xiaoyu tightly behind him, as if he wanted to use his body to resist all dangers. At the same time, he swung his right hand violently, and a powerful force was released from it, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the brilliance of lightning. A sword energy whistled forward like a gale. The sword energy just met the long-haired man's next attack. The two forces collided violently in the air, making a deafening noise. Same here. Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu in his arms, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Snort. Xiaoyu gently broke free from Li Muhan's embrace, a slight blush on her face. She lowered her head slightly, seeming a little shy. Damn it, are you two here to date or to fight? Just fight properly, okay? A voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. The two turned around and saw another man shouting in dissatisfaction. There was a hint of anger on his face, and he obviously despised the two people's behavior. Who asked you? Li Muhan used his sword to suppress the demon and then activated the incarnation mode. He knew very well that the man in front of him was no ordinary person. The murderous intent on the edge of his sword alone was definitely not that of an ordinary alien. And so far, he is still just testing the waters and has not shown his full strength. Li Muhan knew in his heart that if he wanted to defeat him, he had to seize the opportunity now. At the same time, Xiaoyu also opened her realm. The scarlet moon instantly enveloped the entire city. Xiaoyu, in her vampire form, spread her enormous wings and soared into the sky. The two of them, one on land and one in the air, planned to launch a pincer attack. The man sneered. Yet, faced with such an onslaught, the man sneered. He calmly glanced at the vampires in the sky, then at Li Muhan on the ground, and at the mighty golden demonic incarnation behind him. Then his laughter grew louder. There was a hint of disdain and mockery in that laugh, as if mocking their presumption. Ha 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 ha. Great. It's exciting. Come on. The man slowly plunged the sword into the ground and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was shocked. She remembered the scene when she was eliminated last time, and immediately said to Li Muhan on the ground, "Do it, don't give him a chance." Then the golden demon and the silver-haired vampire attacked at the same time, fiercely attacking the man on the ground. The Tang sword with blood-red spikes and sharp claws, wrapped in thunder, rushed towards the man with an unstoppable momentum. However, facing such a fierce attack, the man still kept his eyes closed. There was no fear or panic on his face, as if all this was within his expectations. Until Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's attacks were already near him, he whispered, "The realm is open. Thousands of people are killed." As he finished speaking, the long sword that was inserted into the ground suddenly made a sharp, buzzing sound. The sound was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Even the group of demons and vampires who were fighting fiercely with Hattie, Qiyuan, and Jinwu not far away felt this pressure. They all stopped attacking and looked in the direction of the long sword, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Who on earth is he with such murderous intent? The giant wolf that was stepping on the woman couldn't help but raise its head and look at where Xiaoyu and Li Muhan were. Qiyuan and Jinwu also stopped attacking and looked at the ground at the same time. "Sister, it's that man. I didn't expect this murderous aura to be so permeating." Xiaoyu and Li Muhan felt this murderous aura most directly. This murderous aura was like an invisible sharp blade, binding them tightly and making them unable to move. Even trying to move the weapon or claws in your hand becomes extremely difficult. Strictly speaking, at this moment, they would be terrified to even move a finger. They could feel the cold and sharp murderous aura, as if warning them not to act rashly. This murderous aura, what on earth is he? Not only was Li Muhan unable to attack, but he was forced to take a step back by this terrifying murderous intent. The scene he saw now was as if a man was standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His body and sword were covered in blood. This kind of person was definitely not someone he could deal with. Rin 2, by Qi, was eliminated by this guy last year. Xiaoyu's casual words beside him made Li Muhan feel cold on his back. What the hell, no? Upon hearing Li Muhan's words, the long-haired man suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Li Muhan with a pair of eyes full of murderous intent and hostility. Then he burst into a swearing fit. "Nong UMB, die." I don't know why, but in recent years, there are always some people in the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau who say something inexplicably behind my back. Bai Qi goes top lane, guaranteed to win. He didn't quite understand what this meant, and one day he caught the woman in his team and asked her, "What does top lane mean? Why did you say my name?" So the woman played a game of Nong in front of Bai Qi, and Bai Qi was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. From then on, he was very disgusted when others mentioned this game in front of him. Now Li Muhan was in trouble. Bai Qi suddenly pulled out the long sword in his hand. The moment he pulled it out, all the murderous aura was released. Li Muhan was almost unable to open his eyes due to the oppression of the murderous aura. Xiaoyu glared at Li Muhan beside her and said, "Will you shut your mouth? You always step on landmines." Although he didn't know whether Xiaoyu learned these words from the short video software, he was now in tears. He just shouted subconsciously, but he didn't expect that Bai Qi himself hated the game character so much. I can't reach it." Li Muhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, Bai Qi suddenly picked up the long sword and attacked him. The sword was swung down with a black and red murderous aura. Li Muhan even saw a death army composed of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind the man, rushing towards him together with Bai Qi. Fortunately, Li Muhan's incarnation was quite powerful. He suddenly concentrated all his strength on Fu Jiang Zhenemo, and then his eyes flashed with golden light. Thunder entangled. Li Muhan roared, and the golden demon incarnation behind him raised the blade in his hand at the same time, and the thunder spread to the blade at a speed faster than lightning. Idiot! I hate people like you who yell when they attack. However, at this time, Bai Qi had already arrived in front of Li Muhan. He was like a ghost chasing the wind and lightning, transformed into a meteor and shot out in the afterglow of the setting sun, and then swung out a sword with a taste of death, incomparable speed, and extremely powerful force. A slight clang sound stirred up an extremely cold, murderous intent in the air. But Li Muhan had already entered the incarnation state at this time. He did not retreat at all in the face of the ruthless attack that raged like a storm. Instead, the terrifying power of the ancient demon was revealed in this desperate situation. He took a deep breath, and the buzzing sound from the demon's suppressing sword in his hand was like a thunderstorm hidden among the surging waves of the mountain. Then he raised the heavy blade in his hand and slashed forward, driven by the perfect fusion of qi and internal strength. A thunderous sound shook the void and was terrifying. The sound of metal clashing was so clear, melodious, and loud as it echoed over the empty city that it forced the two giant birds to land on the roof of a building. As lightning and black murderous intent collided, the souls of Huaxia's ancient generals and the ancient demon king both revealed smiles of excitement. Xiaoyu could no longer participate in this battle. Although her level reached the level of natural disaster, for some reason, her power was forcibly suppressed. Now, she was unable to display her strength in this earth-shattering battle. At this time, Li Muhan had almost used up all his strength, but Bai Qi was able to handle it with ease. He not only possessed great strength, but also had the combat qualities of a soldier and the experience of many battles. It's full of flaws. It's vulnerable. Soon, Bai Qi found the weakness of Li Muhan's body. He took a sideways step with extreme murderous intent and whispers of death, and rushed straight towards Li Muhan's blind spot. His body shape and attack methods are very special, like a ghost, completely beyond the scope of common sense. Coupled with the storm of corpses that was raised when he thrust his sword, even Xiaoyu almost gasped. Li Muhan would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of attack. And when the long sword was about to touch the opponent's skin, boom! A huge thunder exploded. The intense lightning was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. The power of thunder collided with the sword energy, making a harsh metal collision sound. Bai Qi, blocked by this force, hesitated a little. He gently raised his eyes and stared at the brave young man in front of him. However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. No, this is no longer that boy, a famous general from ancient Huaxia, Li Muhan. No, it should be said that it was Ball. He slowly raised his head. Even though half of his face was covered by the mask transformed by the pendant, the excitement and enthusiasm projected in those golden eyes still made a trace of cold sweat seep out of Bai Qi's forehead. I hope I won't be too bored. Ball swung his sword, and lightning spread, shocking Bai Qi and making him retreat repeatedly. Then he suddenly used his sword to support his body and managed to stand firmly. Then Bai Qi raised his head and met the devil's eyes. The devil stretched out his hand towards Bai Qi and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Faced with such provocation, Bai Qi simply stood up straight, swung his sword, and released his murderous intent again. You'll regret this, demon. The famous general and killer Bai Qi committed suicide at Duyo Pavilion under the death order of King Zhaoxiang of Qin. Because he committed so many murderous deeds during his lifetime, even after his death, his soul was filled with hostility and murderous intent, and even the ghosts in the underworld did not dare to approach him. The underworld even said bluntly that they dared not accept this soul, so they directly imprisoned its soul in the burial place. So Bai Qi was imprisoned for thousands of years. During this 1,000 years, he witnessed the unification of the Qin dynasty, the fall of the second emperor, and the change of dynasties. The Special Management Bureau at that time should have been called the Demon Subduing Bureau. The staff of the Demon Subduing Department also visited him several times, thinking that if the resentment in Bai Qi's soul was eliminated, they would let him reincarnate. But unfortunately, generation after generation of special envoys from the Demon Subduing Bureau were unable to help Bai Qi to be reborn. The sins of killing he committed during his lifetime had not faded with the passage of time. Instead, the situation became more and more serious. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers who died at his hands surrounded Bai Qi's soul day and night. Even before his death, they had reflected on killing the surrendered soldiers, repented, and even refused King Zhaoxiang of Qin's order to go to war. But these ghosts were not going to let him go. In this way, the soul of a generation of killing God became the ghost king, surrounded by tens of thousands of wronged souls. Until that day, 300 years had passed when he saw the people from the Demon Subduing Department coming to find him again. The man stared at Bai Qi with a deep gaze and slowly said, "Bai Qi, the Demon Subduing Bureau no longer exists in this world. We currently serve the Special Management Bureau, which is directly under the state." He paused and continued. "These days, the land of Huaxia has experienced countless wars and turmoil. Now that the war is over, everything is gradually recovering." Bai Qi was silent for a moment. He originally thought that this man would be like the previous visitor from the Demon Subduing Division, who would persuade him to let go of the past killings and seek inner peace. However, the man did something he didn't expect. The man took out a long sword from his waist and handed it to Bai Qi steadily. His eyes were firm and resolute. "Bai Qi, you've killed so many people, and you still expect forgiveness and understanding? Nothing in this world comes easy. Since you've killed them, you must bear all the sins. You are both a god of killing and a god of war. Even in death, you will never find peace." Bai Qi looked at the sword. It looked like a weapon he had used before, but it was a little different. What the man said was very simple. Since there is no way to wash away the sins, then just carry these sins with you until the day when your soul is torn apart, and then everything will be cleared. So, you have to work for me now. There was a hint of arrogance and confidence in his words, which left no room for doubt. "I've just been appointed director of the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau, and many of my subordinates are dissatisfied. With a killer like you here, I don't see who will refuse to obey." This man looks very young, only in his 20s, but his courage and decisiveness are amazing. He looked at the sword in his hand, feeling its heaviness and coldness. Bai Qi knew that the man was right. The people he had killed and the sins he had committed were not something he could let go of easily. He had to bear all of this until the very end. So Bai Qi joined the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau. This man silenced those in Beiyuan City who opposed awakening the ancient war spirits with his extremely domineering attitude and thunderous methods. He also used some ancient artifact to reshape his body, but the man was able to keep the hundreds of thousands of wronged souls in Bai Qi's sword. He wanted to let Bai Qi know that he was a sinner, and since he was a sinner, he must wear shackles. So this long sword is Bai Qi's weapon. It is also his cage. At this moment, looking at the young man in front of him who had turned into a devil, for some reason, Bai Qi thought of the man in the past. The former director of the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau. "Have you had enough of staring blankly?" Bal's voice and the thundering sword had suddenly appeared in front of Bai Qi. Bai Qi raised his sword to block, and the moment the sword made contact, he realized the weight of the blow. So he tilted the sword to let the sword energy slide down and used a clever force to deflect the fierce attack. Then Bai Qi turned around and kicked with such force that even Bal had to dodge sideways. In the fierce close combat between the two, every move and every style was full of collision of strength and skill. They seemed to be evenly matched. Although Bal's power in his prime may far exceed Bai Qi's combat experience, especially his skills in close combat and fighting for his life, is incomparable to Bal, a demon god who can shake mountains and rivers with a wave of his hand. This accumulation of experience comes not only from his skillful grasp of weapons, but also from his courage and wisdom gained from countless battles. It seems you're not good at hand-to-hand combat. Bai Qi seemed to see through Bal's weakness, sneered, and then suddenly stabbed out with his sword like lightning. Bal narrowly avoided Bai Qi's fierce attack. However, although he successfully avoided the fatal attack, the murderous aura carried by the sword left a deep mark on his mask, as if expressing contempt and disdain for the demon god. He was very clear about his current situation. From a moment he chose to suppress Bai Qi with the powerful force of thunder at close range, he no longer had any advantage. Fighting with his life, he truly deserves to be called a god of war. After showing a sly smile, Bal did not retreat but advanced, and the attack of the Tang sword in his hand was even more ferocious than before. Although Bai Qi used his superb fighting skills to leave scars on Bal again and again, this did not seem to make the demon retreat. He was like an unshakable mountain, standing firm on the battlefield and refusing to give in. Bai Qi began to realize that something was wrong. Generally speaking, faced with such a situation, the opponent will choose to temporarily move away and look for better attack opportunities. Moreover, Bal's power is mainly based on thunder, which is more suitable for long-range attacks rather than close combat. However, Bal did not retreat, but pressed forward step by step. Soon, Bal told Bai Qi the answer. He deliberately used the power of thunder to launch a close-range attack, almost giving up any means of defense, and finally exposed Bai Qi's flaw. The moment Bai Qi raised his sword again, Bal's eyes suddenly burst into golden light, and his body turned into lightning and quickly came in front of Bai Qi. Bai Qi's sword stabbed into the air, but it was too late to turn the sword. The devil's claws suddenly tightly grasped Bai Qi's wrist holding the sword. Then he threw away the Fu Jiang Zhanmo with his other hand, as if it was just an insignificant wooden stick. Then he mercilessly strangled Bai Qi's neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. Got you. Bar laughed coldly. Bai Qi was shocked. He had never seen such a cunning and powerful enemy. This demon is constantly learning and evolving. He paid the price of the wounds on his body to get the current situation, which is the situation Bai Qi least wants to see. Bal could make countless mistakes, but Bai Qi knew that he could only make one mistake. And this time, the opportunity was ruthlessly strangled in the hands of this demon's claws. In Bal's temple, Li Muhan watched the battle. This time it was not his wish, but Bal took the initiative to ask for a substitution. Li Muhan was a little surprised. Bal seemed a little nonchalant about everything he had encountered, but now he seemed extremely enthusiastic about Bai Qi. He didn't understand it at first. Until now, Bal had strangled Bai Qi's throat, but he didn't rush to take action. Instead, he asked the other person a very strange question. Tell me, where's your master? Bal lifted Bai Qi's body up. Bai Qi wanted to fight back, but Bal broke his sword-holding hand fiercely, and the sword fell and stabbed into the ground. A trace of pain suddenly appeared on the man's face, but he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Bal with a mocking look. Master? I see. Now I remember who you are, a demon. Bai Qi knew who the demon wanted to ask, because that was the person he was looking for, the former director of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau. He is the man who brought Bai Qi back into this world. Hey, the demon whose soul was shattered by that kid 30 years ago turned out to be you. As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, Bal suddenly exerted force in the movement that was pinching his hand, and Bai Qi immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splashed on Bal's face. But Bal had no expression on his face at this time. He just looked at Bai Qi and said, I won't repeat myself a second time. Tell me where that human named Li Chengtian is. Li Chengtian? This was the first time Li Muhan had heard the name, but it sounded as if he was the one who had shattered Bal's soul into pieces, so that Bal had to hide in his own body in the end. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You son of a b****ch. Bai Qi was already showing signs of defeat, but still refused to give in. Bal sneered, threw Bai Qi to the ground, and then picked up the Fu Jiang Zhanmo from the ground. I heard you killed a lot of people, 100,000? 200,000? For 100,000. He walked towards Bai Qi step by step. His eyes revealed endless murderous intent. As a human being, you have indeed done something that is outrageous to both humans and gods. But unfortunately, in my opinion, all of this is just childish, like a child playing house. Fu Jiangjinma placed the sword between Bai Qi's eyebrows, and then the devil spoke word by word. I want to ask you a third time. Tell me where that man is. Bai Qi looked at the devil and finally curled up a disdainful smile on his face. Even if I tell you, what can you do? Will he beat you up like a dog again? Ball was not angry, or perhaps his anger had turned into some kind of power. He slowly stabbed the long knife into Bai Qi's eyebrows. Under the ravages of the power of thunder, Bai Qi felt as if his body was about to be torn apart in pain. Substitute! Substitute! Enough! Li Muhan roared in Baal's temple. But this time it was not as he wished as when he faced Thanatos and Hypnos. Baal's power now completely dominated this body, and Li Muhan could not regain control no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, on top of a building, the silver-haired girl and her group were witnessing the battle. It's over. Waziki sighed silently. He never expected that the great god of killing Bai Qi would die at the hands of an alien demon. From a certain perspective, he did not want to see this happen. But he had to admit that the power of this demon was indeed strong. This was only the case when his soul was incomplete. If he had really recovered to his full strength. Even if he really recovered his full strength, what would it matter? Wasn't he beaten to pieces and barely alive before? The silver-haired girl seemed to see through Waziki's thoughts. She sat on the edge of the building, swaying her feet gently. But wouldn't it be too boring if it really ended like this? Then she took out a red amber from her bosom. Master, do you want to strengthen Bai Qi's power now? Let them continue to fight among themselves. The moon god Kong, Su asked from the side. The silver-haired girl couldn't help but sneer. The scope is too small. Even if the war god Bai Qi increases his power, he can only draw with ball at best. And those people outside can't wait any longer. We must make this competition even more chaotic. Then the girl gently held the red amber in the palm of her hand. The amber immediately began to tremble and then slowly floated in the air. So you want to increase Baal's power? Ao-een, who was wearing a mask, asked timidly. After leaving the battle, the girl returned to her harmless and even somewhat introverted appearance. Well, the silver-haired girl sighed. She didn't want to explain anymore. She just stared at Li Muhan, or rather Ball. Then she clenched her fist and flicked her fingers. The red amber immediately shot out like an arrow, aiming at Baal's back. At this moment, Ball seemed to feel some force approaching rapidly. Just as he turned his head, the red amber hit his heart with a bang. Ball's pupils suddenly contracted. He seemed to realize something and tried to grab the red amber on his chest with his hands. But almost in an instant, the red amber sank into Ball's body. Boy, catch that thing. Don't let it get away. Bar suddenly shouted. Bai Qi was a little confused and didn't know what he was talking about. But Li Muhan in the temple seemed to have understood what had happened. At the same time, a red light shot out from the darkness in front of the temple. A red glowing amber flew past Li Muhan's body and headed deeper. Li Muhan reacted suddenly, turned around, raised his hand, and grabbed the amber that passed by his face. But the power of the amber was too strong. As soon as Li Muhan grabbed the amber's hand, it exploded into a bloody mess. In the end, he could only watch the red amber pass through the temple of Baal and fly in a direction beyond his sight. Dong dong. In the dark prison, Lucifer was sleeping with his eyes closed. She had already planted a seed, and now all she had to do was wait quietly for it to germinate. However, this process might be very long and really unbearable. But at this moment, her heart began to beat suddenly, and she raised her head involuntarily and looked into the depths of the dark prison. Suddenly, a red light emerged from the darkness and rushed straight toward her. Lucifer was stunned at first, but soon her face showed excitement and excitement. Her body began to tremble slightly because of her inner excitement. Heart of the world, this is so. Before she could finish her words, the red amber had already pierced her heart. Dong dong. Lucifer's heart was beating wildly. Her eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism, and a fierce power took root in her body. Clang, crack, bang. The chains that bound the woman's hands and feet broke in an instant, and in the end, only the most powerful chain was left binding the woman's neck. But Lucifer knew that it was only a matter of time before this chain broke. She raised her head and burst into wild laughter. Along with this laughter, Baal's originally golden pupils began to be slowly infected by a certain black and red aura. At this moment, he loosened his hand that was pinching by Chi's neck. Boy! He lowered his head silently, looked at his hands, and then a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This is going to be a big problem. Li Muhan and even Hypnos in the temple fell silent at that moment. When they opened their eyes again, black and red light flashed in their eyes. Baal slowly threw away the demon-subduing sword. Then he slowly raised his head, looked towards the direction of the building, and spoke in a low voice. I don't know what you want to do, but... Finally, Baal grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and his originally golden pupils were replaced by black and red flames. Grateful, the silver-haired girl on the top of the building waved at the devil with a bright smile. You're welcome. Bai Qi had just escaped from Baal's control, but now he felt that he was in an even greater crisis. He slowly raised his head and looked at the figure with its back to him, and couldn't help but take a breath. Li Muhan's hair began to grow longer, and his black hair gradually turned dark red from the roots, with flames burning at the ends of his hair. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Bai Qi behind him with contempt, using his black eyes without whites. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he spoke to Bai Qi in a joking tone. I still like the look of you standing in front of the mass grave, that decisive look on your face. Bai Qi felt a little disgusted when a man said he liked him, but his intuition told him that the person in front of him was no longer Baal, but an unknown creature that could not be defined by gender. Sure enough, the moment Bai Qi came up with this idea, the devil's body shape changed, and in full view of everyone, he turned into a tall girl. The girl turned around, and her exquisite and beautiful face looked at Bai Qi, who was slumped on the ground. Then she gently licked her lips with her tongue, her eyes full of charm. Is this the look you like? The girl spoke, her voice soft and sweet, completely inconsistent with the murderous intent she had just revealed. But at this moment, Bai Qi felt an inexplicable fear. Men are indeed easily moved by beauty. Even the god of death, who has been dead for many years, is no exception. Looking at Bai Qi's stunned expression, the girl gently lifted her hair from her ears with her fingers and then squatted down in front of Bai Qi. She lay on the ground, slowly moved in front of Bai Qi, and spoke in a very seductive voice. If you can follow me, I will let you experience a lot of happiness. The girl's words seemed to have some kind of magic. Bai Qi wanted to resist, but his soul seemed to be pulled by some force. He could not do anything. He could only let the girl keep getting closer to his ears, and then tell him the most beautiful words in the world in an extremely gentle voice. At this moment, the blood-red spikes suddenly attacked the girl's back. The girl was slightly stunned and raised her hand slightly. The blood-red spikes instantly turned into ashes when they were less than a centimeter away from her back. Then the girl sighed and slowly stood up. When she stood up, her figure changed again. This time, she turned into a rare blonde handsome boy in the world, with an appearance as delicate as an angel. Even though there was not a trace of white in his pupils, there was gentleness and kindness revealed between his brows. He just looked at Xiaoyu, who was attacking him. Then he smiled gently, his voice full of warmth and kindness. I extend the same invitation to you, descendant of the Blood Clan. We both originate from the Hebrew pantheon, and I believe we will have many common topics. His words seemed to carry endless charm and temptation. However, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all. Almost instantly, she flapped her wings and rushed towards the boy like a hurricane. Give him back to me. Her eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent as she stared at the boy closely. Then she opened her mouth and bit the boy's neck with her sharp teeth without mercy. What a grumpy kid. The boy was bitten on the neck by Xiaoyu, but he did not react at all. The gentle expression on his face did not change at all. Instead, he gently stroked Xiaoyu's hair from behind. Don't be afraid. You are not alone in this world. Follow me, and I will let you. Snap! Xiaoyu bit off the boy's throat with one bite. He could no longer utter a word, and blood flowed down his neck. Only then did the smile on the boy's face gradually disappear, replaced by a helpless indifference. I don't like being interrupted. The boy didn't speak, but sounds continued to come out of his body. And you, my child. The hand that was gently stroking Xiaoyu's hair suddenly stopped, and then he suddenly grabbed Xiaoyu's hair and threw her to the ground. You interrupted me twice. The young man's strength was so immense that just this one fall caused countless cracks to appear on the ground beneath Xiaoyu. Give him back to me. The vampire was still trying to stand up, but the boy's hand was already on her head again. You have your head held too high, child. Get down on your knees. Boom. A huge pressure pressed Xiaoyu so hard that she couldn't get up. The ground beneath her continued to crack and sink, eventually forming a huge, deep pit. Ahem! Xiaoyu fell into a deep pit, her chest heaving slightly. Although she was still breathing, she looked too weak to fight anymore. For your mother's sake, I won't kill you, child. After doing all this, the young man showed a gentle smile again, and the neck that was bitten off by Xiaoyu began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, there was no trace of the wound. At this moment, two sharp cries were heard in the sky. The young man looked up at the red kite and the golden crow swooping down on him. The fiery red and golden giant birds swept with enormous force and crashed towards the young man. He calmly raised his hands and opened his arms, as if welcoming the coming storm. A resolute light gleamed in his eyes, and his tone was calm and majestic. You are all children of God, and you have the right to follow me. The momentum of Qi Yuan and Jin Wu did not diminish at all. They drew a perfect arc in the air, their golden wings flapping violently, stirring up hurricanes of scorching fire. The blazing flames seemed to set the heaven and earth on fire as they roared towards the young man's head. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. Then the boy's shape changed again. His body expanded violently and finally turned into a huge red dragon without wings. The giant red dragon looked up at the sky and opened its mouth towards the roaring firestorm. Black and red flames erupted from the dragon's mouth. Instead of resisting the divine bird's firestorm, they attached themselves to it and devoured it at an extremely fast speed. In the end, the golden firestorm was completely dyed black and red. Then the dragon took a deep breath and swallowed all the flames into its stomach. While Qi Yuan and Jin Wu were still in shock, the giant dragon had already opened its mouth towards them again. An even more terrifying whirlwind of black flames swept towards the two birds at a rapid speed. The red kite and the golden crow had almost no time to dodge before they were engulfed by the black flames. When the flames dissipated, the huge bodies of the two divine birds fell to the ground with a loud bang. When Ming Ming rushed to them, she found that Qi Yuan had deployed a barrier to protect Jin Wu at the last moment, but he himself was seriously injured. At this moment, the giant wolf transformed by Hattie suddenly pounced out from the corner of the building. The cold air brought by his pounce condensed the air along the way into frost. But it is vulnerable in front of this red dragon. It bit Hattie's neck as she pounced on it, then swung its head and slammed her into the deep pit. The red dragon then stood at the edge of the pit, looking at the fallen Hattie and Xiaoyu beside her. The evil dragon had suddenly grinned and spewed flames towards the deep pit. Isn't that a bit too much? Waziki said with a frown. If this continues, your target might also die at the hands of that demon, right? But the silver-haired girl didn't care at all. It's okay, it's okay. She won't die like this. Disobedient children should be taught a lesson. At this moment, the silver-haired girl was suddenly stunned, then turned around and looked behind her and saw that the door leading to the roof was slowly pushed open. A man's figure appeared behind the door. No, sorry. I want to find a place with a wider view. I don't know if there is anyone here. I want to change places. When Sun Yin saw the people on the rooftop, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Waziki sneered. He could feel that this man was the one who had been hiding under the rubble before. I spared your life, yet you still dare to come? Waziki raised his hand, and a trident made of water flow suddenly appeared in his hand. Kong Su and Ao-in didn't even look at Sun Yin. Waziki estimated that he could kill this cholera-level monster in seconds. I don't want to fight with you. I'm really just looking for a position. Why are you so angry? Sun Yin was also a little angry. Why was he still being chased and beaten even though he gave in everywhere? Waziki obviously didn't want to hear what Sun Yin said anymore. He sneered and raised the trident in his hand and walked towards Sun Yin. Sun Yin turned around and tried to leave, but a long tongue suddenly stretched out and completely destroyed and sealed the door. Don't go, brother. We're quite bored here. Can you stay with us? Ao-in was standing not far away, her mask half pulled down, looking at Sun Yin with a shy look on her face. Sun Yin swallowed his saliva. What the hell are these monsters? It's only been a few thousand years. How come Huaxia's anomalies are so out of place? No. I'm just a little monster. How dare I entertain you big guys? I think it's more fun down there. Why don't you guys go down and play? Sun Yin had a smile on his face, but cold sweat was already oozing from his forehead. He was stalling for time while looking for other ways out, but this building only had this one exit. Unless he jumped down directly, there was no way to escape. Don't keep running away. You're here to participate in the competition, right? Then fight like a man. Waziki was almost in front of Sun Yin, as if he was deliberately putting pressure on Sun Yin. Waziki walked very slowly, and the trident in his hand was still dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of water. Although it was a watermark, the ground was corroded by it, and a deep groove was carved. Sun Yin's back was against the wall, and he really had no way to retreat. Oh, it's really too frustrating. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Just remember to save my life, my dear friends. It seems that Sun Yin has completely given up resistance. Waziki became even more furious when he heard this. You useless piece of trash. He stepped forward quickly, raised the trident fiercely, and stabbed it towards Sun Yan's head. At this moment, the phone in Sun Yan's arms suddenly rang. Oh, wait, answer the phone. Sun Yin took out the phone from his pocket and pressed the call button. And what about Waziki? He was completely dumbfounded. How could he really wait patiently for Sun Yin to answer a call? He had to wait, because when Sun Yin faced the trident stabbing at him, he actually clamped the spike of the trident with just 2 fingers, and he couldn't pull the trident out from between Sun Yan's 2 fingers at all. Who are you? How come you can still make a call? Oh, it's you. After hearing the other party's voice, Sun Yin put aside his doubts. At the same time, not far from the battlefield, a Cheongsam girl sat on a tree, playing with a small knife in one hand and holding the phone in the other hand and talking to Sun Yin on the other end of the phone. You're the only one I can contact. It seems everyone in Tianhai City is in a tough situation. That's such a shame. This competition probably won't count, right? Well, according to the General Administration, the competition has been stopped. However, they haven't been able to break through the barriers set up by these people, so the news can't get in. Sun Yin sighed and said, Then why are you contacting me? I can't do anything about it. How about we hide together and wait for the headquarters to come in and take control of the situation? The Cheongsam girl smiled and did not directly answer Sun Yin's question. She paused and said to Sun Yin on the other end of the phone, The following sentence was said to you by Lu Shan from the Special Management Bureau. After hearing Lu Shan's name, Sun Yan's face became a little gloomy. What are you talking about? Waziki felt greatly insulted. This Sun Yin actually treated him as heir, but there was really nothing he could do. He had tried his best to pull out the trident, but the trident seemed to be welded by this man and could not move at all. Even the corrosive liquid attached to the trident had no effect on him. Director Lu asked me to tell you, Immortal, the restrictions on you are temporarily lifted. I hope you have fun in this competition. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Waziki could no longer bear it. He immediately loosened his grip on the trident, and then punched Sun Yin on the head with all his strength. At this moment, the silver-haired girl's pupils suddenly widened, and she shouted at Waziki. Wait a minute. Waziki, don't attack him. But it was too late. It was not that Waziki did not have time to stop, but that he had been tolerating this man for a long time. In a previous Special Management Bureau competition, When he was representing the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, he had already set his sights on this alien from Fulin City named Sun Yin. He is so weak, yet he still stays until now. He is not worthy of participating in such a competition. What made him even more angry was that such a loser actually won the championship. All his resentment and anger were concentrated on this one punch. This punch, the power of thousands of years. Can you *King block it? The fist smashed towards Sun Yan's head like a raging sea wave. Bang! The fist hit Sun Yan's head hard. His cell phone was shattered, and the whole building began to shake. Waziki had an excited look on his face. He was looking forward to seeing the blood and flesh flying everywhere after Sun Yan's head was shattered. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, started from the skull, then the whole body. This punch of mine will shatter every inch of his body, but why is it my hand that hurts? Waziki was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the hand that hit Sun Yan's head. The hand had lost its human shape. First, the skin began to be torn, and then the finger joints continued to shatter, and the shattering was still spreading. The palm bones, ankle joints, forearms, elbows, upper arms, and finally the moment when his entire arm and even his body were shattered. Sun Yin raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. The bone-breaking sensation suddenly stopped at Sun Yan's palm. Didn't I tell you? I'm on the phone. Wait a minute. This young man has a bad temper. Sun Yin glanced at Waziki impatiently. Waziki was trembling all over and couldn't say a word. Look at this, a perfectly good arm. Now it's broken. What are you doing? Sun Yin looked at Waziki's shattered arm and sighed. Then he looked up at the trembling Waziki and said, How about it? Have you calmed down now? Waziki nodded like a piece of wood, and then Sun Yin gently patted Waziki's face. Okay, just calm down. Now go to sleep. Snap! Sun Yan's light slap directly knocked Waziki to the ground sideways, with such great force that the ground on the roof collapsed. Waziki also fell down with the collapsed ground, and it was unknown which floor he fell to before he completely lost consciousness. This old man Lu is really not nice. He let me take action when the competition is almost over. All the fun things have been taken away, leaving a mess that is difficult to clean up. He really has a plan. Sun Yin shook his hands and looked at Ao-in. Do you still want my brother to play with you? Ao-in was so scared that his scalp was numb at this moment, because at this moment, she was extremely familiar with the power and aura released by Sun Yin. How dare they attack this person? Thump! Ao-in was so scared that he knelt on the ground with his head touching the ground. I give up. Sun Yin nodded, then walked forward. He stood on the edge of the roof and stretched. Kong Su was so frightened by the breath that he couldn't speak. He didn't know who this man was, but she could definitely feel it. This man had something similar to her. Godhead, and something else she completely lacked. Buddha nature. What kind of monster is this? First it was a white tiger, and then this thing. How many monsters like this are there on the land of Huaxia? What about you two? Want to play? Sun Yin looked at the silver-haired girl beside him. The girl smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sir, please stop joking. Since you have decided to take action yourself, let's not humiliate ourselves. Okay, I don't have time to deal with you now. Just get out of here. After Sun Yin finished speaking, he twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at the red dragon that was wreaking havoc below, with a disdainful smile on his face. I'm nothing but a giant lizard. After saying this, Sun Yin stepped on empty air and fell downwards. Faced with Jinwu and Qi Yuan who were burned by the black flames, Ming Ming seemed a little at a loss. She had no healing power, so now she could only worry as she watched the two of them who had recovered into their girlish form. Let me. At this moment, the alien from the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau who had been fighting with Hattie came to her side. She took out a few bottles from her waist bag and sprinkled the white powder on the place where the black flames were still burning on Jinwu and Qi Yuan. Then the woman chanted an ancient spell, and the powder ignited white flames. The white flames and the black flames began to neutralize each other, and soon both flames disappeared. Thank you. Could this kind of magic be from the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Meng Meng looked at the spell used by the woman and seemed to have thought of something, but the woman said that now was not the time to talk about it. Her face was full of seriousness. Although the flames burning on Qi Yuan and Jin Wu's bodies had been extinguished, their wounds had already become infected. Now, they had to be sent out of this fake Beiyuan city for treatment as soon as possible. But now, the demon that suddenly appeared in Li Muhan made it impossible for them to leave. The woman turned her head and saw the heart-pounding red wingless dragon. Its huge body was still standing in the same place, with flames pouring out of its mouth and spewing violently towards the deep pit. Its eyes were cunning and cruel, as if in this battle it was enjoying not only the pleasure of victory, but also savoring the pain and despair of its opponent. In the deep pit, Hattie, transformed into a giant wolf, was trying his best to resist the attack of the wingless dragon. Although the barrier he formed with ice temporarily blocked the invasion of flames, the scorching black flames could not be frozen by the ice at all, and instead continued to devour the frost. Xiaoyu also bit her wrist, and the flowing blood gathered into a red barrier under her control. Although the two of them joined forces to resist, the Black Flame's offensive showed no sign of weakening. As time went on, Hattie and Xiaoyu felt increasingly powerless. The blazing black flames seemed to possess endless vitality, and the ice barrier and blood barrier had already been eroded by half. This was because the dragon deliberately slowed down the intensity of its flames, as if it wanted to simmer them over low heat to make the two people in the deep pit fully experience what despair was. "No, we must leave now." The man with the bow and arrow also came to Meng Meng. He couldn't help but frown as he looked at the red dragon. "We can't fight him now. We have to let someone outside." When he said this, he seemed to feel something, and then raised his head and looked upwards. "What is that thing?" At the man's puzzled voice, everyone looked up. "I saw something falling from the top of a nearby building. It was falling faster and faster, and its shape was becoming clearer and clearer." Meng Meng suddenly saw the man's face clearly. Sun Yan. In that breathtaking fall, Sun Yan was like a falling meteor. He was so calm and composed. His posture was sharp in the wind without a trace of panic. His hair flew in the wind, and he cleverly tied it with a rubber band, tucking it behind his head. His eyes blazed with unbridled wildness. As the approaching red dragon became clearer, a smile of ecstasy crossed Sun Yan's face, a smile of ecstasy that reeked of war. Then he gently picked up the side of his ear with both hands and took out a thin silver needle silently, as if flowing water. The thin needle was ejected by Sun Yan with a flick of his finger. It danced and spun in the falling wind, gradually changing. In an instant it turned into an iron rod shining with gold and black. The appearance of this iron rod is extremely unique, with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns embroidered on it, as if it were an ancient star map, giving people a mysterious and solemn feeling. Sun Yan stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the stick that seemed to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth and carry the epic legend. His aura suddenly changed dramatically. Golden light surged out from his body, emitting a domineering and sacred glow in the surrounding space. And at this moment, the giant red dragon finally made the two people at the bottom of the pit unable to resist. Just when it was about to end this farce, a strange breath suddenly came from above its head. It slowly raised its huge head, and in that instant, the light in its pupils suddenly shrank into the densest point. Then a dragon roar shook the sky, and its huge mouth opened, bursting out a black flame that made the surrounding air tremble. The power of this flame is completely different from the previous one. It could be said that the ultimate evil, madness, and ferocity are all condensed in this breath. Lucifer's attack this time was unreserved and all out, as if he wanted to turn the person who dared to challenge him into nothingness. Sun Yan held up the iron rod that looked like a divine weapon from heaven at a height of 100 meters, with an excited and fearless smile on his face. His body plunged into the black flame whirlwind that was filled with the breath of death and destruction like a meteor. However, when everyone thought that Sun Yan was going to die, The black fire in the sky seemed to be swept away by divine power and seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force. Sun Yin emerged from the storm with the iron rod in his hand, still held high like a pillar supporting the sky. At this moment, the dragon suddenly realized something. In front of this person who fell from the sky, it seems like I am the challenger. He wanted to dodge, but the opportunity was gone. The iron rod was already in front of him. Take this stick from me, old Sun. Sun Yan's thunderous roar pierced the sky, and the iron rod in his hand took advantage of the momentum to spin, turning into a wheel of thunder that swept across thousands of troops and slammed into the red dragon's raised head with irresistible momentum. Bang! At first, there was only a dull echo, and then the ground beneath the red dragon's feet erupted with a shocking wave of air as if struck by lightning. Then, boom! As if a catastrophe had struck, the ground on which the dragon stood crumbled like paper. The surrounding buildings collapsed like fallen leaves after autumn. The once arrogant red dragon, under this earth-shattering blow, had no power to resist. With a miserable howl, its massive body was pushed directly into the abyss where the ground cracked. Meng Meng and other members of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, including Bai Qi, realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. They took Qi Yuan and Jin Wu and retreated to a safe place with Meng Meng as quickly as possible. Even so, they were almost caught up in the power of the stick. Hattie also realized the seriousness of the problem the moment the stick hit her. She picked up Xia Yu in one bite and took advantage of the moment when the red dragon was distracted to jump out of the deep pit and evacuated the area with everyone else at a rapid speed. After the earth shook and the situation changed drastically, almost half of Baiyuan City was razed to the ground by this blow. At this moment, on the edge of the abyss, Sun Yin, or should we say the Monkey King, the immortal myth like a hero in the hearts of the Huaxia people, just carried the golden hoop on his shoulder and smiled disdainfully at the deep pit. His shadow slowly lengthened in the embers, like the incarnation of a god in ancient legends, solemn and aloof. But the next second, a furious roar rose from the abyss. It was as if it came from the depths of hell, seething with resentment and calling for vengeance. The air vibrated with its fury, and even the remnants of the surrounding world seemed to tremble. I will make you feel the flames of hell. That voice was filled with a vow of undying retribution and a chilling murderous intent that penetrated the bones. Just as everyone in the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau was staring in amazement, the roar from the abyss made everyone present's hearts suddenly tighten. After this blow, is that thing still there? Wait, Bai Qi suddenly remembered a previous competition where they chased Sun Yin for a whole month and finally had to give up. Oh my God, now that I think about it, this matter is very strange. What kind of disguise could allow me to search for a month without finding it? I'm afraid Sun Yin just doesn't want to fight them. If they really find him, Bai Qi and the other weirdos in Baiyuan City seemed to be aware of this problem and couldn't help swallowing. But the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau was different from them. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard that the demon was still alive. After all, that was Li Muhan's body. Especially Xia Yu. She could feel that the boy's body had undergone tremendous changes the moment Li Muhan lost control just now. That body contained a demon that was as powerful as Baal, but far surpassed Baal in evil. Because all the buildings were destroyed, the silver-haired girl and her group could only land on the ground in a mess. After retrieving the unconscious Waziki, Ao Yin looked timidly at the city that had turned into ruins. Master, shall we go? Ao Yin supported the unconscious Waziki and asked timidly, while looking at the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl couldn't help but twitch her lips after seeing the power of Sun Yan's stick. She couldn't help but sigh that it was a good thing that she didn't meet this immortal back then. Otherwise, she would not even have the chance to be reborn. But she also knew that the person she was facing against Sun Yin was not an ordinary character. That was Lucifer, the demon who was almost the ceiling of the Hebrew pantheon. Although there should be a last bit of restraint left now, this kind of power could already be regarded as a world-destroying existence. Along with the roar coming from the deep pit, a scarlet flame, an air wave, surged out from the abyss. Sun Yin was originally looking inside with a stick in his hand, but when the flames shot up into the sky, he immediately took a step back. Wow, it's so hot. Hee, although it's not as good as Lao Juan's alchemy furnace, it does have some color. The pillar of fire shot up into the sky, creating a big hole in the haze that originally shrouded Baiyuan City. The entire sky was instantly covered by spreading black flames. As the flames soared from the abyss, a long-haired boy with dark eyes transformed into a demon. Although I don't know what kind of person you are, you hold your head too high in front of me. The devilish boy walked out of the pillar of flame and stepped onto the cracked earth. His expression was indifferent, and there was no warmth in his eyes, as if Sun Yin in front of him did not exist. In his opinion, the man in front of him did have divinity, but so what? Gods were the most common type of opponents he fought against. In Lucifer's eyes, the land of Huaxiao was nothing but a wild land with no faith, beasts everywhere, and no pure pantheon at all. Therefore, he did not take anything on this land seriously from the bottom of his heart. In his view, this was just one of the lands he wanted to conquer, nothing special. So he slowly raised his hands, and his pair of blood-red claws gently turned up and then clenched into fists. Suddenly, a huge gravity came down from the sky, wrapped in flames. Even the aliens from the Special Management Bureau of Tianhai City and Baiyuan City in the distance felt the huge pressure. This invisible pressure even made it impossible for them to raise their heads. Sun Yin also looked at his legs. It seemed that there was indeed a huge force pulling him to kneel on the ground. But he didn't react at all, just looked at the devil boy with a puzzled look. Just tell me what you want me to do. Talking to me is like acting on an opera. Aren't you annoying? The devil was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the man would be indifferent in the face of his powerful pressure, so he grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Very good. It seems you do have some skills and are an opponent worthy of my serious consideration. He clenched his fists again, and then his black eyes widened suddenly. The pressure instantly became even greater, and even the silver-haired girl had to open her boundary to protect the people around her. How about surrendering to such a powerful force? The demon's face was extremely excited, as if he had already taken control of the victory of this battle, which was completely different from the kind face of the young man he had just transformed into. Well, Sun Yin sighed. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and held the iron rod in the other hand, and walked towards the devil step by step. I really hate your flowery talk. When he walked in front of the demon, the slender demon boy was a little confused. Why did he seem to be not oppressed by his own power at all? The aura he exudes is not that strong. I should be able to suppress him completely. But I think I understand what you mean. Sun Yin took his hand out of his trouser pocket and gently patted the devil's shoulder. This really confused the demon. This man's hand touched his body and wasn't burned down. This city is now under my domain. Here, my power is supreme. Why would he? I suppose you mean. Sun Yin approached the devil with a wicked smile and then spoke in a low voice. You hold your head too high. Get down on your knees. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. A golden light flashed in Sun Yan's pupils, and a slight smile on his face completely disappeared as he uttered these words, replaced by a condescending contempt. At that moment, the demon felt his body suddenly filled with an unprecedented feeling. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. It took him a long time to understand what this feeling was called. Fear. Swish! The devil immediately transformed into a ball of fire and moved away from Sun Yin at an extremely fast speed. But just as his feet touched the ground, Sun Yan's voice suddenly sounded behind him again. I said you could go now. The demon tilted his head slightly, and an iron rod was already in front of him. Bang! With a dull thud, the iron rod struck the demon's left cheek with the force of thunder. Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to get out, then get out. Oh no, I finally got to go on a killing spree. You have to accompany me, old son, and enjoy it. The blow of the stick caused the demon's body to spin sideways several times in the air. Then Sun Yin raised his foot and kicked the demon in the heart, sending him flying backwards. No, it's impossible. I'm a master here. This is my world, my realm. The devil had just stabilized his body and climbed up from the ground, but the next second he saw Sun Yan's eyes shining with golden light. You're the one who came, monster. Bang! Another stick hit the demon's head hard, and the heavy muffled sound spread throughout the entire Beiyuan city almost instantly, so much so that Xiaoyu, who saw this scene, suddenly felt a little worried. Why does he always hit his head? Li Muhan is not smart to begin with. What if he gets hurt? The rest of the people who heard this were speechless. Li Muhan, who had been in a coma, woke up with a sound like a bell. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself still in the Temple of Baal. So now Baal is still controlling his own body? Li Muhan wanted to stand up, but he felt dizzy and his legs were weak. At this moment, the sound of the bell came again. This sound seemed to have some kind of magic, which gave Li Muhan the strength to stand up temporarily. Li Muhan stood up by supporting himself on the ground. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the throne, and he was shocked to find that Baal was sitting dejectedly on the throne. Just like the first time Li Muhan saw Baal's eyes were empty, and he looked as if his soul had been sucked out. He walked to the throne with some unsteady steps and waved his hand in front of Baal's eyes. This time it seemed to be even more serious than before. Baal did not react at all to Li Muhan's action. I spent all this time collecting souls for you, and now we're back to the time before liberation, right? Li Muhan raised his hand in frustration, wanting to slap Baal, but he put his hand down mid-air because a bell sounded behind him. This was the third time he heard the bell sound. The sound was clear and pleasant, attracting all of Li Muhan's attention. His footsteps involuntarily moved towards the darkness deep in the temple behind him. When he was completely immersed in the darkness, the sound of the bell continued to guide his direction. Unknowingly, Li Muhan came to the Temple of Hypnos. The temple built by this Olympian god for himself was very simple, perhaps because of Hypnos's character. Looking at Hypnos, who was fast asleep on the bed, Li Muhan couldn't tell whether she was in some abnormal state like Baal. It's not Baal nor Hypnos. Could it be? He began to wonder who was controlling his body from outside. Ding ding. The sound of the bell rang again, and Li Muhan vaguely felt that the bell seemed to be guiding him intentionally. So he turned around and immediately chased after the place where the bell sounded. As soon as he stepped out of the gate of the Temple of Hypnos, he found himself in the strange opera house. The entire opera house had not changed much since the last time he was here. There were still only 2 lit statues, but the statue, representing Lucifer Prison, was now shining with a black and red light. Kid, a voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the audience. Li Muhan turned around and saw a tall and handsome man sitting in the audience looking at him. The man was holding a bell in his hand. It was obvious that he had been guiding Li Muhan and finally brought him to the opera house. Who are you? Li Muhan looked at the man with some doubts. The man looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a well-fitting black suit. Judging from the style of the suit, Li Muhan guessed that he should be from the Special Management Bureau. Don't worry about who I am. I can only say that you are really brave. With your limited ability, you still dare to approach Lucifer? Now you are being retaliated against. You deserve it because you are incompetent. Although the man spoke sharply, his facial expression was very gentle. This way of speaking made Li Muhan think of someone, Lin Zhe. Okay, I know what you want to say. You want to save the woman you love, so you have to make a deal with Lucifer? What does this prove? It proves that you are really incompetent and can't even protect the woman you love. After saying this, the man seemed to be lost in some memories and finally sighed with a wry smile. But I can't say anything to you about this. Li Muhan frowned slightly. He had never seen this man in the opera house before. He did not have any devilish aura. He was completely out of place in this opera house. Just when he was about to ask who the man was, the sound of the bell suddenly rang from behind. Li Muhan turned around suddenly, and the man was standing behind him, holding the bell in his hand in front of his eyes. Look at the situation you're in now. After the sound of bells, Li Muhan suddenly saw a scene in front of him. On the land that had become ruins, the devil and the man were engaged in a fierce battle. No, after a closer look, it would be better to say that it was not a fierce battle, but rather that the devil was unilaterally beaten by the man and ran around. Li Muhan took a closer look and recognized the man as Sun Yin, who was holding an iron rod and was hitting the demon's head in various ways. F***K. He said he was just a white ape spirit. What's going on? Ape God. So powerful. The man holding the bell couldn't help but frowned after hearing what Li Muhan said. That's not what I wanted you to see. So Li Muhan began to observe again. Although the demon's body shape and breath had changed greatly, Li Muhan still recognized it. This was his own body. Oh shit, why is this ape god hitting me all the time on my face and head? What if my face gets disfigured? The man seemed to notice this problem as well. Indeed, if this gets broken... No, that's not what I want to tell you. You idiot. The man slapped Li Muhan in the face. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting people? Even my dad has never hit me. Li Muhan covered his slapped face and looked at the man in front of him in confusion. If it were under normal circumstances, Li Muhan would have slapped the man twice in return. But now, for some reason, after being beaten by this man, Li Muhan had no desire to fight back except for a lot of complaints. What I'm saying is that you made a deal with Lucifer, so his anger has already affected your soul. If you continue like this, there are only two outcomes for you. The man put away the bell and held up two fingers. 1, you will be completely consumed by Lucifer's flames, and your body will completely become his flesh. 2, you will be beaten to death by this immortal. After hearing what the man said, Li Muhan fell in a deep thought. Finally, he suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted as if he had figured it out. I see. The man looked at Li Muhan with a look of relief and said, Thank goodness you finally understand now. This ape god is the great sage, right? The two fingers raised by the man slowly became just the middle finger. You're such a rude old man. Okay, I think I know what you mean, but there's nothing I can do about it. Bale's gone off again, Hypnos is hibernating, and now in this opera house. Li Muhan said this, and suddenly looked at the man and asked, By the way, who are you? The man held his forehead and was speechless about the young man in front of him. Why did this guy speak so jumpily and so provocatively? I'm a kind of consciousness left behind by the creator of this space. You can call me the guide. As soon as the demons in this space become out of control, I will appear and help the owner of this space reseal them. After listening to the man's explanation, Li Muhan hesitated for a moment and then said, I see. It's probably something like a firewall. So what should we do? Seeing that they finally got to the point, the man was so moved that he almost cried. Something that could have been explained in 2 sentences was wasted a whole episode like that. The battle between Lucifer and Sun Yin could hardly be called a fight. Although Lucifer was full of strength and oppression, he was like paper in front of Sun Yin. When the iron rod kept falling from his head, the once invincible demon was beaten to the point of rolling and crawling in a mess. Wait a minute. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He covered his head with one hand and raised the other hand high, and the stick that was about to fall suddenly stopped. Then Sun Yin looked at the devil with interest and said with a smile, Now you think of asking for mercy? This is weird. Don't you think it's weird? The demon yelled hysterically at Sun Yin. I'm the demon king, the fallen angel, the being everyone fears in Hebrew mythology. But what are you? He pointed at Sun Yin, his eyes without whites now revealing endless anger and fear. You're just AF G monkey. How dare you? How could you possess such powerful strength? This question made Sun Yin stunned. He scratched his head for a long time and spoke in a somewhat impatient tone. Did they really beat you, silly? How dare you? I am Lucifer, the supreme being. How dare you? At the moment when Lucifer roared and released his own power, Sun Yin sneered, then pointed his hand like a sword and lightly pointed at the devil. Certainly. Then the devil's figure suddenly stopped moving, his pupils trembling, and he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but an inexplicable force bound him and made him unable to move at all. Here we go again. I told you not to be so flowery. You don't understand, do you? Sun Yin raised his hand and pinched the demon's long ear, pulling it back and forth. It was not until now that the devil finally realized one thing. Although the man in front of him seemed to have no strength and his aura was very weak, his strength was some kind of divine power that he could not understand. That is definitely not something I can deal with now. If it weren't for this weak body. Finally, his mouth was able to move and he could speak, but the words he spoke were still full of resentment. If I hadn't been imprisoned in this human body, how could I have suffered such humiliation? Why are you yelling so loudly? Sun Yin was startled by the demon's sudden roar. He kicked the demon, who was unable to move, to the ground. At this moment, the corners of the devil's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an extremely evil smile. You think you've won? You think you've got a sure win? Ridiculous, ridiculous. You're in my realm, and now I'm going to show you what hell is. As the demon roared these words, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Sun Yin turned his head in confusion. Suddenly, a creepy roar came from the deep pit, like the roar from hell. Then, the edge of the abyss began to shake, as if some giant monster was waking up. With countless roars, the demon army emerged from the abyss. They have different shapes. Some have horns and fangs. Some are huge and have ferocious faces. But no matter which demon it was, their eyes had no whites and they looked like soulless bodies, which was extremely creepy. The demonic army was overwhelming, like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. They swept in, shrouding all living things in fear. The ground trembled under their heavy footsteps. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and scorched earth, and their roars and screams were terrifying. Amidst this scene of chaos and despair, the sky was dyed blood red, a foreshadowing of doom. The entire world trembled, seemingly unable to withstand the impact of this evil force. Fortunately, this situation only occurred in this fake Beiyuan city, which was covered by Lucifer's realm, and there was no sign of it spreading out. But even so, it was already a scene of purgatory. My army, destroy this world. The demon laughed wildly, his voice filled with cunning and malice. He stared at Sun Yin, his eyes gleaming with victory, and then spoke, his tone full of pride. I admit that I don't have the ability to defeat you now, but so what? As long as my flames can spread to every corner of this world, I can still become the master of this world. You can't stop me. As he spoke, thousands of demons suddenly emerged from the deep pit. These demons had different shapes. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, and some had wings. They roared and screamed as if they wanted to completely destroy the world. The demon laughed wildly, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. He arrogantly said to Sun Yin, no matter how powerful you are only one person. You cannot save this world. This world is destined to be ruled by me. The devil laughed at Sun Yin, while Sun Yin looked helplessly at the devils that kept crawling out of the abyss. Then Sun Yin also laughed, laughing like a monkey. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and finally turned to look at the devil. Okay, then I'll let you see my methods. After saying that, he grabbed the hair on his temples and pulled it. The pulled hair lay quietly in Sun Yin's hand. Finally, he opened his palm and blew it gently, and all the hair flew into the air. The devil was confused and didn't understand what Sun Yin wanted to do until he saw the blown hair gradually begin to change in the air. In the end, they turned into one Sun Yin after another. They had different postures, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. These clones seemed to be created by Sun Yan's mind, and each of them possessed the same magical powers as the original. They swept towards the demon army like a hurricane, with an imposing and daunting momentum. Lucifer looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help feeling shocked and terrified. He suddenly realized that the Sun Yin in front of him seemed to have not only powerful strength, but also some methods that he could not understand at all. This is his realm. He can open the gate to hell, but now he is trapped in this human body, so his power is limited and he can only summon some inferior demons. But even so, it shouldn't be the situation in front of him. The clones transformed from Sun Yan's hair beat the demons coming from the abyss into pieces one by one. After seeing this scene, everyone present fell into silence. Originally, everyone was ready to take action after seeing the overwhelming number of demons, but now it seemed that they had no chance to appear at all. The ruined city that had become a purgatory had become a stage for Sun Yin to perform alone. The great sage equaling heaven, your reputation is well-deserved. Hattie gave a helpless, wry smile. This great god's name was well known throughout Northern Europe and even the world. Yet, even such an arrogant being as Lucifer simply ignored him. It's more than that. Bai Qi looked at Sun Yan's clones. His injuries had almost fully recovered. He explained, from what I understand, after the great sage attained Buddhahood, he transformed himself into several clones, each representing a stage in his life. This demon is probably facing the stage when he was most murderous and the most difficult to deal with. The Monkey King, the great sage equaling heaven, is a household name among the Huaxia people. His story has been passed down through the ages and has become a symbol of bravery, wisdom, and strength. At the same time, he is like a superhero in the hearts of the Huawei people. Now, the power he shows is no less than those legends, and it is even more than that. Lucifer has become stupid. At this time, Zhan Shun, who was still in prison, stared blankly at the front. What appeared before his eyes was a scene he had never imagined. The demon army he summoned from hell had no power to fight back against these monkeys. These monkeys swept through his army like divine soldiers descended from the sky. Not only that, just when he was trying his best to summon more troops, Sun Yin suddenly jumped up and landed right above the deep pit. He raised the iron rod in his hand and threw it into the deep pit. "Shut up! Be quiet!" The iron rod suddenly began to grow rapidly as it fell, and finally pressed down towards the deep pit of hell like a giant pillar. Those demons who had not yet escaped were instantly crushed into dust by this tremendous force. From the deep pit rang out shrill screams, the demons' wails echoing through the sky. The entire earth trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart by this force. At the same time, in the opera house, the man led Li Muhan to the prison where Lucifer was imprisoned. "I didn't want you to open this prison so soon. I didn't expect the goddess of night to interfere in this matter." The man walked in front, his tone obviously unhappy. His personality was strangely similar to Li Muhan's, which made Li Muhan not feel uncomfortable when facing him. Instead, he felt a strange sense of intimacy. "I'm talking to you, uncle. Am I that old? You little brat, call me brother." Li Muhan felt a little speechless, but still called out respectfully, "Brother, this Lucifer is already making trouble outside. Why did you bring me here?" But the man didn't seem to hear him and hummed a ballad to himself. The melody of the ballad sounded familiar to Li Muhan, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Finally, they arrived at the cage where Lucifer was imprisoned, and Li Muhan was shocked to find that at the end of the chain, a blond man with broken wings and wearing tattered armor was kneeling there. His expression was filled with anger. When he heard the footsteps, he suddenly raised his head and glared at Li Muhan and the man. "What are you doing here? Get out!" Lucifer cursed at Li Muhan and the man. "Look, he's embarrassed." The man pointed at Lucifer and turned to Li Muhan. Li Muhan also looked at the downtrodden blond man in front of him and couldn't believe that this was the true identity of the fallen angel. "Even transformed into a woman before and tried to seduce me. F***K. This is so exciting. Are you interested?" Hammer. He's using this to test the cadres. How could I possibly fall for it? Listening to these two people commenting on him like a crosstalk, Lucifer was even more angry. "You guys, and that monkey outside, and this world, and all of you Huaxia weirdos. I won't let any of you go. When I get out, I will definitely." But before Lucifer could finish his words, the man shook the bell in his hand. "Why are you yelling so loud?" The sound of the bell instantly made Lucifer feel a kind of pain. He bared his teeth, tried to raise his head, looked at the man with angry eyes, and spoke word by word. Stop ringing that bell." Seeing that Lucifer had become obedient, the man put away the bell and his expression became more serious. "Lucifer, you should be very clear about your situation by now. I won't waste any more time talking to you. I'll give you two choices. 1. Be beaten to death by the great God outside. I believe there'll be a very painful death. 2. Accept the bondage again. Choose. Brother, if I were really beaten to death by Brother Yuanshin, wouldn't I also? Don't worry, Beiji. I have my own solution. F***** KU the pigsy. Li Muhan rolled his eyes at the man. Lucifer looked back and forth between the man and Li Muhan, and finally lowered his head slowly, as if he had accepted his fate. If it weren't for this weak body, how could I be so vulnerable? But in the end, he still said something stubbornly. Hey, I have a bad temper. Who are you calling weak? Do you understand my 8-pack abs? Li Muhan rolled up his sleeves and was about to slap Lucifer, but when the blond man got in front of Lucifer, he suddenly raised his head and glared at Li Muhan fiercely. Li Muhan quickly turned around and hid behind the man again. Master, he glared at me. The man quickly took out the bell again. Try glaring at me again? Lucifer sneered, then spoke in a low voice. This time I admit it. I can't beat that monkey outside. Okay. He suddenly knelt on the ground and then slowly raised his hands. The man nodded with satisfaction. This is good for both of us. Then he raised his hand, made a sword-like finger, and drew a symbol in the air. Immediately, the broken chains began to gather again, and finally wrapped around Lucifer's raised arms again, when the entire seal was completed again. Lucifer turned back into the restrained woman. Your Highness, you won this time. I look forward to our next time. Before the woman could finish her words, the facial restraint was put on her mouth again. The woman could only stare at Li Muhan with her unwilling eyes. No matter what, you still saved Xiaoyu. Li Muhan walked up to the woman, looked her straight in the eye, and finally raised his hand and raised his middle finger. But you still tricked me. Just wait. I'm going to give you a real lesson and show you how humans retaliate against their enemies. The woman tilted her head in confusion, and finally Li Muhan leaned over and whispered something in her ear. The woman's eyes immediately turned red, and she whimpered angrily at Li Muhan. Li Muhan quickly retreated back to the man. What did you say to her? Look how anxious she is. It's Christmas soon. I'll tell him Merry Christmas, and then I'll come and celebrate with him. The man was speechless and turned to look at Li Muhan. This man actually said Merry Christmas to Lucifer. This was indeed the cruelest torture for Lucifer. Amid the woman's frantic sobs, Li Muhan followed the man back to the opera house. At this moment, the statue of Lucifer had returned to silence, with only its eyes still flashing red light. Okay, my mission is almost complete. The man clapped his hands, then turned and looked at Li Muhan. I never thought that the one who inherited this 10,000 demons palace would be a brat like you. I wonder what the Special Management Bureau has become now. Hearing the man say this, Li Muhan suddenly had a question. Uncle, the man glared at Li Muhan. Brother, you said you were just a program. So where are you really now? Li Muhan didn't know why he asked this question, but his heart told him that he had better find this man. The man was silent for a while, then shook his head. I was created. Although my appearance and personality are exactly the same as my creator, I am not him. Brother, you are not my father. Li Muhan is a straightforward person. He just says what he thinks, and this made the man's eyes widen. Are you Lubu? How can you claim someone as your father? No, I just feel that way. Look, the Yandame also helped Naruto seal the Nine Tails in this way. Look, they match up. No, are you an idiot? Regardless of whether I'm your father or not, you call me Big Brother one moment and Dad the next. So how are we supposed to be related in terms of generation? We should each have our own opinions. Li Muhan chuckled and scratched his head awkwardly. Hee. Sorry, Big Brother. The feeling in my heart just now suddenly came out. I couldn't help it. Maybe it's because I haven't seen my father since I was a child, so... Seeing Li Muhan's somewhat lonely expression, the man sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, Okay, kid, you probably have more important things to do. Li Muhan nodded. Thanks, Uncle. Will we meet again? What? You miss me so soon? Do you really think I'm your dad? Stop being AB*****ch. Seeing me proves you're dangerous, idiot. Get out of here right now. At the man's urging, Li Muhan left the opera house. Watching Li Muhan's gradually disappearing figure, the man sighed. This kid is quite handsome. If he is really my son, then he has inherited my genes perfectly. But he is not very polite, has a foul mouth, and doesn't seem very smart. And why did he fall in love with a vampire? His taste? Well, it's hard to describe. At this moment on the battlefield outside, the battle is almost over. Sun Yan's clone swept away the demons, and he chased Lucifer and beat him like a dog. Finally, he suddenly realized that Lucifer had stopped moving. He slowly knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Sun Yan thought that this guy had finally accepted his fate, so he picked up the iron rod and smashed it down on his head. At this moment, the demon's body suddenly began to change, and in the blink of an eye it returned to the form of Li Muhan. Li Muhan raised his head and clasped his fists and shouted, "Brother Monkey!" Pigsy! Sun Yan also shouted subconsciously, and quickly turned the stick in his hand and smashed it on the ground next to Li Muhan. The strong wind made Li Muhan's cheeks tremble, and his hair was blown into a mohawk shape. After Sun Yan looked carefully, he realized that this was not Beiji at all, but the Monkey King who was shouting at the top of his lungs just now. He really gave people the feeling of his second junior brother begging for mercy and help. "Brother Monkey, stop hitting me. It's me. It's me. I'm Li Muhan. It's you, Brother Li." Li Muhan took advantage of Sun Yan's daze to quickly get up from the ground. Certainly, Sun Yan pointed his hand like a sword and pointed it at Li Muhan, and Li Muhan was frozen in place. "Let me take a closer look." Sun Yan's eyes widened. Then, nothing happened. "Oh, I forgot this time. I, old Sun, don't have the fiery eyes and golden pupils yet. This is going to be difficult." At this moment, people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau and the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau also rushed over. They were a little confused after seeing Li Muhan being frozen in an extremely funny posture. "I, old Sun, have my doubts. This guy is using a sleight of hand. He's trying to trick us." Everyone was a little undecided. After all, Lucifer was best at deceiving humans. It made sense for him to transform into Li Muhan in order to let everyone down their guard. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly said, "I have a way to tell if he is Li Muhan. Please free him first." Sun Yan looked at Xiaoyu, then tapped Li Muhan's forehead with his finger, and Li Muhan's immobilization spell was instantly lifted. Then everyone drew their weapons and pointed them at him. "No, no, no. Everyone, it's me. It's me. Be still. Don't move." The big knife in Bai Chi's hand was against Li Muhan's neck. Xiaoyu walked over and looked at Li Muhan and said, "I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, I'll believe you." You ask? Ask. Ask quickly." Xiaoyu nodded, then looked at Li Muhan with a firm gaze and asked, "The last time I cooked for you, you said it was delicious. Is that true or false?" "The truth. The truth. It's incredibly delicious." Xiaoyu turned and looked at Sun Yan. "Fake, beat him." Sun Yan was about to hit him, and Li Muhan quickly shouted, "Hey, hey, hey. No, that's a lie. A lie. The food you cook is seriously the most disgusting thing in the world. I've never G eaten anything so disgusting. It's even more disgusting than pig feed." Xiaoyu's eyes were slightly moist, and he turned to look at Sun Yan. "It's fake, kill it." This time Sun Yan was a little confused. "Sister, you're taking this test for nothing." Xiaoyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said to Li Muhan angrily, "Okay, next question. On the 8th of last month, you said you went to a meeting. Is that true or false?" "Fake. Fake. Director Chong and I went to play with the gang." Chi Yuan took a breath and said, "Director Chong's gaming skills are so high, and you're still playing with him?" Li Muhan said this almost in tears. "No way, he's the boss." "Oh, so you're still lying to me?" Xiaoyu slowly stretched out her claws. "I remember someone said last time that if you lie to me again, I'll have no descendants and I'll die a miserable death." Her claws slowly reached down to Li Muhan's lower body. No, 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 sister, it's not necessary. It's not necessary." "Yes, sister, it's not that bad. As a man, it's good enough that he doesn't gamble and doesn't act like a ladybug." Even Bai Qi couldn't help but make excuses for Li Muhan. The aliens from Baiyuan City's Special Management Bureau and Meng Meng stood together, their mouths twitching as they watched the scene. You? How come the people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau are just like the Diyun Club, performing crosstalk? Your Captain Bai Qi seems quite suitable as well. The second to last question. Xiaoyu turned her head again and looked at Li Muhan. Xiaoyu, you be asterisk 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 D. You're taking revenge for your personal grudge. I'll deal with you and me later. Please listen to the question. What was I wearing when we first met? As soon as these words came out, Li Muhan's mind seemed to travel across the entire galaxy. And then he looked at Xiaoyu firmly and said, I can't remember, but you were wearing a pair of black stockings. Yeah, it's him. He's the only one who's so perverted. Xiaoyu turned around and drew a conclusion. Well, that's not necessarily true. Bai Qi started to cheer. This only means that he is a pervert. What if Lucifer is also a pervert? Everyone suddenly felt that it made sense. And only at this moment, Li Muhan and the Lucifer in his heart reached a consensus that Bai Qi must die, and the people who added fuel to the fire were so hateful. That's one last question. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan, and Li Muhan also looked at Xiaoyu seriously. He whispered something. Don't hurt me, Annie. This ape god can really kill people. Don't worry, I know my limits. Hee hee. This was the most unreliable thing Li Muhan had ever heard in his life. But there is no way now. I can only follow her arrangements. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, and everyone fell silent. Finally, she opened her lips and looked at others with some grievance. Can you guys step aside for a moment? Hey, this won't do. We have to help identify it. Sun Yin said. That's right, we are the judges. Bai Qi said. The people in Baiyuan City's Special Management Bureau couldn't stand it anymore. They hadn't realized that their Captain Bai Qi had the talent of a comedian. Finally, Xiaoyu seemed to have made up her mind. She grabbed Li Muhan's shoulders and spoke seriously. I was on a Ferris wheel. What did I say to you? Best of the match. Li Muhan slowly raised his eyes. He finally dared to look the girl in the eye, but he found that the girl's eyes, which were a little tearful because of shame, were also looking at him. He seemed to be back to that night at the amusement park. I think I've fallen in love with you. Li Muhan said gently with a wry smile. Everyone's mouth became an O shape. They looked at each other, and finally Jinwu said something. You are embarrassed. Shut up, kid. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu looked at Jinwu and shouted at the same time. Hey. Jinwu immediately hid behind Qi Yuan. I say, are we being fed dog food? Bai Qi looked at Sun Yin and said, I, old son, have no experience in this area. I don't understand. Hattie sighed helplessly and said with a smile, Okay, let him go. He must be Li Muhan himself. After all this trouble, the matter was finally settled. This fake Baiyuan city was completely destroyed. Just when everyone was about to contact the outside world, a burst of clapping suddenly came from behind. What a touching happy ending. The silver-haired girl walked towards the crowd alone. Sun Yin sneered and looked at the silver-haired girl. I had no intention of looking for you, you monster. How dare you show yourself in front of me, old son? The silver-haired girl immediately raised her hand. Don't get excited, immortal. I have no ill intentions. I just want to come and say hello to her. Then she looked at Xiaoyu in the crowd. The moment Xiaoyu saw the silver-haired girl, she suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. Long time no see, my sister, Xiaolia, or should I call you Xiaoyu? Xiaolia's sister? Li Muhan turned his head slightly, looked at Xiaoyu, and then looked at the girl in front of him. You know what? These two girls are really similar except for their hair color, especially in terms of development level. They're like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Xiaolia sneered and walked towards the girl. When she came to the girl, everyone really understood what sisters meant. They really looked alike. However, the girl always had a devilish smile on her face, which was completely different from Xiaolia's indifference. Charluer, first of all, I want to correct you on one thing. Xiaoyu looked at the silver-haired girl with cold eyes, and her tone seemed to indicate that she was going to say something that would shock everyone. Even Sun Yin was concentrating on seeing what the two were going to say. My sister, What do you want to say to me? The smile on the silver-haired girl's face became even more charming. I was born 0.1 seconds faster than you, so I am your sister. The smile on the silver-haired girl's face froze. The others also fell silent. Hee, is your brain broken? I was born earlier than you. No, I remember it very clearly. My head came out first. You should call me sister. Stop talking nonsense, you little cutie. Is this all you have to say to your sister? Oomph. Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips, a hint of pride on her face. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. Sorry, I'm better than you in other ways too. I think you've lived too long and gone crazy. It's obvious that I'm better than you. The silver-haired girl also puffed out her chest. Seeing that the two Shinjo tablets were arguing about this matter, everyone was speechless, and finally Li Muhan shouted, No, can't you two compete in something else? Compare something you both have, instead of just trying to win the championship out of thin air. Xiaolia and the silver-haired girl turned their heads and glared at Li Muhan. Only at this moment, the eyes of the two sisters were strangely cold, as if revealing some breath of death. Sorry, I spoke too much. Sorry, Private Marseille. Li Muhan was so scared that he quickly shrank back. Xiaoyu's eyes alone were enough to kill him, and now there was Xiaoyu 2.0. This was simply a torture that no human could resist. Stop talking nonsense, Xia Luer. You're the one who caused the power in my body to run wild, right? Finally, Xiaoyu brought the topic back on track. She stared at the silver-haired girl in front of her, and her tone became cold again. And those aliens whose powers suddenly increased, you were responsible too, right? Unexpectedly, the silver-haired girl was not ashamed but proud of it. She said proudly, Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? I found that material specifically for you, which can allow aliens to break through their limits. I even conducted experiments on many aliens for this purpose. So how about it? Why don't you thank me? Increase strength? Those aliens suddenly became stronger. Was it this woman who did it? When Li Muhan heard this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists because he thought of the narrow country that should not have been so powerful, and his own Captain Huatian who insisted on being the leader and ended up dying at the hands of the narrow country. If this woman did all this, then... Snap! Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu took action before Li Muhan. She raised her hand and slapped Xia Luer in the face. This directly hit Xia Luer so hard that she was a little confused. Do you know what you've done? Xia Li's voice was still as cold as ever, but it also had a hint of murderous intent. I didn't do anything. I already chose my targets. Those mutants, they won't hurt anyone. Do you still remember a narrow country? Xiaoyu said coldly. Xia Luer looked at Xiaoyu with some dissatisfaction, but finally nodded. Remember, that was my second test subject. What's wrong with that? It's just a narrow country, right? No matter how strong he gets, he can't cause any damage. It seems you don't care what your experimental subjects do afterwards. Shalia said with a sneer. After gaining power, that narrow country kidnapped more than 10 human girls, subjected them to inhuman torture, and even caused the death of a member of the Special Management Bureau. How dare you say you didn't do anything? Xia Lia grabbed Xia Luer's collar. The tone became increasingly harsh. Meng, a new member of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, did not know Huatian. Jinwu lived on the 3rd underground floor all year round and had never met the captain of the 7th team. Hattie was also an outsider. At this time, anger was already visible in the eyes of Qi Yuan and Li Muhan. Huatian has a good relationship with the 9th team of the Supernatural Management Department, so naturally he also knows Qi Yuan. On the day he died, Qi Yuan saw with her own eyes Taoist Huang Zizai drinking and crying, and she herself was infected by this emotion. At this moment, the person who indirectly killed Huatian was right in front of her, so she was naturally full of resentment towards him. At this time, when Xia Luer heard these things, she was also confused. How would I know? And besides, I'm just a human. Why are you so fierce? I'm your sister. After all these years, you haven't changed at all, Xia Luer. I should have killed you a long time ago. Shalia's hair began to slowly fade to white. At this point, there's almost no difference in appearance between the two vampires, except that Xia Yu has long hair and Xia Luer has short hair. Kill me? Well, you too, Shalia, you haven't changed. The smile on Xia Luer's face gradually disappeared as she looked at Xia Lia coldly and said, "What did you say?" Xia Lia's grip loosened slightly. "Yeah, you should have killed me a long time ago. Just like you killed my beloved." Boom. Almost at this moment, the entire city began to tremble, as if the barrier that originally enveloped this fake city was slowly disappearing. The power of the Realm Decree is about to disappear. It seems that the Special Management Bureau has successfully broken through the restrictions. Sun Yin put the golden cudgel into his ear and said. Then he looked in the direction of the two sisters. I don't know what happened to them, but it's probably not something I can interfere with. Xia Yu, had she ever killed her sister or her sister's friend, or even her lover? Li Muhan was also stunned. He looked at the two of them in silence until Xia Luer slapped Xia Lia's hand away and said coldly, "Don't worry, Xia Lia. I won't hand over the fragments of the world to any alien again, but you must remember that your story will never end. I will avenge him, and as long as you live, my hatred for you will never die." Xia Luer gave Li Muhan a last cold look, then turned and disappeared from everyone's sight. Just let her go like that. Bai Qi was a little unwilling, but Sun Yin just shrugged. The boundary decree has been broken. This city will soon be gone. If we continue fighting, it will only affect the real Beiyuan city. He explained to Bai Qi. Xia Yu. Li Muhan walked to Xia Yu's side and found that the girl had a dull expression at this moment, and she seemed to be thinking of something in the past. She said, "What she said is true." Xia Yu said lightly, "I owe him my life." Li Muhan sighed. He knew that it must be a very sad story, full of bizarre twists and turns, which led to the two sisters becoming enemies. I hope that one day they can untie this knot. But one day later, Li Muhan, who returned to Tianhai City, heard the answer in Lin Zhe's office. Huh? You mean the story between Xia Yu and her sister? Oh, I remember that. Lin Zhe was stirring his coffee while listening to Li Muhan's mission report. When he heard Xia Luer's words, a hint of bitterness appeared on Lin Zhe's face. Alas, that is indeed a sad story. Hearing Lin Zhe say this, Li Muhan also lowered his head. Sure enough, this matter is not that simple. But Xia Yu also feels very guilty. She has been carrying the child's belongings with her. Wait a minute, I seem to have helped her when I took her in before, and she left in my office. Relic. Watching Lin Zhe rummaging through the boxes, Li Muhan also began to speculate what that thing could be. It should be something owned by a man, and that man should be Xia Luer's former lover. Ah, I found it. Look, finally. Lin Zhe took out a necklace made of pure gold. Look, there's a name on the collar, Williams. What a nice name. He must be a lively little dog. Li Muhan raised his head, and the gloom just now was swept away in an instant, leaving only a head full of question marks. What did you say? Williams. No. Li Muhan took a deep breath and then shouted loudly. You're saying these two sisters have been arguing for half a century, all because of a dog? This time's Special Management Bureau exchange competition can be said to be a complete mess. At the suggestion of Lu Shan, director of the General Administration of Special Management, Lei Jian, director of the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau, as the organizer, wrote a 30,000-word review and read it out in public at this month's year-end summary meeting. Chan Yu's face was almost broken from laughing in the audience, and Lu Shan glared at him several times for this. There was obviously no winner in this exchange competition, but Lu Shan still expressed that he would give some rewards to the Fulin City Special Management Bureau and Tianhai City Special Management Bureau that remained until the end. As for what the reward is, it hasn't been decided yet, so they can only wait. The Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau was automatically removed from the reward list. Bai Qi was depressed for a week because of this, and every time he saw Lei Jian, he would torture him with his eyes. Regardless, this matter has been settled for the time being. Although Li Muhan still felt that it was unreasonable for the two sisters Xia Yu and Xia Luer to make such a fuss over a dog. So how did you kill that dog? Li Muhan was in the kitchen, instructing the vampires around him to cook while speaking. His name is Williams. A week had passed since the exchange competition, and their lives had returned to normal, but Li Muhan still couldn't let it go. When the dog named Williams was mentioned, Xia Yu's eyes immediately dimmed. I didn't kill it, but it died because of me. Seeing Xia Yu stop cooking, Li Muhan quickly helped her turn off the fire. You didn't mean it. Oh, it's okay. A dog's life should be short for you guys. It's really not easy for you to still think about it. His name is Williams. William. In order to ease the current atmosphere, Li Muhan picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip. Yes, it didn't live very long. Counting from the time my sister brought it back, it should be around 400 years old. Puff! Li Muhan sprayed out the water he had just drunk. Dirty, stay away from me. Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan with disgust. No, you, wait a minute. You said that, dog. Williams, his name is Williams. Okay. How long did Williams live? He was a dog, and he lived for 400 years. A tear flashed across Xia Yu's eyes. Williams is not an ordinary dog. He is a vampire dog. Li Muhan felt like his brain was completely confused. What the hell was going on? Suck, Hitchcock. Vampire dog. Xia Yu turned her head and glared at Li Muhan with tears in her eyes. Okay, I've learned a lot. So how did he die? I accidentally fed him holy water. He didn't have the same resistance as me and Charlotte. And then, as she spoke, Xia Yu's tears fell like pearls. Li Muhan's mouth twitched, and he wanted to ask something. Did you really not kill old William on purpose? But he didn't dare to say it out loud, and in the end, he could only pat Xia Yu's shoulder silently. You don't cook for now. You won't have to cook in the future. Otherwise, Li Muhan was really scared. He wondered if this idiot would just put paraquat in his food like soy sauce. Although Xia Yu did not hide this matter, Li Muhan still felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly after knowing the whole story. It feels like you need to take a big dump, but when you take off your pants, you only fart. It's quite frustrating. It was like when he read a novel, and the protagonist felt frustrated when something went wrong. He didn't know what the author was thinking. Why did they let the protagonist encounter setbacks? Wouldn't it be better to just have a good time all the way? Why bother with a brain? And then he gets scolded. In order to make Xia Yu happier, Li Muhan planned to go out and buy her some desserts, but he repeatedly gave orders before leaving. Don't go into the kitchen. Auntie, I beg you. Humph, if you beg me from now on, I won't cook either. Thank you. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. After finally getting Xia Yu's reply, Li Muhan thanked her profusely and left home. He came to the shopping street and saw the bustling crowd. Li Muhan's mood improved a lot. After all, the battle a week ago was too fantastic, to the point that he even doubted whether he was still on Earth. Then he couldn't help humming a little tune. Mom and Dad go to work, I go to kindergarten. Just as he passed by a coffee shop, he suddenly stopped, took 2 steps back, and looked inside through the glass window of the coffee shop. Li Muhan was shocked when he saw this. I saw a few women sitting by the window in the cafe. One of the women kept stirring the coffee in the cup with a nonchalant smile on her face. Who else could it be but Lindsay? At this time, Lindsay was not wearing the smart black suit that she usually wore to work. But the overall color tone of the outfit has not changed. It is still all black. She was wearing a dark black sweater that was close-fitting and comfortable. The sweater's collar and cuffs have a unique design, adding a touch of fashion. The lower body is a hip-hugging miniskirt and paired with black tights, which tightly wrap the legs and show off the slender figure. Come to think of it, this was the first time Li Muhan saw Lindsay's legs. She usually wore suit trousers, and she couldn't tell that this petite woman had such long legs. Next to her sat a woman with long silver hair that was casually tied into a fluffy ponytail. A few strands of hair gently floated beside her cheeks, adding a touch of gentleness and sweetness to her. She wore a light blue turtleneck sweater, the hem of which gently covered a light gray long wool skirt, which made her look graceful and warm. On her feet were a pair of simple white short boots with a slightly raised shoe opening, which was both fashionable and a little playful. Li Muhan also recognized that this woman was the girl who gave him a professional assessment when he first went to the Special Management Bureau. Her name seemed to be Yun, now that she has taken off the elegant white dress and put on casual clothes, Li Muhan is even more amazed at her beauty. Opposite Lin Zhe and Hua Yun sat a woman Li Muhan was very familiar with. With the same long silver hair as Hua Yun and a beautiful but slightly aggressive face, it was undoubtedly Hattie. This scene made Li Muhan feel a little emotional. These three people must be tens of thousands of years old in total. But how could they still look like three ordinary young, beautiful girls having a tea party? Seeing that the three of them seemed to be communicating something, and Hua Yun would cover her mouth and laugh from time to time, Li Muhan realized that he had to leave quickly. Just when he was about to look away, the three of them suddenly turned their heads at the same time and smiled at him. The scene was so bizarre that Li Muhan wondered if he was in some kind of nightmare. That indifferent look and smile seemed to be saying to Li Muhan, "Have you seen enough? Come in quickly." Three women make a drama, let alone these three great gods. Li Muhan wanted to escape, but who could escape from the three of them? So, Li Muhan had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in. "Hello, leader." Li Muhan walked to the table where the three of them were sitting and greeted Lin Zhe first. Then he looked at the silver-haired girl Hua Yun and nodded slightly, and finally looked at Hattie. "Hello, Hattie. Don't be so nervous, Li Muhan. Today is a day off. You should relax too." Hattie sat down inside and patted the empty sofa. Li Muhan swallowed his saliva, unwilling in his heart, but finally sat down under the gaze of the three people. At this moment, he not only had to endure the gazes of the three girls, but also the envious and hateful gazes from all around him. It was like he was being attacked from both sides. "How's it going, Li Muhan? Did you learn anything from this competition?" Lin Zhe asked Li Muhan with a smile while stirring the coffee in the cup. "Well, I feel the care and love the Special Management Bureau has for its members. I'm filled with excitement to share this joy with everyone, and I express my sincerest gratitude to every member and leader who has supported and helped me. Through this competition, I've experienced the profound significance of both growth and challenge. During the intense and fulfilling battles, I not only improved my professional skills and problem-solving abilities, but also gained a deeper understanding of the crucial importance of teamwork to personal growth and the development of the Special Management Bureau. Every discussion and every piece of feedback is a precious treasure on the road ahead." Crack! The spoon in front of Lin Zhe was broken into two pieces, but there was still a gentle smile on her face. "Speak human language to me. I've learned that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always people who are better than you." Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. "Well, if you weren't so rude, you'd actually be a pretty good young man." Li Muhan did not comment on Lin Zhe's evaluation. He is an orphan, and making jokes is a survival skill. Sometimes making others feel that he is easy to get along with is also a social method. But in front of these three girls, he might not need to be so restrained. So he asked his own question. "Director Lin, regarding Xiao Luer, are you really going to let her go just like that?" When Lin Zhe heard Li Muhan mention Xiao Luer, his expression changed slightly. "We have no intention of letting her go. Our people are also trying their best to track her, but she is too good at hiding her presence." Lin Zhe rarely showed a helpless smile. Li Muhan slowly lowered his head. He thought of Hua Tian, that stubborn man. If it weren't for Xiao Luer, Hua Tian would not have died, and perhaps those more than 10 girls would not have encountered those terrible things. So in Li Muhan's heart, Xiao Luer must pay the price for the mistake she made. "So why did you do this?" Li Muhan looked at Lin Zhe seriously. "Just for a dog? I think it's more than that." She even went to such lengths to attack the communication competition. Lin Zhe and Hua Yun looked at each other, and finally looked at Li Muhan with a smile. "What would you think if I told you that her purpose was to make Xia Yu uncomfortable or even disgust her?" Li Muhan was a little bit unbelievable, but Lin Zhe didn't seem to intend to convince Li Muhan. She just smiled and said nothing, then made a gesture to Li Muhan to leave. "Then, I'm leaving." Li Muhan heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up, and just as he was about to leave, Hua Yun suddenly looked at him and said, "Please don't mind, Mr. Li Muhan. I can sense that you are confused, but don't worry, everything will be fine. Her eyes were ethereal and deep, as if she could see through everything. But Li Muhan was confused. Please get out of Tianhai City, Riddler. Thank you, Miss Huayan. But he still smiled and thanked Huayan. Finally, Li Muhan left the cafe. He walked away quickly and didn't dare to stay any longer. Just when he was about to walk into a dessert shop, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw Xiaoyu standing behind him, looking at him with a devilish smile. Why did you come out? And why did you suddenly reveal your vampire form? Li Muhan suddenly became nervous when he saw the silver-haired Xiaoyu, but after a closer look. No, why does Xiaoyu have short hair? Oh, it seems you mistook me for her. This will make her angry. After hearing what Li Muhan said, the girl with short silver hair curled up the corners of her mouth and revealed an intriguing smile. Li Muhan remembered this smile. Are you Xiaoyu's sister? It's my sister. The girl's face instantly darkened. No matter how I look at it, she's her sister. Okay. She puffed out her chest, and Li Muhan took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the culprit would dare to appear in front of him. He subconsciously wanted to reach behind his back, but found that he didn't bring Fu Jiangzhima with him at all. Don't be nervous. I think your name is Li Muhan. The girl took a small step forward, as if to smell the scent of Li Muhan. She was wearing a dress that exuded a lovely air. This skirt is mainly in black and white, which are cleverly interwoven to form a beautiful picture. The style of the skirt is simple yet elegant, perfectly showing the girl's youthful vitality. On her legs were a pair of black printed stockings, and her slender legs were faintly visible between the hem of her skirt. Really? You smell like that woman all over. What's wrong with you? You're a human. No, a demon. Why do you like vampires? None of your business. Li Muhan looked at the girl in front of him warily. In fact, even if he had brought Fu Jiangzhima with him, he would not draw his sword in such a busy street. Please do me a favor, brother. Don't call me that. Oh, you didn't refuse to help me. You were so kind. Li Muhan frowned as he saw her using a face that was almost identical to Xiaoyu's, but saying things that Xiaoyu would never say. What do you want? While Li Muhan was dealing with the situation, he looked toward the cafe where they had just been. He wished that Lin Zhe and the others would come out of the cafe right now and capture the vampire. The girl stretched out her hands, which had been behind her back, and held an exquisite gift bag in her hands. The bag is made of fine silk and is inlaid with tiny pearls, making it look particularly exquisite. What's this? What conspiracy do you have? Li Muhan did not take the gift bag, but instead looked at the girl with a more vigilant look. Facing Li Muhan's questioning, Xia Luer sighed. The playfulness in her eyes seemed to fade considerably, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Her expression now mirrored Xiaoyu's. Please pass this on to Xiaoli, or should I call her Xiaoyu now? Hearing that it was something for Xiaoyu, Li Muhan hesitated, but Xia Luer had already stuffed the gift bag into Li Muhan's hands. It's a dessert. Don't worry. It's a gift from the older sister to the younger sister. Seeing that Li Muhan did not throw away the bag, Xia Luer breathed a sigh of relief, and then that playful smile returned to her face. I heard from Waziki that the dead human from the Special Management Bureau was the captain of his previous team. At this moment, Xia Luer actually took the initiative to bring up this matter, and Li Muhan immediately felt hatred in his heart. Yes, his name is Huatian, but you shouldn't just remember him. The girl who was tortured by that narrow country should be blamed on you. I didn't expect this to happen, but it's true. This happened because of me. Xia Luer lowered her head slightly. If you want to kill me, at another time, I will accept your wrath. Strangeness. Li Muhan felt very strange in his heart. Usually, when faced with righteous accusations, these evil people, demons, and bosses would laugh and shift the blame to other things, saying things like it's not me who is wrong, it's the world, or human life is just an ant, just a piece of grass, so just kill them. It has nothing to do with me. And then make a passionate speech about conquering the world? Why did Xia Luer seem willing to accept all the accusations against her now, and even felt a hint of guilt? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. Li Muhan thought so. As if she could see what Li Muhan was thinking, the girl took a step back, placed her hands behind her back, and looked at Li Muhan with a playful look. Why? Do you think I have any bad intentions? Don't you have enough bad intentions? Li Muhan couldn't help but yell, and because the sound was so loud, many passers-by looked at him sideways, and some even whispered about him. This guy is so fierce. Is that his girlfriend? He doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings he has. So cute, like a foreigner, like a doll. Listening to the discussion of passers-by, Li Muhan frowned and suppressed his inner anger. The girl did turn around and gently hooked her hand at Li Muhan with her back. Come with me, and I'll tell you what I want to do. Li Muhan hesitated a little, but Xia Luer didn't seem to want to say anything more to Li Muhan and walked straight into the crowd. After some ideological struggle, Li Muhan finally followed behind Xia Luer, but he remained vigilant at all times and did not dare to take his eyes off the girl's back. As for Xia Luer, she seemed not to care about Li Muhan's gaze behind her. She hummed a song and walked briskly on the busy street. Sometimes she was attracted by street snacks, and sometimes she went to look at the kittens and puppies in the pet shop. This made Li Muhan seem like he was accompanying her shopping. Look at this meow. Xia Luer picked up a fat cat from the pet shop and rubbed its head. The kitten immediately narrowed its eyes and made a purring sound. Li Muhan was speechless. This girl's curiosity about all kinds of new things was exactly the same as Xia Yu's, but she was also very different from Xia Yu. Xia Yu had a very cold personality, but Xia Luer could express her emotions very well. For example, now, even when facing Li Muhan with a face full of bitterness and hatred, she can deal with it calmly. Don't be so fierce. Look, the kitten is acting cute to you. Meow. The cat purred and squinted at Li Muhan. Li Muhan likes cats very much, but in this situation, he has no mood to pet a cat. Seeing that he was not moved by the cat's cuteness, the girl felt a little discouraged. She gently put the cat back on the cat climbing frame, then put her hands on her hips and looked at Li Muhan and said, Do you really want to know my purpose so much? Yes, if your goal is to conquer the world like Lucifer, I will. Xia Luer raised her finger, shook it gently, puffed up her cheeks, and said to Li Muhan, Okay, stop talking. I'm telling you, follow me. Seeing that he was asked to follow her again, Li Muhan became a little impatient and grabbed Xia Luer's wrist. Say it right here. Xia Luer pushed Li Muhan away and rolled her eyes at him. Are you a screw-up? There are so many cute cats here, and you actually wanted to say something so horrible. Scary words? Sure enough, this woman's purpose is definitely not simple, judging from the novels, TV dramas, and various games he has read. This woman must have a shocking secret that she cannot reveal. Xia Luer was a little annoyed. She sneered and looked at Li Muhan, folding her arms across her chest and speaking in a domineering manner. You're right. I gone to great lengths to find the fragments of the heart of the world, all in order to strengthen those aliens and build my own army. You may not know this, but every 60 years, an extremely powerful treasure appears in Tianhai City. Li Muhan frowned. This matter is actually related to Tianhai City. Go on. He looked at Charles coldly. And the special management bureaus around the world will also send an outstanding combatant. They will bring the strongest aliens to Tianhai City. Then, after the treasure appears, these aliens and the Special Management Bureau combatants will pair up and fight each other for the treasure. This treasure is the holy grail that can grant any wish. Whoever obtains it can obtain the whole world. Holy crap. Awesome. As expected, your motives are not simple. Xia Luer opened her arms, showing an excited look, and her voice became louder and louder. That's right. I came here to fight for the Holy Grail. Other contenders will arrive soon. We will be divided into different classes, and my rank is Assassin. Li Muhan was completely stunned. What was going on? He had never heard Lin Zhe mention anything so awesome in Tianhai City. Wait, Assassin, is there still Saber? Yes. And Caster? Yes. That's right. Li Muhan's eyes slowly turned into dead fish eyes. Does that Saber still have a sword of promised victory? Xia Luer nodded vigorously. That's infringement, sister. Oh, Then let's not divide them by class. Let's divide them by constellations. The 12 aliens represent the 12 constellations. And I have to defeat the 12 constellation warriors to reach the final temple. It's still infringement. Then divide it by zodiac. You're a pig. Li Muhan raised his hand and slapped Xia Luer on the head very slowly. You little brat. Are you F asterisk 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 G kidding me? Only then did Li Muhan realize that what Xia Luer had just said were all plots from games or anime. This kid was really making a fool of him. It was you who wanted to hear some shocking secret, but now you're telling me about it. Xia Luer covered her forehead that was hit and pouted, saying in dissatisfaction, I want to hear your true thoughts. What exactly do you want to do? Xia Luer rubbed her forehead and finally sighed, then put her hands behind her back and thought for a while before saying, well, I want to eat takoyaki, I want to eat dessert, I want to drink milk tea, I want to travel, I want to play games, and also I want to wear more beautiful clothes. Li Muhan couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed the girl by the collar, attracting the staff in the pet shop to come over and watch and try to stop the fight. Please let this sister go. How rude. If you don't let go, I'll call the police. Li Muhan ignored those people. At this moment, he thought of Hua Tian, the careless man. His son died at the hands of that narrow country, and he himself also died at the hands of that narrow country many years later. All this was because of the vampire in front of him. Sorry. Xia Luer looked at Li Muhan's angry eyes and said the most useless words. I'm sorry. If it were useful, why would we need the police? But what surprised Li Muhan was why she said sorry. But this is really what I actually think. I don't want to conquer the world, nor do I really want to kill anyone, Li Muhan. I will not excuse what I did before. Like I said before, I will bear your wrath if you want to kill me. A faint smile appeared on Xia Luer's lips. You're welcome anytime. In the end, Li Muhan did not continue to attack Xia Luer. She could see that Xia Luer was telling the truth. This woman did not have any shocking conspiracy, nor did she want to conquer the world like Lucifer. A lot of what she does is based on her feelings. For example, she was looking for the heart of the world in order to restore Xia Yu's strength. Although she said verbally that she wanted to embarrass Xia Yu and wanted to see Xia Yu hurt the people around her because of her power going out of control, according to Lindsay, it would be very harmful to her body if Xia Yu's power was suppressed like this. As a high-level vampire, the power she displayed was totally inconsistent with her alien level. If this continued, she would probably be completely ruined. So it was difficult for Li Muhan to judge whether Xia Luer was worried about Xia Yu or really just wanted to let Xia Yu's power run wild. He let Xia Luer leave and did not report to the Special Management Bureau. If Xia Luer is really an unforgivable person, then Li Muhan will be very happy. Even if she is extremely powerful, stronger than Lucifer, Baihu, and even Sun Yin, he will not be afraid. But now, looking at the girl who was happily enjoying everything in the human world, he really didn't know what to do. It feels like punching cotton. He is not a saint and will not forgive Xia Luer on behalf of those injured girls in Huatian. But he has thought so much and said so much. Li Muhan decided to let Xia Luer go because of her words. And this sentence also fully represents Li Muhan's selfishness. By the way, my fate is linked to my sister's. If I die, she won't be able to live. Because of this sentence, Li Muhan could only watch Xia Luer waved at him and walked away. It turns out that I was just feeling self-admiring when I was thinking about it for so long. In the end, it was because of Xia Yu that he couldn't do anything. Li Muhan scratched his head and cursed in his heart. This idiot has wasted so many words again. What's wrong, little brother? Just when Li Muhan was feeling very unhappy, a voice suddenly came into his ears, and then a person put his arm around his shoulder from behind. Li Muhan felt very familiar with this voice, and then turned around to look. F asterisk asterisk K. Monkey. The person who suddenly appeared was Sun Yin. Hearing Li Muhan's address to himself, Sun Yin almost subconsciously called out, Beiji again, but in the end he held back and could only pat Li Muhan's shoulder helplessly inside. You and he are so much alike. With whom? Li Muhan looked at Sun Yin doubtfully, and Sun Yin quickly waved his hands. No one. Then he looked in the direction where Xia Luer had just left, then sighed and said to Li Muhan, "Okay, stop worrying about her. Even if she and your girlfriend don't share the same fate, you can't touch her." Li Muhan was stunned, then immediately realized that Sun Yin had heard the conversation between him and Xia Luer just now. But then he thought, who is Sun Yin? He is Monkey Brother. It doesn't seem strange that he can do this. What he's really curious about is why Sun Yin said that. "You think I can't beat her?" Sun Yin said with a sneer. Sun Yin sneered, looked at Li Muhan, and said, "Don't be silly, kid. If everything in this world could be solved by force, it would be much easier. When I was on my journey to obtain the scriptures, I encountered so many monsters. How many of them were actually killed by me? They have connections above them." Speaking of this, Sun Yin seemed to remember something. The one that left the deepest impression on me was when I encountered a golden-winged rock. That guy was so powerful that even I, old Sun, couldn't handle him. Guess what happened in the end? Sun Yin seemed to want to keep it a secret, but unexpectedly Li Muhan gave the answer directly. He is Tathagata's uncle. Tathagata protected him, and even the lion and the elephant were not punished. Sun Yin was stunned and scratched his head. "You know, Brother Monkey, even a 3-year-old child knows your deeds." After Li Muhan finished speaking, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He pondered Sun Yan's words and suddenly realized something he hadn't considered before. Then he recalled his encounter with Lin Zhe at the cafe. Logically, at such close proximity, it was impossible for Lin Zhe to be unaware of Xia Luer's presence nearby. This realization startled Li Muhan. Did the Special Management Bureau deliberately leave her alone? That shouldn't be the case. She caused such a huge loss. Why doesn't the Special Management Bureau hold her accountable? It's not that we won't pursue it. In some cases, the people above us have reached some kind of deal. I, old Sun, have lived to this day and find that one of the most interesting things humans do is that they can turn a fight that was once a life and death struggle into a bargain. I have to say, humans are truly incredibly creative. After counseling Li Muhan, Sun Yin told him that he came to Tianhai City for tourism and wanted to meet their director Chang Yu. After all, he had saved the young guys from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. When he heard Chang Yu, Li Muhan's curiosity was aroused again. Brother Monkey, let me ask you about Director Chang Yu's background. He seems very powerful, but I've never seen him take action." Sun Yin walked in front of Li Muhan with a lollipop in his mouth. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky, and finally smiled and shook his head. "It cannot be said. It cannot be said." Afterwards, Sun Yin separated from Li Muhan on the pretext of meeting Chang Yu. At this time, Li Muhan looked at the gift bag that Xia Luer gave him and couldn't help feeling a little lost, until something white floated onto the bridge of his nose. He raised his hand to wipe off the white stuff, and then looked up. Heavy snow was falling all over the sky, and passers-by stopped to watch the snow scene. It hasn't snowed in Tianhai City for 10 years. It snowed once before because of Hattie, and this time it might be the first snow in 10 years. It was then that Li Muhan noticed that many of the surrounding shops had put up Santa Claus stickers, and some even displayed Christmas trees. It was only then that he remembered that Christmas seemed to be approaching. Amitabha. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning around, I saw a monk holding a bowl and begging for alms in front of a barbecue restaurant. Donor, meeting his fate. I see that you have a face as bright as peach blossoms, so you must be lucky in love. Get lost. Where did this monk come from? He's talking nonsense. If the kid's mother hears it, he'll be in F********** G trouble again. The barbecue restaurant owner pushed the monk out without any hesitation. "Oh, boss, even without meat, vegetables are fine, porridge is fine, rice soup is fine. I'm not picky about food, boss. Mindray will lose a lot of money." The monk who was pushed outside, and just as he turned around, he saw Li Muhan. So he put one hand in front of his chest and lowered his head slightly and said, "Amitabha, Captain Li, I hope you are well." And this monk begging for alms in the barbecue restaurant. is none other than Jin Shin, the member of the ninth team who is so foul-mouthed while playing games. No, Zhongya, give. Li Muhan handed the vegetable cake he had just bought to monk Zhongya. The monk was very grateful after receiving it, but he did not eat it. Instead, he put the vegetable cake into his bowl. Ba. Thank you, Captain Li. What's going on? Has the supernatural management department gotten this broke? Are you even begging for food? The two men sat on a bench on the street. To outsiders, this combination might seem strange. A tall young man and a tall monk. This combination is really too eye-catching. After hearing Li Muhan's words, the monk smiled and shook his head slightly. Captain Li, begging isn't begging, and I'm certainly not begging because I'm starving. This is a Buddhist religious practice, all for the purpose of saving people, promoting Buddhism, and making good connections. Hearing the monk mumbling a lot of nonsense, Li Muhan seemed speechless. He was still holding the gift bag that Xia Luer had given him. He originally wanted to throw it away, but when he thought about the fact that Xia Luer was Xia Yu's biological sister and he had checked the things himself, he found that there were some very expensive and exquisite desserts, plus a ruby necklace. I have also felt the ruby necklace myself. There is no strange power in it. It should be just an ordinary piece of jewelry. Seeing Li Muhan staring at the bag in his hand, Zhongya slowly stood up and said, Captain Li should be busy, so I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow is Christmas. Although it's not a holiday related to Huaxia, seeing people enjoying the festive atmosphere is also a kind of good karma. Captain Li, remember our agreement and meet in the canyon this weekend. Watching Zhongya walk into another store and start begging, Li Muhan could only smile bitterly. Yes, tomorrow is Christmas. He suddenly remembered something. Christmas originated in Rome. It was originally a day to commemorate the sun god, but later evolved into Christmas. In other words, all vampires and demons should hate this day. Should I say Merry Christmas to Xiaoyu? Why get beaten up then? At the same time, a grand banquet was also taking place in the Zhao family manor. The Zhao group had made another big deal. Zhao Zhijiang set up a banquet in the manor in Tianhai City and invited guests, but he did not allow his youngest son to attend. Stay in your room and don't embarrass yourself. This was the last thing Zhao Zhijiang said to Zhao Qinquan. He looked at his son's severed hand with disdain, his tone extremely cold. Finally, I warn you, if I find you messing with Li Muhan and his companion, Zhao Qinquan, again, even if you are my son, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhao Qinquan wanted to say something, but finally swallowed his words. The bustle in the manor contrasted sharply with the darkness in his room. He punched the wall hard, then curled up in pain. He knew that his father seemed to have hired a killer to kill Li Muhan, but the assassination failed. The next day, 3 of his father's fingers were suddenly chopped off. F***KU, Li Muhan, Guruashi, I won't let you go. The hatred in his heart has never been extinguished. He can no longer rely on his father. At first, he would help him find a killer, but later, it seemed that he was severely warned several times by some senior people, and Zhao Zhijiang no longer took any other action. Last time, he asked his cousin to kidnap Guruashi, but he failed, and his cousin and several of his brothers were sent to the police station. These setbacks made Zhao Qinquan feel more and more resentful. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the unlit room. Zhao Zhijiang turned his head slightly and suddenly found a tall man standing in the corner of his room. I feel your anger, your hatred, your despair. Could you please let me help you resolve your problems? The man was wearing a pair of glasses and a suit. His hair was neatly combed back, and he had a cold and confident smile on his face. You, who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? How dare you enter my room without permission? Zhao Qinquan was a little scared at first, and then he was furious. He picked up a pistol on the table, held the pistol with his only remaining hand, and pointed it at the man. Don't you have someone you want to kill? I promise you, leave it to me, and I will solve the problem perfectly for you. The man with glasses was not afraid of the gun in Zhao Qinquan's hand at all. Instead, the smile on his face became even more weird. F***KU. Zhao Qinquan just thought that the other party was a psychopath who sneaked in, But today was his father's party, so he didn't dare to shoot. He could only move closer aggressively and put the muzzle of the gun against the man's head. Are you crazy about money? You've cheated me. Why don't you even ask who I am, Cohen? Of course I know who you are. You're the young master of the Zhao group. You're 175 centimeters tall and weigh 79 kilograms. You love overalls and have a middle-parted hairstyle. You played forward on the basketball team for 2.5 years in high school. And you're G investigating me. Zhao Qinquan raised the gun in his hand and hit the man's head with the butt of the gun. But the next second, Zhao Qinquan found himself falling to the ground, with the pistol in his hand held by a man. Zhao Qinquan was about to curse, but the man had already squatted down, put the muzzle of the gun into Zhao Qinquan's mouth, and then made a gesture to silence him. Don't get excited, Mr. Zhao. I'm here to discuss business tonight. I can help you deal with that person you can't handle. Zhao Qinquan broke out in a cold sweat. This gun was truly loaded. If this man's hand slipped, if you understand, just blink, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qinquan suddenly began to blink. The man smiled and put the gun back, then pulled Zhao Qinquan up from the ground. That's right, Mr. Zhao. You want revenge, and I want money. Our relationship is as simple as that. Ow. How much the K do you want? The man smiled and took out a small calculator. He pressed a few buttons and handed it to Zhao Qinquan. 50 million. Are you G crazy? He's an orphan? A life worth 50 million? No, my master Zhao. He's not just an orphan. Let me tell you, he's not even human. That's why this price is very suitable. Not human? Zhao Qinquan originally wanted to say, what the hell are you talking about? But then he suddenly thought of how all his bodyguard were killed by Li Muhan that night, and how his own hand was torn off by him. The unforgettable pain and fear still made him tremble, even now. You're a new customer, so I can give you some discounts. I can help you kill that woman named Guruashi and the woman next to Li Muhan. What do you think? Zhao Qinquan lowered his head, as if considering it. Finally, he looked up at the man and said, Okay, kill Li Muhan, and then bring the woman next to him here. Don't hurt her. I'm going to torture her slowly. Catch him alive? The man touched his chin, then looked at Zhao Qinquan and said, It costs extra money. Li Muhan, I have a request. Chang Yu's tone was very serious and even had a hint of determination. Director Chang, I'm here. Li Muhan, can you do me a favor? Chang Yu's voice became increasingly hoarse, and Li Muhan's heart suddenly tightened. He opened his mouth, and finally, after careful consideration, he sighed and spoke. I'm sorry, Director Chang, I can't. He is no longer able to fight. Hey, Li Muhan, you are still too young. Snap. Chang Yu lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. This is all his acting skills, Li Muhan. Acting? Li Muhan was stunned. Chang Yu nodded, puffed out another puff of smoke, and spoke earnestly. Yes, acting skills. Aren't there all these people around you? In order to survive and win, they will do anything. Li Muhan, you know it best, right? But Director Chang, Li Muhan was extremely conflicted and in pain, not knowing what to do. Li Muhan, for my own good, Chang Yu threw away the cigarette, and said with a bitter smile, Use the Rift Herald on him for me. Li Muhan was so shocked that tears almost came out. At this moment, In Chi's cold voice came from the headset again. Get lost. I helped you crush the enemy team, and you gave it back. I picked the top lane Yasuo and told you you're no good. You're always quick to show your expression. The opponents are dancing in front of my tower. How can I stand this? Go back to the fountain and hang up. If there weren't so few people here today, who would play with you? At this moment, Li Muhan, who was operating passionately, did not know that Xia Yu behind him had been standing there for a long time. Li Muhan, wait, right now. Team fight. Team fight. I'll give you 3 seconds. Hey, Director Chang, don't use E. Please. Ouch. Damn it. Inchi, I leave it to you. Taoist Wang, it's time for a team fight. Don't just stand there and eat the minion wave. Xia Yu's eyes gradually turned cold, and then a hint of scarlet flashed across them. Li Muhan. We won. We won. We won. Young Imph. So tiring. Huang Zizai. Don't F asterisk 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 G destroy the crystal. Bully the fountain. Changyu. Thanks to me. Everyone. You haven't even been resurrected yet. It's none of your business. Next second, Li Muhan suddenly felt something hugging him from behind, and then a sharp pain came from his neck. Li Muhan was startled. Then he glanced sideways and saw Xiaoyu hugging him and biting his neck hard, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. I'm sorry. Li Muhan endured the pain in his neck and gently touched Xiaoyu's head. Snort. Xiaoyu ignored Li Muhan and continued to suck his neck hard. A thin trace of blood slid down Li Muhan's neck. Li Muhan continued to comfort Xiaoyu. I won't do that next time, I promise. Now Li Muhan can completely judge the vampire's mood from the feeling when Xiaoyu bites him. If you're in a particularly bad mood, you will feel a tearing pain. If she was in a normal mood, she wouldn't feel anything, just a slight tingling sensation. If she is in a particularly good mood, then that feeling is as good as heaven. And now there is no doubt that Xiaoyu is about to explode. The laptop computer he was playing with in his room now was bought by Xiaoyu secretly with Su Shue's help. It was a surprise prepared for Li Muhan. When Li Muhan returned home in the evening and found a laptop computer, his eyes lit up. I have to say that Su Shue's work is really flawless. When she delivered the computer, she even asked someone to help install the optical fiber. The eldest lady is very rigorous in her work. But what Xiaoyu didn't expect was that Li Muhan started playing online games as soon as he touched the computer. She had prepared other surprises, but Li Muhan just sat down and refused to get up. Are you calm now? Li Muhan asked in a low voice. Go to hell. Xiaoyu said this, but she was still hugging Li Muhan, with her teeth still digging into Li Muhan's neck. So her words were a little unclear, but to Li Muhan, she sounded very cute. I promise I won't leave you alone to play games anymore. You promise? Li Muhan nodded vigorously, and then he felt the girl's sharp teeth slowly withdraw from his neck. I'll spare you this time. Wait for me. After saying that, Xiaoyu snorted coldly and turned to walk into the bedroom. Ahem, Li Muhan, women will only affect your hand speed when playing games. Changyu's voice suddenly came. Do you still want to play? Inchi also asked dissatisfiedly. Damn it, why are you showing off your love so late at night? Huang Zizai's voice also sounded very dissatisfied. Only then did Li Muhan remember that the F asterisk 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 G voice was still there. He quickly said he didn't want to play anymore and quit the game. At the same time, a sneaky man was tiptoeing to the door of their house, and then his hands slowly placed on the door lock, and his fingers immediately became thin and long, and they directly poked into the keyhole. With a click, the door lock was slowly opened. He was very nervous because this was his first mission and the target was not a human being, but an alien like himself. However, he quickly calmed down because as an alien, he was also a killer. From the day he decided to make a living, he made up his mind to become the most powerful killer in the world. He took a deep breath. Count to 100 and I'll go in. He still needs some time to prepare mentally. However, at this moment, all the lights in the room suddenly went out. Then a soft and mysterious sound came from a corner of the room. It was the slight crackling of mechanical gears turning and delicate circuits intertwined, which was particularly clear in the silence. It was a starry sky projector. Li Muhan was a little confused. Perhaps it was because he was so surprised by the computer that he completely ignored the existence of this thing in the room. Soon, the top of the projector began to rotate, accompanied by a slight but vibrant electronic sound. It lit up tiny points of light that were powerful enough to penetrate the darkness of the night, to bring solace to the soul and a miraculous sense of existence. Countless tiny beams of light gradually converged and expanded. Then a vast starry sky banquet unfolded lavishly. The starry sky poured into every corner of the room. The inky black background is decorated with twinkling stars, with golden flames streaking across the walls, cold white stars dotting the ceiling, and a distant crescent moon and colorful planets forming a magnificent picture. Li Muhan's mouth opened into an O shape. He didn't even understand what was happening. At this moment, the shadow of the girl suddenly walked out of the bedroom, as if she was the most outstanding existence in this artificial galaxy. She was like a proud and mysterious night flower, with long hair as dark as obsidian gently brushing against her pale and delicate shoulders like porcelain. She was wearing a black dress, simple yet elegant, as dark as the depths of her soul that was never touched by the sun. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly with each of her delicate steps, revealing a beauty that was both inhuman and noble and cold. Her legs are tightly wrapped in black stockings, making them look slender and elegant, forming a sharp contrast with the fairness of her skin, revealing a noble and mysterious beauty. "Do you like it?" Xiaoyu's voice sounded slightly trembling, as if even she herself was very uncomfortable with this series of actions. "I like it. That's good. When did you buy this skirt?" Li Muhan was a little confused. He didn't remember buying this skirt for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Li Muhan, then moved closer to him, gently stroked his cheek with her hand, and said, "These are the clothes I had at my previous house." Her previous home? In other words, Xiaoyu had returned to the home of the two elderly people who had adopted her. Li Muhan. Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly, and then spoke to Li Muhan with a hint of lust. "You don't have anything you want to say to me?" Vampire's seductive skills are indeed innate. This was the only thought in Li Muhan's mind, and his brain had already crashed. After swallowing his saliva, he said it subconsciously without any consideration. "Yes, Xiaoyu, Merry Christmas." The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. "Oh no. Go to hell." At the same time, the alien killer standing at the door finally mustered up the courage. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and then he pushed the door open violently. Bang! "No, don't move, I am a killer." Before he could finish his words, he was hit on the head by a rapidly flying laptop. He was knocked out of the room and back into the corridor. "Li Muhan, what do you mean? You're sincere, right? I've prepared so much for you. What are you saying to me?" "Wait. No, don't smash it. I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that." "You didn't mean to? Then you did it on purpose?" Bang! The starry sky projector was also thrown out, and the killer, who had just recovered from his dizziness, was hit on the head again. He couldn't bear it any longer and crawled towards the corridor. He wanted to escape. He had to escape from this horrible place. On the top floor of an unnoticed building in Tianhai City, a man in his 50s, dressed in a Tang suit, sat in a room with simple decoration, lying on a throne chair. The radio next to him was playing Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, and he was humming along. At this moment, the door was opened, and the man in a suit and glasses who appeared in Zhao Qingquan's house walked in. "Teacher, Xiao Wu, how's the mission going?" The man moved his fingers slightly, and the radio stopped playing immediately. "It's not going well." The man in a suit called Xiao Wu pushed his glasses, looking a little embarrassed. The middle-aged man patted his round belly, looking relaxed and contented, as if he was not surprised by the result. "Well, that's understandable. The important thing is that we must learn from every failure. Come on, Xiao Wu, sit down and tell me how he failed." He shook his short, thick fingers again, and a chair flew over. Xiao was a little hesitant at first, but finally walked slowly to the chair and spoke as he was about to sit down. He rushed in through the main gate, but was hit by a hidden weapon right after he opened the door. He had to flee in panic. Ouch! But before his butt touched the chair, the fat man pointed his finger and the chair flew out immediately, and Xiao Wu sat down on the ground. "Oh my goodness." He slowly opened his eyes, propped up his fat body from the armchair, and asked Xiao Wu, who was sitting on the ground. "We are an organization of assassins, not bandits, let alone bandits." Xiao Wu quickly stood up from the ground and spoke respectfully to the man in front of him. "Yes, teacher. I was careless and chose a new one. This is what happens when you don't have training." The man suddenly slapped the armrest of the chair and stood up. "What did I tell you? Interns are just temporary workers. They can handle some human-related matters, but when it comes to aliens, you have to let the experienced veterans do it. Xiao Wu quickly stood up from the ground and spoke to the fat man very humbly. Yes, teacher, I was negligent. I thought he was just a newcomer to the Special Management Bureau, and I heard he was only at the cholera level, so... I heard, in our line of work, there's no room for ambiguity. Details determine success or failure, and any small mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire pyramid. Yes, teacher. The man with glasses immediately took out a notebook from his pocket and waited for the fat man to continue speaking. Forget it. I won't teach you today. You're considered a veteran. The fat man sat back in the chair. He stretched out his hand, and a palm leaf fan appeared in his hand. Everyone makes mistakes, but it's important to learn from them and take steps to prevent them from happening again. Managing workflows, reviewing documents, and communicating with clients all require the highest levels of precision and focus. Unfortunately, not everyone, let alone interns joining our organization, possesses this level of precision and focus. Yes, teacher, please give me your guidance. Xiao Wu squatted down next to the fat man. Well, since the opponent is at the cholera level, then the girl next to him is probably also at the cholera level. What should you do when facing 2 cholera levels? Send out 4 cholera-class tanks. Not only does it ensure mission efficiency, but 4 cholera-class tanks can also save costs. Xiao Wu answered immediately. Fart. The fat man straightened up again and hit Xiao Wu on the head with a palm leaf fan. What did I teach you? Manpower is a cost. Resources must be optimally allocated. 4 cholera-class tanks and 1 annihilation-class tank are more expensive. Don't you have any idea? Xiao Wu covered his head and began to calculate. 4 cholera-level weapons, each costing 5 million. So 4 would cost 20 million, and the price of 1 annihilation-level weapon is 10 million. Indeed, the annihilation class is cheaper, but he said with a bitter face, but teacher, our Weiwu Hall really doesn't have many annihilation-class weapons available right now. After all, the people we're dealing with this time are from the Special Management Bureau. If anything goes wrong, the losses will be huge. The fat man immediately patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. I've already found out everything. This kid is just a cholera-level monster. He can't cause any big trouble. An annihilation-level monster is enough. Just listen to me. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility. Then the fat man snorted again and looked out the window. You have to understand, Xiao Wu, that our Weiwu Hall was once an organization equally powerful as the Special Management Bureau in Tianhai City. Now, we're not declining, but rather dormant. This is called accumulating strength for a sudden burst of growth. It's a process that fosters accumulation and ultimately leads to future success and achievement. Come sit down. I'll give you a lesson in economics. Xiao Wu quickly took out his notebook again and squatted respectfully beside the fat man, his eyes focused, as if this man was his biological father. At the same time, Li Muhan finally coaxed Xiao Yu, but the laptop was useless. What a pity, I just bought it and it was smashed to pieces. Why do I remember that when you threw this thing, it seemed to hit someone? Li Muhan began to recall the scene at that time. No, you remembered it wrong, Xiao Yu said coldly, still seeming to have some anger left. Li Muhan could only helplessly collect the corpses of notebooks and projectors scattered in the corridor outside the door, and he was praying at the same time. Hope it doesn't hit anyone. However, with Xiao Yu's strength, if this computer really hits someone's head, that head will definitely explode. There was no blood at the scene. At this moment, Li Muhan suddenly discovered something. He squatted down and picked up a business card. Waiwutang Professional Killer Training Academy, first-year student ID card. What the hell is this? There's a QR code on the back. Li Muhan, who was somewhat curious, put the business card away. That night, in order to cheer Xiao Yu up, Li Muhan personally performed a stand-up comedy for more than 2 hours. The vampire girl laughed so hard that she started laughing. Li Muhan was speechless. Which vampire likes to listen to crosstalk, especially the one from Northeast Asia? After Xiao Yu fell asleep, he quietly got up. I glanced at the time. It was 1 a.m. Well, it's already past 12 o'clock, and today is Christmas. He closed his eyes and slowly entered the hall. This time he did not go to find Ball. After all, Ball also had a grudge against this festival, and he did not want to bring bad luck today. Hypnos. After arriving at the Temple of the God of Dreams, Li Muhan indeed found that the God of Sleep was sleeping again. He walked to the girl's bed and looked at the cute girl wearing loose teddy bear pajamas, sleeping with her mouth open and snoring exaggeratedly, with a snot bubble on her nose. He couldn't help but sigh. She really needs to repair her divinity. She sleeps for 20 hours out of 24 hours. This kind of life is simply, I'm so G envious. It seemed like it was just time to get up, and Hypnos slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? When he opened his eyes and saw Li Muhan, Hypnos didn't react at first and planned to take a nap. But a few seconds later, whoa, the girl suddenly raised her hand and punched Li Muhan in the face. K. Li Muhan was hit by the little fist and flew out of the temple. I was so careless. She's a deity after all. How could I have forgotten about this? As soon as I got up, I saw Hypnos in pajamas chasing me out. You rude person. What did you do while I was sleeping? Li Muhan didn't quite understand what Hypnos meant at first, but when he understood, he shook his head like a rattle. After some explanation, Hypnos reluctantly believed Li Muhan's words. Don't go into a girl's room casually anymore. Li Muhan wants to complain. You call this a room? It's just a shabby temple without a door. And isn't this your own body? Why are the tenants in my body so arrogant? Let's not talk about Ball. He is just a big boss. How dare Hypnos, a transfer student, tell him what to do? Forget it. I won't pursue this matter. This won't happen again. Hypnos blushed slightly. She sat on the edge of the bed, crossed her arms over her chest, and crossed her legs. There was a hint of evasion in her eyes when she looked at Li Muhan. So what do you want from me? Finally, we get to the point. Li Muhan quickly stepped forward and said, Hey, North, I have a question. What's your name? Although he was puzzled by this title, Hypnos chose not to argue with Li Muhan in order not to waste his precious waking time. So Li Muhan raised his own questions. I saw comics and a game console in your room. Did you bring them in from outside? Hypnos nodded. After all, I'm not like the other demons in your body. There are many restrictions on them here. Am I considered a VIP? The girl smiled with pride, and Li Muhan cursed in his heart. Then you should pay the rent. After confirming that Hypnos could bring real things into the pandemonium, which gathered all kinds of demons, Li Muhan felt relieved. So what exactly do you want to ask me? First of all, I bought all these comics, game consoles, and snacks with my own money. I absolutely did not violate any rules. As if he was worried that Li Muhan was questioning him in the capacity of the Special Management Bureau, Hypnos became a little nervous and turned around to hug his beloved doll. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask if you could bring something in for me. I'll pay for it. Hypnos looked into Li Muhan's eyes warily, and after realizing that the other party really didn't seem to be here to blame her for bringing things in, she nodded slightly. 20% for the errands. She finally whispered. Li Muhan was speechless, but still agreed to her terms. Okay, but I need a small favor from you. A little favor? Hypnos frowned after hearing Li Muhan's words. An hour later, it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. Although Tianhai City is a city with a good nightlife, people have not yet recovered from the previous serial disappearances of young girls, so the city seems particularly quiet at this time. But in Li Muhan's body, today was actually quite lively. I warn you, human. Lucifer, whose body was bound, looked warily at Li Muhan, who kept approaching him. The devil who always took pleasure in deceiving humans was now helpless in front of this human. He couldn't help but feel humiliated. Don't come over here. Your Highness, we could discuss this. I can give you a lot of things you want. Do you like my body? Am I beautiful? Wait, what are you doing? Hey, wait. I'm not prepared. No, I didn't even want to prepare for this. The woman's pleading kept coming to Li Muhan's mind. When he looked at the woman again, he found that her eyes were full of fear and even a trace of tears. If Li Muhan didn't know the true identity of this demon, he might not have had the heart to do it. Huaxia has an old saying that goes well. Li Muhan slowly approached the woman, playing with something in his hands. It's called, "A man of insight is a hero. I believe that the various props I have here will surely satisfy you." No, 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 please, only here. No, no, I don't want this. The woman began to cry. Li Muhan smiled crookedly, revealing a look of disdain. I told you long ago that I would show you how humans retaliate against their enemies. Look, I'm here in a few days. Do you know what I call this? This is called retribution in this life. After saying that, Li Muhan suddenly put the thing in his hand on the woman's head. When the woman was put on this thing, her whole body was trembling as if she was wearing some kind of torture device. And it was none other than a Christmas hat, and it was green. Why is it green? Li Muhan turned and looked at Hypnos. Huh? You didn't tell me what color you wanted. I was in a hurry to go back to bed, so I just bought one at random. Hypnos yawned as he stood behind Li Muhan. Forget it. This doesn't matter. What about the other things? Give them to me quickly. Completely ignoring the woman's curses and cries in his head, Li Muhan took a loose robe from Hypnos. It was a clergyman's robe, and a clergyman's hat and a cross. All right, ready, Hypnos? Go. Sometimes Hypnos had no idea what was going on in the mind of the man in front of him. He could be strong enough to resolve the feud between him and Thanatos, or he could be so stupid as to play shame play with an imprisoned demon. But there was no way, since he was the landlord. Although he was reluctant, he still pressed the switch of the Christmas tree next to him with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, the Christmas tree that Li Muhan had just decorated lit up, along with many colorful lights wrapped around the chains that bound Lucifer. The entire prison was suddenly filled with a warm yet eerie atmosphere. Human, no, I curse you. I spit on you. Dear Lord, when we think of the sufferings you went through on earth, the sorrows you endured throughout your life, how can we not remember them? How can we not grieve? How many poems praising you, how many pieces of music thanking you are stirring in our hearts? Li Muhan began to imitate the priest on TV and recite the Bible to Lucifer. Shut up, shut up. You be asterisk, asterisk, ch. Be asterisk, 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 d. Human, I hate you. Suddenly, she heard no movement behind her. Li Muhan turned around and saw Hypnos standing there in her nun's clothes, almost asleep. He coughed twice. Ahem. North. Get to work. Hypnos's snot bubble suddenly burst. She looked at Li Muhan with dissatisfaction, and finally started singing reluctantly. Gold is defeated. Gold is defeated. Golden Hook Ola is... No, something more solemn. You're so annoying. This is called a sense of ritual. Then Hypnos began to sing the Christmas Eve Mass hymns. I have to say, the god of sleep sings really beautifully with its own reverberation. The entire prison was suddenly shrouded in a sacred atmosphere. Oh, my child, lost lamb, get out, get out. Shut up. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Oh, my child, everyone will die, and some people need a little help. Oh, look, look. She is crying with joy. Just finish it quickly. Hypnos urged. It's a very pleasant evening. Oh, but happy times always pass quickly. I make a wish to Heavenly Father. May the Lord guide your soul. Oh, my child. Li Muhan spoke in a sarcastic tone, put the cross in his hand on the woman's forehead, and said with a smile on his face, Amen. A tall woman in a black windbreaker is standing on top of a building. Her figure is like a ghost in the night, mysterious and elusive. The windbreaker swayed gently in the breeze, as if an extension of her cold mood. She stared at the city that had fallen asleep beneath her feet, her eyes deep and distant. Makabaka, aka Waka, Mika Makam, Makabaka, Abiaka, Ika, Ikeo. At this moment, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Well, okay, I've received the order. Mission target Li Muhan, Xiaoyu, target level, cholera level. What? No official documents. The woman frowned slightly. Are they from the Special Management Bureau? Then why are there no official documents? After listening to the explanation from the person on the phone, The woman sneered. Oh, so he got in through the back door. That's possible. What? I heard it was Lin Zay's gigolo. What about that girl called Xiaoyu? What? Lin Zay also likes women? Is the information reliable? Holy crap. So exciting. Tell me more. I love to hear it. As soon as gossip was mentioned, the woman suddenly lost her cold and arrogant aura. Ahem, well, I understand. Hee hee, of course I trust the organization. Our intelligence network is the most powerful in the world. Don't worry, it's just 2 cholera-level ones. Leave it to me. After hanging up the phone, the woman slowly stepped out and jumped directly out of the roof. Then, in midair, her figure suddenly turned into a gust of wind, whistling towards Li Muhan's apartment. Li Muhan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should be aware of your own situation, right? Early in the morning, Li Muhan was called to the office by the university counselor. His attendance rate has been terrible recently. Considering his family background, the counselor actually sympathized with him, so he specifically talked to him. If you keep going like this, graduating will be a problem. The teacher, who was wearing glasses and had a somewhat bald head, threw the attendance sheet on the table, looking quite disappointed in his students. Yes, teacher, I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to yourself. You know your situation best. You're smart, Li Muhan. You'll definitely find a good job after graduation. Isn't that good? Look at what you're doing now. You don't even show up for school, and all you do is hang out with that girl from the foreign languages department. Foreign languages department? So, I've known Xiaoyu for so long, and this is the first time I know that she is from the foreign languages department? That's true. She looks like she's mixed race and has lived in other countries before. Does it make sense for her to choose the foreign languages department? This is incredibly reasonable. Anyway, the teacher advises you not to hang out with her anymore. She has given up on herself and has no future. Originally, the teacher wanted to say something even more unpleasant. He had certainly heard of the reputation of this girl from the foreign languages department. She had only been there for less than a year, and all kinds of negative news about her had already spread. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, since so many people were talking about it, it must have been based on facts. Li Muhan seemed to have seen through the teacher's thoughts. He was grateful for the teacher's concern for him, but he also felt a little angry at the teacher's behavior of making groundless guesses and believing in rumors. You are a teacher, and I will not teach you how to behave, but I hope you will not believe rumors before you have the facts. After saying that, Li Muhan picked up the attendance sheet. I will definitely find a way. Thank you again, teacher, for your concern for me. Before leaving, he bowed to the teacher, which made the teacher furious. Li Muhan, you're hopeless. Sooner or later, she'll take you in. The good student has turned into a bad student. Young people these days, they're all like this. Walking out of the office, Li Muhan could still hear the curses coming from the office behind him, so he opened the office door again. He looked at the teacher with a smile and said, Teacher, she is my girlfriend, so I hope you won't say such things again. Girlfriend, how dare you? You know she... The teacher couldn't continue speaking because although Li Muhan was smiling, his eyes were staring at him like a poisonous snake. This oppressive feeling made the teacher feel his throat tighten, and he couldn't say a word. Thank you, teacher. After leaving the office, Li Muhan looked at the attendance sheet and sighed. I still need this degree certificate, otherwise I'll be sorry for Aunt Jiang and Uncle Gu who adopted me. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and ran to the teaching building of the foreign languages department. This morning, Xiaoyu wanted to stay in bed, but Li Muhan felt that since she was a college student in name only, it wouldn't be a big deal if she didn't go to school all day. How can you sleep at your age? How can you sleep? Can't study anymore. Are you going to give up? He chanted sutras by the bed for half an hour and finally annoyed Xiaoyu. She followed Li Muhan to school in a half-asleep state. At this moment, he walked into the teaching building of the foreign languages department, holding a cup of hot milk tea bought at the school snack street. Hello, classmate. Hello. He stopped a girl, who was a little confused at first, but immediately changed her attitude after seeing that Li Muhan was good-looking. Hello, classmate. What can I do for you? I like to ask, do you know Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Oh, you mean the freshman majoring in Sinhalese? As soon as she heard Xiaoyu's name, the girl's attitude changed again, and she seemed a little impatient, as if she had heard something dirty. Wait, what? Garuda? Alas, another poor man deceived by her appearance. The girl looked at Li Muhan and the milk tea in his hand with sympathy. I advise you not to mess with that woman. She's not clean. She knows a lot of thugs outside the school. I heard she's in the S*X trade. As long as you have money, you can get anything in school. She looked Li Muhan up and down again. You don't look like a wealthy person. I'm afraid she'll suck you dry in no time. It's better not to go and get yourself into trouble, classmate. After saying that, she sighed and left. Li Muhan resisted the urge to dunk milk tea on her head. After all, the only mistake these people made was believing in rumors. Oh no, maybe jealousy of Xiaoyu's beauty was also the reason why they believed these rumors so firmly. After all, who would be willing to admit that there is such a perfect woman like Xiaoyu in this world? A female vampire? Unfortunately, the girl still didn't tell him which class Xiaoyu was in. Why don't you just go to the broadcasting room? Li Muhan even thought about this, and then a picture appeared in his mind. Xiaoyu, your boyfriend has a cup of milk tea and is waiting for you at the entrance of the teaching building. Wow, your boyfriend loves you so much. Forget it. Li Muhan quickly dismissed the idea, which was too abstract. He suddenly remembered what the girl said just now. Garuda language major? What's this about? Super ancient Digimon? At least there are some clues. Li Muhan came to the office. This time he did not ask Xiaoyu directly, but asked the teacher. Teacher, where is Garuda? In India. The teacher answered without even looking up. Teacher, what I mean is, where's the major for learning Garuda's language? This time the teacher raised his head, looked at Li Muhan, and said with a smile. Classmate, if you want to learn the language of Garuda, I suggest you go to a chicken farm. Huh? Bird language. The teacher sighed, took off his glasses, pinched his tired nose, and said, I assume you speak Sinhalese? Yes. That's the language. Are you here to see Xiaoyu? This made Li Muhan freeze in his tracks. What was going on? As soon as he mentioned learning bird language, the teacher immediately knew he was looking for Xiaoyu. Don't be so surprised. Sinhala is too unpopular. Our university only opened this major this year, and there are less than 20 students in total. You came over with a cup of milk tea and a playful smile on your face. Who else could you ask for but Xiaoyu? Master Qingtang, you were so perceptive. But the teacher was not moved by Li Muhan's compliment and instead shook his head. I advise you to give up this idea. You think you can win Xiaoyu's heart just by bringing a cup of milk tea? I'm afraid you've heard some rumors again. Give up. Last time, a rich young master brought a diamond necklace and was rejected. Li Muhan originally wanted to say that it was not because of this, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with what the teacher said, so he moved closer and asked, Teacher, do you mean that you think those things about Xiaoyu are all rumors? The teacher looked to be in his 50s, with a serious face, a typical classical scholar. He was a little unhappy when he heard what Li Muhan said. Xiaoyu is my student. I'm a Sinhala teacher. Don't I know who she is? Only a naive person with nothing to do would believe such completely unfounded rumors. After saying that, he patted Li Muhan's shoulder again. Young man, don't have any evil thoughts. That girl is more innocent than you think. In that case, teacher, why don't you help her clarify? Well, having said that, the middle-aged teacher walked to the window with his hands behind his back. The sharpest knife in the world is rumor, and what poisons these knives is the impetuous and jealous hearts of modern people. In the internet age, people don't care about the truth at all. They only see what they want to see and believe what they want to believe. He pulled out a stack of papers. Look, Li Muhan took the stack of papers and looked at it. His brows immediately furrowed. What kind of bird language is this? This is Sinhala, the old professor said to Li Muhan while slamming the table. This major is small to begin with, and students who truly love this language are even rarer. Those students only chose it because it's unpopular and easier to get into. But only Xiaoyu. This child is truly studying seriously. She's the only one who submits her homework to me on time. Oh, Li Muhan suddenly understood. It turns out that Xiaoyu is the kind of person who appears to be slacking off, but is actually more complacent than anyone else in private. Li Muhan met one when he was in high school. Every day, people see him sleeping in class and not doing his job properly, but he always gets good grades in exams. I finally found out after asking around. This guy studies like crazy every day after returning home, leaving his brothers who sleep and play with him in the dark. I didn't realize that Xiaoyu is such a role king. Teacher, actually Xiaoyu is my girlfriend. Finally, Li Muhan stopped pretending and came clean. The teacher was stunned after hearing this, and then he suddenly realized, oh, so that kid asked me before what it felt like to like someone. Could he be talking about you? Li Muhan was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to say such a thing. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Li Muhan like this, the teacher also found it interesting. Okay, come with me. The child should be studying in the classroom now. Wow, he's even studying on his own. He's really a test taker. So Li Muhan followed the teacher to a small classroom in the corner of the top floor of the Foreign Languages Department teaching building. He knocked on the door before opening it. Li Muhan originally thought that he would see the students' dissatisfied looks because their studies were interrupted, but after opening the door, he found that there was no one in the classroom at all. That's right, if you're studying on your own, that means you don't have classes. Li Muhan suddenly felt a little guilty about dragging Xiaoyu to school, but when he saw the vampire curled up on the desk like a cat and sleeping, the guilt was immediately swept away. Ahem. The teacher coughed. Xiaoyu opened her eyes slightly and yawned sleepily. Hello, teacher. Is school over? Goodbye, teacher. She barely even glanced at the door before getting up and leaving for the back door. Wait, Xiaoyu, someone is looking for you. The teacher called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu still looked sleepy and spoke without even looking at Li Muhan. Sorry, teacher, I don't know him. I need to go home. The teacher looked at Li Muhan suspiciously. What's going on? Do you know Xiaoyu? Ah, Xiaoyu, it's me. I know you. Teacher, I know you. This is a misunderstanding. Just when Li Muhan was anxious to explain, Xiaoyu suddenly hugged Li Muhan from behind. Just kidding, I can already smell you. Seeing this scene, the teacher couldn't help but feel relieved. Well, it seems that you're really her boyfriend. Okay, you can chat, but this is a classroom, not a place for romance. Go somewhere else. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu was walking into college with Li Muhan, drinking milk tea. Why did you choose such an unpopular major? Li Muhan walked behind Xiaoyu and asked, because there are so few people. A very simple answer. You studied really hard, and the teacher even praised you, saying you were the only one in the class who turned in homework. I haven't studied it, and I haven't attended classes. I knew Sinhala before. Li Muhan silently mourned for the teacher in his heart. It turned out that he was just being too sentimental. Tianhai University has a famous dating spot for couples called Lover's Hill, but Li Muhan feels that as long as it is a school, there must be Lover's Hill, Lover's Road, Lover's Lake, and so on. So he never thinks that this is a special feature. But when he saw the students chatting and loving in the bushes on the beautiful hillside, he was still a little affected by the atmosphere. I want to drink blood. Xiaoyu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She turned around on the spot, and her cute uniform skirt drew an elegant arc in the air. Huh, here. Xiaoyu nodded with no expression on her face. But there are so many people. Li Muhan scratched his head and looked at the students around him. It doesn't matter, the positions are all the same, and I didn't have breakfast this morning, so I'm very hungry. Xiaoyu suddenly showed a confident smile, and the two sharp teeth were faintly visible in her mouth. Don't be so confident about this kind of thing. After saying that, Li Muhan directly pressed Xiaoyu's shoulders and pushed her against a tree. Let me tell you first, be gentle and don't inhale too much. I didn't sleep well last night, and it's hard to recover from anemia. Xiaoyu blushed a little at first when Li Muhan looked at her like this, but after hearing what Li Muhan said, there was a slight evil smile on her face. Beg me? What do you mean by begging me? Li Muhan was halfway through his words when Xiaoyu hooked her neck, and then two sharp teeth pierced into his neck. A little stinging, but bearable. Beg me. While sucking the blood from Li Muhan's neck, Xiaoyu spoke in a low and seductive voice. You're getting too aggressive, ah. It hurts, please. Please be gentle. Call me sister. Where did you learn this? It hurts, it hurts. Sister. Sister. Good. So the other students looked at them with curiosity and envy. It was just a kiss, but the guy screamed like he was being anally or ****** D. What's the big deal? A man looked at Li Muhan with jealous eyes, but was immediately grabbed by the ear by the girl next to him. Look, look, and look more. Meanwhile, in Li Muhan's apartment, a cool breeze blew in from the window, and after sweeping through the room, it turned into a woman. She was wearing a black windbreaker, and her long black curly hair looked carefully groomed. She looked to be in her 30s, which is the age when women are most mature and charming. The face with clear lines, fair and flawless skin, and the high nose bridge. Every detail reveals a unique charm. After looking around the room, she gave a cold smile. As a young man's residence, it's quite clean. But unfortunately, it's too shabby. She hummed a little tune while looking left and right in the room, and finally her eyes settled on the closet. She suddenly rushed to the closet as if out of control, and then took out the girl's clothes. As expected, it's the scent of a beautiful girl that makes me most intoxicated. But when she put the clothes on her face and smelled them, she was immediately intoxicated by them. Ah, good, what a great taste. What she called smell was not fragrance, but a breath emanating from within, a bit like the feeling of the soul. I originally thought they were just two insignificant little freaks, but I didn't expect this woman to smell so good. The employer over there seemed to say they wanted to catch her alive. Then before sending her over, it's not impossible for me, your sister, to play with her first. Then she saw the remains of the laptop on the living room table. Like an idiot. Who would buy a 4080 laptop? They're just being taken advantage of. Finally, her eyes fell on a black tang, sword by the wall. She squatted down in front of the tang's sword and gently stroked the scabbard with her fingers. A good sword? Such a good sword must have been made by a famous master. After doing all this, she stood up and stretched. As soon as I smelled the scent of that woman, I was intoxicated. After saying that, she lay directly on Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's bed. Damn it, it would be better if it didn't smell like this, man. I'm so sleepy, well, I'll just take a nap and wait for them to come back. Then I'll do it. The woman took out all of Xiaoyu's clothes and piled them on the bed. Then she hugged the pile of clothes and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and in front of her were the faces of a man and a woman. Are you awake? The boy asked. You are. The woman was still a little confused and didn't quite understand what was going on. Don't worry. The police will be here soon. Just get ready, and then we'll go to jail. Li Muhan gave the woman a caring look. As the sirens sounded, handcuffs were quickly put on the woman's hands. Only now does she slowly wake up. Wait a minute. I'm not a suspicious person. I just came to the wrong house. She began to explain to the police and the owner of the house. But Li Muhan and Xiaoyu just waved at the police officers to express their gratitude. Me, I'm really not a bad person. I just came to the wrong house. Wait, believe me. You came to the wrong house. You turned someone's clothes inside out and still said you came to the wrong house. Do you think we, the people's police, will believe your nonsense? Be honest and come back to the police station with us. Watching the woman being taken downstairs by the police, Li Muhan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. What kind of world is this? Even though our family is so poor, there are still people who steal. And it would be fine if he just stole things, but why did he lie on my bed? Then he glanced at Xiaoyu and found that the other person looked extremely unhappy. Well, she messed up all my clothes. While comforting Xiaoyu, Li Muhan went back to the room to help her put away the clothes on the bed. Because he didn't know what the woman had done, Li Muhan decided to wash all the clothes, underwear, and socks. But when packing clothes, Li Muhan suddenly found something on the bed. It was a business card, and the style and the words on it looked familiar to Li Muhan. Oh, I remember now. Li Muhan took out the business card he picked up yesterday when he was cleaning up the corpse of the laptop at the door from his pocket. Comparing the two, they were indeed very similar. Wai-Wutang Professional Killer Training Academy. Senior Technician, Senior killer? So Li Muhan took out his mobile phone, sat on the bed, among the pile of clothes, and scanned the QR code of the business card with his mobile phone. Immediately, his phone started downloading an app for him. Huh? What? Forced downloading. Li Muhan wanted to delete it, but his phone was completely unusable. The app appeared on his mobile phone desktop, right next to a certain website. The icon of the newly downloaded app was a hand with a thumbs up. Before he could open it, the app opened automatically. Full life like brother? Automatic activation. For some reason, Li Muhan did not feel scared, but instead was eagerly awaiting what would happen next. When the app is opened, a video pops up directly. For the best assassin training school, look no further than Tianhai and Waiwatang. Learn tens of thousands of advanced assassin techniques from around the world. Try it for a month with no tuition. Li Muhan looked at the content that looked like college admissions appearing on the screen and suddenly had a bad feeling. This thing, why can't I turn it off? Who filmed this? Is there something wrong with their brain? Who wants to watch this kind of thing? 1 minute later, whether you're human or alien, as long as you have the heart to become a killer, you can become the next death god. We have the world's top team of killer instructors. Interesting. This is interesting. We have the world's most advanced killer equipment here. F***K, this is awesome. We have the most charming beauty killer master one-on-one teaching here. Oh my god, this is really big. Master, it looks great, I love it. Register now and receive a free 3-piece assassin kit to help you achieve your dream of becoming a great assassin. Furthermore, for exceptional students, after 3 years of study, we'll automatically assign them suitable jobs. Once you pass the test, you'll become a registered assassin in the Mighty Hall. They even guarantee a job placement, which is quite conscientious. Who wrote the copy? Aren't free and gifted the same thing? You're illiterate. What are you waiting for? Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Large lens, zoom out. A successful life starts from Waiwatang. Li Muhan was already fascinated by the video, because after the enrollment advertisements, there were various earthy killer videos, all trying to attract viewers to enroll immediately. But Li Muhan didn't know that Xiaoyu was standing at the door of the room, looking at Li Muhan with a look of disgust. Because from her perspective, Li Muhan looked like he was sitting in her pile of clothes, looking at her clothes and grinning foolishly. Is he really a pervert? Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh like this, and then she sighed, and her eyes of disgust turned into eyes of care for the mentally retarded. She walked over to Li Muhan. Hey, Xiaoyu, have you finished your shower? Come here, I'll show you, this is good. The next second, Xiaoyu gently held Li Muhan's head in her arms. It's okay, I won't hold it against you. You must be under too much pressure. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Li Muhan's face was buried in Xiaoyu's chest, and he looked confused. If you have any needs or pressures, you can talk to me. I promise to embrace everything about you, including your bizarre interests and hobbies. Yeah. Although he didn't know what happened, Li Muhan didn't hate the feeling now. Unfortunately, as luck would have it, at this moment the damn app advertisement on his phone was not over yet, and there was even a G Easter egg. The beautiful killer master just now cast a coquettish glance at Li Muhan in front of the screen. Handsome boy, come and play. Li Muhan's eyes moved slightly downwards. He looked at the beautiful killer master on his phone, and then felt Xiaoyu's chest. Well, finally, he let out a long sigh. The gentleness on Xiaoyu's face slowly began to stiffen. Wait, that's too strong. Xiaoyu, I can't breathe. Ugh. At the same time, in the office of the Deputy Director of Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, a makeup tutorial from Bilibili was playing on Lindsay's computer. I see, is that how it's done? There are some high-end cosmetics on her desk. In fact, even if she doesn't wear makeup, her appearance can be said to be quite exquisite. But Hua Yun from the identification department forced the cosmetics on her, saying that she worked overtime every day and needed to pay attention to her skincare. It seems I'm at an age where I need some maintenance. Lindsay followed the host's movements in the video to learn how to apply powder and makeup. When she was drawing eyeliner, A quick knock on the door made her hand tremble slightly. The eyeliner immediately ran along the corner of her eyebrow, and a long black line suddenly appeared. "Come in." Although he was a little unhappy, Lin Zhe still forced himself to put on a smile. "Director Lin, something happened. Someone broke into Li Muhan and Xia Yu's home." "A thief?" "No, it's an alien. I checked the files, and it's not one of the aliens under our supervision. It doesn't even seem to be an alien from Huaxia." Lin Zhe took the report, glanced at the photo of the woman being taken away by the police, and then sighed. "Hey, could that old dragon please stop causing trouble? He's been allowed to have his way for so many years. Does he really think the Special Management Bureau can't deal with him?" The staff was a little confused. "Director Lin, who is this person?" "A member of a killer organization. It seems someone has issued a killing order against Li Muhan again." Lin Zhe knew who did it without even thinking: the Zhao family. He had given them 2 chances, but this father and son really didn't know what 3 chances or better meant. "Okay, I'll handle this matter. No need to follow up." After the staff left, Lin Zhe started playing the video again. "Since the eyeliner is ruined, let's put on lipstick first." She hummed a little tune and painted her lips with lipstick. Bang! The office door was flung open. This time, the lipstick in Lin Zhe's hand shook even more violently than the eyeliner, and it was directly drawn along her cheek. Director Lin, something big has happened. I've been targeted by a killer organization." "Huh?" Looking at Lin Zhe sticking his head out from behind the computer screen, Li Muhan felt something was wrong. "What's wrong?" "Oh, I see." There was no smile on Lin Zhe's face. "Come here, Li Muhan." Well, I... Come here. I need to teach you what basic manners are." So that night, Li Muhan was forcibly detained by Lin Zhe in the Special Management Bureau and attended a moral education class all night. At this time, on the top floor of a high-end building in Tianhai City, the fat man was still lying on the armchair, listening to the tune. He looked relaxed and contented, as if everything was under his control, until the man in a suit and glasses walked up to him. "Teacher, well, how's it going? Is it done?" The man didn't open his eyes, but just kept moving his fingers to the opera on the radio. This Kemaitashi failed. The fat man's fingers stopped. He slowly straightened his fat body, sat up, and squinted his eyes at the man with glasses. "Say it again." "Kemaitashi will miss." The man with glasses immediately squatted down in front of the fat man. "Teacher, those 2 people are simply..." His expression was filled with grief and anger, and his tone even had a hint of tears. "Those 2 aliens are simply inhuman. They knew the Kemaitashi would attack them, so they set a trap in their home and lured the Kemaitashi into it. After that, they caught the Kemaitashi and subjected it to inhuman torture." The fat man took a deep breath and slowly stood up with the help of the handrail. F***ku, you beast. He put his hands behind his back, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the city below. "Teacher, I think this is very strange. According to the intelligence, these 2 people are not that strong. Could it be that Kemaitashi was careless, so?" The man with glasses walked up to the man. The man raised his hand and waved, speaking earnestly. "Xiao Wu, you're too naive. This isn't a simple matter. Kemaitashi is a high-level killer, annihilation level. So there's only one possibility. The intelligence we've received is false. These 2 have known of our existence for a long time and have even set a trap specifically for our men. They must be extraordinary, extremely cunning. They're so cunning at such a young age. We've met our match." "I see. So this is actually a revenge operation against our Weiwu Hall." That's not right, teacher. We were the ones who came to you to take this business." The fat man sneered and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. "You don't understand. This is all a setup, a trap. Sai, how is Kemaitashi now?" "She was taken away by the police, but our people have already bailed her out. As you said, try to keep a low profile when it comes to getting involved with the human government." The man nodded. "Send 2 more annihilation-level assassins. This time, I must destroy these 2 men and turn them into ashes." "Teacher, 2 annihilation-class weapons. How expensive would that be?" "This order only has 50 million in total. That makes sense. then you'll be the one to pay for these two annihilation class weapons. Yeah. The man with glasses widened his eyes. Teacher, I still have to pay off my mortgage and car loan. And I'm planning to find a wife to marry next year. You. Xiao Wu, come here, listen to me. I'm old and can't work for many more years. When I retire, you'll be the next leader of the Mighty Hall. The entire Mighty Hall will be at your disposal, and you'll be able to call the wind and rain and dominate the world. Houses, cars, and this little money. Won't it be easy for you to get them? And women, as many as you want. Fat, thin, tall, short, you can choose anyone you want. Even if you want to find an alien, your master can help you. A trace of sadness appeared on the face of the man with glasses. Teacher, and we are a collective. You are part of the collective. For the collective, for the company, for the group, for the pyramid. The more you contribute, the more you get. You must have a sense of collective honor. A tear slid down the corner of the man's eye. Nodded silently. That evening, Lingang District, Tianhai City. The workers were very happy. Originally, a cargo ship was to unload tonight, and they were all prepared to work all night. But now they suddenly received an order from the government to conduct a unified inspection of the containers. So they were forced to stop work so the workers could rest. The waves constantly hit the harbor, making a rumbling sound and giving people a shocking feeling. The sea at night is very different from that during the day. Without the sunlight, the sea becomes deep and mysterious, like a huge mouth of the abyss that swallows everything, which makes people feel a little scared. Soon, a black car drove slowly and stopped at the port. The girl driving the car was wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform, and her long light pink hair was tied into a neat ponytail. A woman in a black suit also got out from the passenger seat. After getting out of the car, she walked to the port, took a deep breath of the winter night sea breeze, and immediately felt refreshed. This woman was none other than Lin Zhe, and the girl driving the car was Su Shui, a long-range support member of the 7th team. Director Lin, are you really not going to tell the captain about this? Su Shui walked up to Lin Zhe and asked. No need. Your captain is good in every way, but he's too soft-hearted. Lin Zhe smiled and then waved at Su Shui. Bring them out. Su Shui nodded, then walked to the trunk of the black car and opened it. The two men who were tied up and wearing hoods immediately whimpered. Woo, woo, woo. One of the men had only one arm. After being carried out by Su Shui like a chicken, both of them curled up and shivered. Bring it here. Su Shui dragged the two men to Lin Zhe's side and made them kneel down. Then she took off their hoods. Woo, woo. These two people were Zhao Qinkuan and his father Zhao Zhijiang. Lin Zhe slowly squatted down, personally helped them remove the rags that were blocking their mouths, and then said with a smile, How's it going, you two? Is the sea breeze here comfortable? UB****CH. Who the hell are you? How dare you kidnap us? Do you even know who we are? Zhao Qinkuan cursed at Lin Zhe, and his father, Zhao Zhijiang, had seen Lin Zhe before. It was in the basement of the villa. Before he fainted, he saw with his own eyes that Lin Zhe fought against a monster and was not at all inferior. So he quickly hit his son with his head. Shut the F****K up. After knocking his son over, Zhao Zhijiang looked at Lin Zhe tremblingly and said sincerely, Ma'am, no, Annie, I never did that orphan again, no. I never did anything to Li Muhan again. You cut off 3 of my fingers last time. How could I have the courage to do that to him? Lin Zhe looked at Zhao Zhijiang with a smile. This man was quite sensible and knew right away why he was looking for him. Dad, why the hell are you wasting your time talking to them? Who are they? We are the Zhao family. Zhao UMB. Shut up right there. Zhao Zhijiang angrily scolded his son, who was knocked over and unable to get up, then turned to look at Lin Zhe and immediately nodded and bowed. Auntie, I really didn't make a move again. Well, I'm sure you didn't. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Qinkuan again. And you? Bah. F****K. It's me, what's wrong? It's just an orphan. What's wrong with me killing an orphan? No, that's AF****G monster. Monster? Haha, is that monster dead? Zhao Zhejiang has never regretted giving birth to this son as much as he does now. Isn't this just a betrayal? Auntie, I have nothing to do with this matter. It was this brat who did it himself. I really don't know. Zhao Zhejiang kept kowtowing. What dignity, what Tianhai City Zhao family. He already knew when his finger was cut off last time. To save Li Muhan's organization, killing him would be easier than stepping on an ant. I had originally planned to send my son abroad this week so that he wouldn't cause me any trouble. But no matter how much he planned, he had never expected this little b asterisk 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 d to move so quickly. And he also hadn't expected that there would actually be a killer who would dare to take on this job. Don't worry, Li Muhan is sleeping with his girlfriend in his arms right now. Lindsay ignored Zhao Zhejiang and just smiled at his son. Damn it, I'm telling you, as long as I'm alive, that monster must die. Zhao Qinquan, must trade 1-for-1 with him, even if it cost me my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shui behind Zhao Qinquan had already taken out a dagger. With a cold look in her eyes, she grabbed Zhao Qinquan's hair and cut off his ear without saying a word. Ah! F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K in M. You. Blood instantly spurted out from the broken ear of Zhao Qinquan. If you say anything bad about my brother Muhan again, I will cut off every organ in your body bit by bit. When Su Shui said this, her voice was low and there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she was indeed the daughter of a prominent family and usually had a gentle personality, even Li Muhan had never seen this side of her. But Lindsay knew very well how he had fallen in love with this girl in the first place, and he also remembered how she had survived the dangerous training of the Special Management Bureau. When the girl covered in blood finally passed the test and stood in front of her, she had already determined that this girl was born to do this. Zhao Zhejiang was so scared that he was shaking all over. It was at this moment that he saw the face of the girl with pink ponytail clearly. Isn't this girl the eldest daughter of the Su family? I think I even attended her coming-of-age ceremony. But this thought only flashed through his mind. He didn't have the time to care about these things now. He cried and wailed, but not for his son, but for his own life. My lords, my 2 ancestors, my aunt, please spare me. It's all because of this beast. It has nothing to do with me. I should have thrown him against the wall in the first place. I'm so stupid. How could I have raised such a beast? He looked at Zhao Qinquan, who was lying on the ground wailing, and then looked at Zhao Zhejiang, who was crying like a dog. Lindsay seemed to have lost interest. She raised her hand gently and touched Zhao Zhejiang's head. Okay, I know. You're a good dog. You won't do anything out of line again, right? Yes. I'm a dog. I won't dare to do that again. I absolutely won't. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing his beloved father in this state, Zhao Qinquan felt both pained and angry. He stared at Lindsay. You be asterisk asterisk ch. You win today. I admit defeat. But just wait, I'll come back to find you later, and I'll take back everything I lost. Don't bully the poor young man. Lindsay glanced at him sideways and spoke coldly in a low voice. I don't need a disobedient dog. Then she looked at Su Shui, smiled and nodded. Su Shui took out a pistol from her waist, loaded it, and handed it to Lindsay. Lindsay took the pistol and pointed it at Zhao Zhejiang. Open your mouth. Please. No. What did I say? I don't need a disobedient dog. Zhao Zhejiang was in great pain, but he could only open his mouth in the end. Lindsay directly stabbed the muzzle of the gun into Zhao Zhejiang's mouth. Woo. Zhao Zhejiang's whole body began to tremble with fear, because the smile on the woman's face seemed to show that she really didn't regard him as a human being. Pa! Lindsay said with a smile. Zhao Zhejiang whimpered like a pig being slaughtered, and his crotch immediately became wet. By the time he realized that Lindsay didn't shoot, a sense of spontaneous respect and fear for the woman in front of him had filled his mind. Maybe this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. In any case, Zhao Zhejiang now worships the woman in front of him as a god. He has always liked to conquer women, and now he is kneeling at Lindsay's feet, kowtowing and begging for mercy. There is even a little bit of excitement rising in his heart. His son Zhao Qinquan was already dumbfounded at this moment. Just now, he really thought his father would be shot to death, but now seeing his father like this, it would be better to just die. Good. Lin Zhe raised his hand and touched Zhao Zhijiang's head, then lifted Zhao Zhijiang's chin with the muzzle of his pistol. Last time in the basement, I didn't let Li Muhan kill you. Do you know why? I don't know. I'm not saying this because you're the chairman of the Zhao family consortium, nor because I'm a public official. I'm saying this because I don't want that demon to take over Li Muhan's body so early. Do you understand? Understand. I understand. My life is worthless. I'm a dog. I don't deserve you to save me. Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction and then handed the gun to him. Su Shui walked over and cut the rope that tied Zhao Zhijiang with a dagger. Now, your son has some problems. What do you think should be done? Zhao Zhijiang stared blankly at the gun in his hand, but this blankness only lasted for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. Zhao Qinquan felt excited. This look belonged to the father he was familiar with. His father always possessed that kind of ruthlessness and could decisively make any decision that would shock others. I thought my father had lost his mind just now, but it turns out he was just acting. Now that I have a gun in my hand, it's time to fight back. Dad, hurry up. Bang. Zhao Zhijiang raised his hand and fired without any hesitation. However, the gun was not aimed at Lin Zhe, but at his son Zhao Qinquan, who was lying on the ground beside him. The bullet hit Zhao Qinquan directly in the chest. Dad, Before Zhao Qinquan could finish his words, Zhao Zhijiang pounced on him like a madman, pressed on his son, and pointed the gun at Zhao Qinquan's head. I shouldn't have given birth to you. You're a piece of shit. You'll only ever cause me trouble. Go the F***K back to your mother's womb. Bang, 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 bang. Keep shooting until you run out of bullets. After hitting Zhao Qinquan's head until it could no longer be called a head, Zhao Zhijiang put down the pistol while panting. Then he immediately knelt down and crawled back to Lin Zhe. I've taken care of it. I've taken care of it. I'll also take care of the bodies afterwards. I will never cause you any trouble. I'm just a dog. I'm a dog. Spare me. Please spare me. Lin Zhe smiled and touched his head gently. Good dog. By the way, do you know why I just revealed so much to a dog about Li Muhan being a monster and me being a public official? Zhao Zhijiang slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Zhe in confusion. As smart as he was, he seemed to understand something immediately. Sizzle. Su Shui behind him grabbed Zhao Zhijiang's hair and cut his neck cleanly with the dagger in her hand. Blood immediately spurted out of Zhao Zhijiang's neck. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. The woman's face and clothes were sprayed with her own blood. Her bloody smile was like a blooming rose, so beautiful and so dangerous. At this moment, Zhao Zhijiang suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, and he wanted to say one last word, which was not a curse. But thanks. For him, until the very end, his mind was still filled with admiration, even a twisted love, for this beautiful woman in a black suit. Why did this woman have such magic that made me fall in love with her in just a few minutes? Zhao Zhijiang couldn't think anymore. He fell to the ground, his body twitching as he took his last breath. Really, Taozi, didn't I tell you to wait for me to stand further away before you do anything? Lin Zhe looked down at his body covered in blood, then wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve and said to Su Shui with dissatisfaction, I'm sorry, Director Lin, they kept saying bad things about Muhan, so I couldn't help it. I think you're just taking revenge on me for making you work overtime at night. How could it be possible? I'm so happy to be able to go on a mission with Director Lin. Lin Zhe sighed as he looked at the woman in front of him whose hands were stained with Zhao Zhijiang's blood, but whose smile was as beautiful as an angel. But at the same time, I felt a little relieved. At least in this Special Management Bureau, there were still people who could accompany me to do these dirty work that could not be seen in public. The next day, Li Muhan came to the Special Management Bureau again, but this time he did not go to Lin Zhe's office. Instead, he was taken directly to Chang Yu's office. This was Li Muhan's first time entering Chang Yu's office. Compared to the cool and simple office of Lin Zhe, this one was much more extravagant. It's not that it was luxurious, but the two-dimensional posters on the wall and the cabinet full of figurines were really eye-catching. A successful life starts from Wai Wutang. The two of them are now sitting in front of the computer, watching the video and the business card over and over again. Chang Yu's face was serious, as if he was thinking about something. He turned his head slightly and looked at Li Muhan. He was huge, nearly 2 meters tall, and Li Muhan looked a little frail next to him. It's hard to say. I can't tell. Look again, he asked Li Muhan. Li Muhan nodded, and the two of them pulled the progress bar back. We have a most charming beauty killer master one-on-one teaching here. Did you see that? Chang Yu asked. Li Muhan shook his head. I can't see it. I have to zoom in and then go back. We have the most charming beauty killer master one-on-one teaching here. Yeah, I see. Chang Yu was the first to draw a conclusion. D. No, I don't think it's that exaggerated. See, you know nothing about women. If I say D, then it is D. Not sure. Let's take another look and go back. We have a most charming beauty killer master one-on-one teaching here. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. F***K. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off quickly. The two hurriedly turned off the video, and then saw Lin Zhe walked in with a document. After seeing Li Muhan, she was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? So, I heard that Captain Li was attacked by a killer, so I called him over to find out what happened. Chang Yu quickly spoke. Yes. Director Chang is asking me about the situation. Oh, a hint of suspicion flashed across Lin Zhe's face, but he immediately returned to his calm smile. Director Chang, Sun Yin from Fuling City has returned today. He asked me to tell you that he will remember your request, but he can't guarantee whether he can complete it. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chang Yu snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. You stupid monkey, you're just pretending to be me. Hearing Chang Yu addressing the great sage like that, Li Muhan was a little surprised. He was extremely curious about what kind of aliens Chang Yu and Lin Zhe were. He had never seen them take action, but he just felt that they were very impressive. It was obvious that Chang Yu and Lin Zhe did not intend to discuss this issue in front of Li Muhan anymore. Li Muhan, regarding the matter of Weiwu Hall, you should be careful. We have already sent people to this academy and will have the results of the investigation soon. Lin Zhe said, the meaning of this sentence is very clear. You can go first, Director Chang, and I have something to discuss. Li Muhan was also very tactful. He stood up, nodded to Chang Yu, and then left the office. At this time, only Lin Zhe and Chang Yu were left in the office. That old fat dragon has been silent for so many years, and now he wants to jump out again. Chang Yu smiled and looked at the information Lin Zhe handed over. This old guy, he was beaten so badly by me back then, but he's still alive. He even opened a training school. Not bad. I'm not worried about the rest of the organization. Xia Yu and Li Muhan are now much stronger than they were before. But if this old dragon takes action personally, I'm afraid they will still be in danger. After all, he was an alien who had fought one-on-one with Chang Yu. Even if he had not defeated Chang Yu, he should not be underestimated. However, Chang Yu scoffed at Lin Zhe's worries. Young people should experience more. That vampire is the same. He hasn't been able to break through the limitations of his own power for so long. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Then Chang Yu seemed to remember something. The look he gave Lin Zhe was no longer playful, but rather very serious. Did you kill the Zhao family father and son last night? Lin Zhe had no intention of hiding anything and nodded with a smile. Chang Yu sighed. Lin Zhe, remember what I said before. Try not to stain yourself with human blood again. You are too special. I don't want you to go back to your old ways. There was no change in Lin Zhe's expression, but his eyes flickered slightly. Before? She couldn't help but recall the moment she came into contact with the blood last night, when there was indeed something inexplicably stirring in her heart. Clear. This time, Lin Zhe did not argue with Chang Yu. Instead, he nodded slightly to Chang Yu like a subordinate. At the same time, in a den that was obviously belonging to a gang of evil forces, a man wearing glasses, Xiao Wu, was sitting on the sofa with 3 women standing in front of him. The smallest one was a girl with a ponytail. She was wearing a school uniform, biting a lollipop in her mouth, and looked as if she didn't care about anything. The second girl was wearing a pair of round-framed glasses. She was tall and slender and had a pretty face. It was impossible to tell that she was related to these killers. The tallest woman was the Kamaitashi who had previously sneaked into Li Muhan's house and was taken away by the police. "Do you understand?" Xiao Wu said while looking at the sickle weasel. Kamaitashi nodded. Her eyes were cold at this moment, as if she had made some kind of decision. "Thank you to the organization for giving me a second chance. This time, I won't fail again. To ensure the successful completion of the mission, I also brought my 2 sisters with me." In the legend of Fuso, there were originally 3 Kama weasels. One of them was responsible for tripping people, another was responsible for scratching people's skin, and the last one was responsible for applying medicine to humans, so people would not feel any pain after their skin was scratched. It is difficult to describe what these monsters are trying to do, but their strength is unquestionable, which is one of the reasons why Xiao Wu chose to believe in her again. Of course, there is another reason. Although the teacher said that he wanted to find 2 annihilation-level people, where would he get the money? The business was not good to begin with, and the operating conditions of Weiwu Hall were not optimistic. When the teacher was supposed to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, he still wanted to cut it off completely. Fortunately, I am smart and resourceful. This sickle weasel is of annihilation level. She failed the first time and should be punished according to the rules. However, I'm magnanimous and gave her a second chance. According to the rules of the industry, the killer will only charge half of the reward for the second attempt. In order to redeem himself from his crime, Kamaitashi even asked his 2 sisters to come and work for free. There were 3 annihilation-level warriors, and although 2 of them were not members of the Mighty Hall, so what? Anyway, this time, the people named Li Muhan and Xiaoyu must die. "Master Wu, I heard that just this morning, Mr. Zhao of the Zhao Group suddenly announced his retirement and donated all his assets to charity. Can we still get the money?" Finally, Kamaitashi asked again. Xiao Wu smiled bitterly. How could he not understand that the Zhao family had been wiped out by the Special Management Bureau? He was afraid that Zhao Zhijiang and his stupid son were already dead. Since his employer was dead, Xiao Wu originally wanted to give up the job. But the teacher said that as a killer, integrity comes first. Once we have accepted the order and received the money, we must complete it at any cost. So he told Kamaitashi exactly this sentence, and Kamaitashi was deeply moved after hearing it. After the 3 people left, Xiao Wu collapsed on the sofa and pondered. Alas, it feels like this Weiwu Hall is almost finished. It's only a matter of time before the Special Management Bureau comes knocking on our door. Maybe we should think of a way out first. Li Muhan was in a good mood today and bought some pork ribs to stew at home. He originally wanted to bring some chicken blood, duck blood, pig blood, etc. for Xiaoyu, but when he called to ask her if she wanted to eat it, the girl hung up the phone. "You're so picky about food at such a young age. You can't eat chicken blood or duck blood." Li Muhan sighed and finally picked up the ribs and prepared to go home. However, just as he was about to reach the apartment, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing across his face. Li Muhan slowly stopped and looked around. Something is wrong. Even though the place where I live is relatively remote, it is not as quiet as it is now. Even the convenience store downstairs has no owner at this moment. Soon, Li Muhan realized something. He was in the realm of decree. Call! Another gust of cold wind blew across his face, and this time he felt a faint itch on his cheek. When he raised his hand and touched it, he found a blood mark. When he looked up again, he saw a girl standing not far in front of him. The girl was wearing a school uniform, biting a lollipop in her mouth, and looked at Li Muhan with disdain. Just as Li Muhan was about to ask who the other person was, the girl slowly opened her mouth and spoke. "The realm is opened, the realm of wind rest." Then Li Muhan felt countless air currents gathering around him. Snap! The handbag in his hand was cut by an invisible blade, and all the ribs fell to the ground. K. Li Muhan stared at the ribs that fell to the ground with wide eyes, and anger rose in his heart. Although I have no grudge against you, since you have offended my sister, please go. Fu Lei Ming Yuan. Boom. Thunder suddenly exploded, and before the girl finished speaking, Li Muhan had already arrived in front of her. You little brat. Didn't your teacher teach you not to waste food? Li Muhan raised his hand and slapped the girl in the face. Snap! The sound was not loud, and the force did not seem to be very strong, but the next second, the girl felt a sudden electric current on her cheek. Boom! Then her whole body was filled with thunder, and she knelt on the ground trembling. You, who the hell are you? Sister said you're just a little weirdo at the level of cholera. You. The girl hugged herself in pain, and the lollipop fell to the ground. She raised her head, and the disdain and arrogance she had before were gone, and now she was filled with fear. Li Muhan did not bring Fu Jiangzhenmo with him. After all, why would he go out with a knife if he had nothing to do? Moreover, it seemed that he did not need to draw his knife to deal with the girl in front of him, or even to transform himself. He could easily deal with it by just opening the realm. You, don't come over here, don't touch me. When the girl saw Li Muhan raised his hand towards her again, she was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes, but she kept cursing. I'm telling you, you dare to touch me. My sister. Ugh. Li Muhan squatted down and gently poked her cheek with his finger. The electric current instantly flowed through the girl's body, and she started screaming. I touched it, and then what? UB asterisk 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 D. How could you have the heart to treat a beautiful girl like this? Li Muhan poked her arm again. Oh, the girl fell to the ground, trembling all over. This time she didn't dare to speak casually anymore. Tell me, who sent you? Just as Li Muhan was about to interrogate her further, an even stronger whirlwind arose behind her. Let go of my sister. A girl wearing glasses appeared out of thin air like a ghost, her figure shrouded in a layer of light mist, making her elusive. At this moment, her cold and intimidating gaze through the transparent lenses was as chilling as a biting cold wind. The wrist deftly rotated the two uniquely shaped curved blade knives in his hand, and the silvery white blade light looked particularly eerie under the gloomy sky. Li Muhan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. This simple action seemed to contain some mysterious power, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Thunder entangled Thunderblade. A knife made of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. The knife flashed with golden lightning, as if all the lightning from the sky gathered and solidified here. Then Li Muhan swung the sword the moment he grasped the lightning blade. His movements were smooth and flowing without any pause. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. His opponent, the girl with glasses, had a look of horror in her eyes at this devastating blow. The promised cholera level, the promised little outlier, the promised not to cry. At the same time, at Li Muhan's home, Xiaoyu put down the cooking encyclopedia she had secretly purchased. Her eyes were firm and her heart was surging. At this moment, she has already understood the recipe, so there will definitely be no problem this time. With this mysterious confidence, Xiaoyu walked in the kitchen, and at the same time, a breeze slowly blew over, first brushing her ankles, then her calves, and finally slowly moving upwards. Your breath is so sweet. Then the breeze slowly turned into a woman. Sister, I will love you well. The Kamaitashi slowly began to hug Xiaoyu's waist from behind, but after discovering that Xiaoyu had no reaction at all, the Kamaitashi became a little confused. Sister, please react. Shouldn't you be scared right now? Or are you completely terrified? But you're not even shaking. Quiet. Xiaoyu was holding a knife in her hand, cutting the ingredients carefully. Kamaitashi was a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that his impact on this girl was not as strong as the potato in front of him? Sister, I am a killer, an alien like you, and even more powerful than you. Hearing this, Xiaoyu, who was pouring ingredients into the pot, paused slightly. Oh, are you strong? Seeing that Xiaoyu finally paid attention to her, Kamaitashi was extremely excited. The girl's slightly low and cold voice made her intoxicated, and even her body began to feel numb. Yes. Sister, I am very strong. I will soon make you feel incomparable happiness. At least before you die, I will definitely satisfy you well. The woman pressed against Xia Yu's back, sniffing her scent wantonly. The elegant fragrance made her almost unable to restrain herself. I wish Li Muhan could speak half as well as you do. Xia Yu sighed, but her attention was still on the pot. Okay, sister, don't mention that man anymore. Let's just enjoy the happiness of this moment together. There's no need for men or anything like that. As she spoke, the woman stuck out her tongue and licked Xia Yu's neck. It's almost done. Just as her tongue touched Xia Yu's neck, she suddenly felt someone pinching her cheek. Open your mouth, The girl who had completely ignored him just now suddenly turned around, pinched his cheeks, and forced himself to open his mouth. Yeah. Kamaitashi was very confused. Before she could react, Xiaoyu had already stuffed the indescribable thing in the pot directly into her mouth. Many years later, when Kamaitashi returned to the small island country of Fuso, she had become a Michelin 5-star food critic. Whenever she recalls her growth process, she always thinks of the ancient and mysterious land of Huaxia. Being colorful, fragrant, and delicious only satisfies the basic elements of food. To become a work of art, it should have a soul. Then, Mr. Kamaitashi, what is the most soulful dish you have ever eaten? When Kamaitashi was interviewed by reporters, he recalled that day in that shabby little apartment in the ancient land of Huaxia. That's a dish I can't describe in words, and it's also the dish that made me who I am today. Then this dish must be very delicious. A tear welled up in the corner of Kamaitashi's eyes. Bang! The sound of the plate being dropped heavily on the table woke Kamaitashi from her coma, but after seeing the indescribable thing on the table and the thing that almost penetrated into her bones, she immediately wanted to faint again. Even the urge to bite one's tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, the familiar call from her side kept her sane. Sister, you're awake. Are you okay? The one who called her was the girl in uniform, the youngest of the 3 Kamaitashi sisters, while the girl with glasses looked at the dishes in front of her as if they were monsters. Why are you here? Didn't you go to kill that man? Sister, we just as the girl with glasses was about to speak, Li Muhan came out of the kitchen wearing a 3-layer mask and holding a bowl of steaming hot stew that was emitting black smoke and looked like a biological weapon. Chicken soup is here, haha. Bang! When the stew pot was brought to the table, the 3 Kamaitashi sisters' bodies trembled almost at the same time. They looked at the dishes on the table. Even though they were alien, their bodies were producing the most primitive rejection reaction at this moment. Feel like vomiting. Alas, guests are welcome. It's so hard for Our Lady to cook for us. You can't let her down. After Li Muhan put down the stew pot, he took 2 steps back. Seeing that the 3 of them had no intention of picking up their chopsticks, he smiled and said to them, Hey, all the dishes are here. Why aren't you eating yet? The 3 of them swallowed their saliva. Instead of asking them to eat this, it would be better to just give them the food directly. Damn it, eat. Why aren't you eating? If you don't eat, I'll be in trouble. Hurry up and eat. Going back a little in time, when Li Muhan subdued the 2 little sickle weasels, locked them up with chains made of lightning power, and brought them home to be tortured, Xiaoyu also knocked one of them down. Seeing the woman foaming at the mouth and twitching at Xiaoyu's feet, Li Muhan suddenly felt a heartfelt sympathy for the woman. My body has resistance, and Ball will help detoxify when he is in a good mood, but even so, I still feel unbearable abdominal pain after eating the weapon made by Xiaoyu. Is it really that unpalatable? Seeing the woman fall down and twitching, Xiaoyu suddenly showed a look of loss. Have I failed again? Li Muhan was really surprised why she could ask such a question, but on the surface, he kept comforting her. No, I think she fainted from excitement because it was so delicious. Then try it. Li Muhan really wanted to slap himself. Why was his mouth so mean? At this moment, Xiaoyu saw 2 girls tied with lightning chains behind Li Muhan and asked in confusion, Who are they? I don't know. They should be in cahoots with this woman. Oh, by the way, since they're here, why don't you cook a big meal and treat them well? When the 2 girls heard this, they were confused at first, But when they saw their eldest sister foaming at the mouth and unconscious, they gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. Eat quickly. Even if you don't eat today, you won't survive. Li Muhan took the risk because Xiaoyu had just said it casually while cooking. By the way, we can't waste it. If they can't finish it, you are responsible for eating it all. I'll eat it all. After I eat, can you let my younger sister go? The girl with glasses seemed to be the second oldest among them, and also the calmest. She was shaking as she looked at the things that looked like food in front of her, but in order to survive, she had to make some sacrifices. Suddenly, her sister grabbed her hand and shouted, "No, no!" Her voice was full of fear and reluctance. "Sister, one of us has to sacrifice. Since we are already trapped in the devil's den, let me sacrifice myself." The girl wearing glasses took off her glasses, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her eyes were extremely determined, and she was obviously ready to sacrifice herself. "No, sister, even if you don't eat these, I can still break through the siege." She hugged her sister tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this critical moment, the three sisters' hearts were closely connected, and their embrace seemed to be able to withstand all fear and despair. Looking at this deeply touching scene, Li Muhan's mouth twitched. Why are the outliers of this era so abstract? What are they doing? After finishing cooking, Xiaoyu walked out of the kitchen while untying the apron around her waist. She took a look at the dishes on the table and the bubbling black soup and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, today was an exceptional performance. You devil." The sickle weasel suddenly turned around and stared at Xiaoyu with tears in his eyes. "He is the devil." Xiaoyu pointed at Li Muhan, and Li Muhan didn't want to talk anymore at this time. He slammed the table. "Either eat all of this, or tell me who the mastermind behind this is." Li Muhan's slamming of the table frightened all three of them, but the woman still remembered the rules of Weiwu Hall. Anyone who leaked the organization's secrets would be killed without mercy. This was a permanent hunting order, and she would never be able to escape even if she returned to Fuso. "No, I can't say it." "Then eat it. UB asterisk 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 D. Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this to us? F asterisk asterisk K. You guys are trying to kill me. You guys." Li Muhan started arguing with the woman directly. Finally, the woman couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed the table, stood up, stared at Li Muhan, and spoke righteously. "That's enough." The voice was full of energy and extremely oppressive. Even Li Muhan was suddenly stunned. "That's enough. Even if we die, we will never eat something this disgusting that's worse than garbage." Xiaoyu's body suddenly trembled slightly, and then she lowered her head, with a crystal tear in her eyes. "Rubbish, what I made? Is it rubbish?" When Li Muhan saw this scene, his face suddenly turned dark. He clenched his fists, walked towards the woman, picked up a piece of meat that he didn't know what it was, and put it to the woman's mouth. "Eat it." Faced with Li Muhan, who suddenly became oppressive, the woman sat back in her chair, but facing the thing at her lips, she would never open her mouth even if she died. "You shouldn't have said that just now. Eat it. That's enough." The girl with glasses also stood up at this time. She looked at Li Muhan and said, "Sir, what you're doing now is a crime." Li Muhan slowly turned his head and looked at her without saying a word. Then she pushed the eye sockets on her nose and spoke righteously. "What era are we in now? This is a society ruled by law. If we commit a crime, then please punish us according to the law." Everyone was stunned because what the girl said seemed to make some sense. Besides, interrogation is what the police do. If everyone is like you, abusing lynching, then is there still the rule of law? Is there still law? "Yes, you are right." Li Muhan agreed and motioned for her to continue. "So, to combat crime, we must never fight violence with violence. Well, what do you say we should do? Act according to the law. You said that for something like this, why don't you just call the police?" At this moment, the figure of the girl with glasses was extremely majestic, as if she was a bright star guiding the way forward for the confused and helpless people in that dark age. Yes, you are right." Li Muhan nodded in agreement, and half an hour later, The Special Management Bureau's car stopped downstairs of Li Muhan's apartment. Wait. Call the police. Not the Special Management Bureau. When being taken away by the staff of the Special Management Bureau, the girl with glasses seemed to finally realize that she had made the problem worse. Things that could have been settled privately were now laid out in the open. Captain Li, leave these people to us. The interrogation department will definitely pry open their mouths. Before leaving, the staff shook hands with Li Muhan. By the way, Director Chong asked me to give this to you. The staff member stuffed a card into Li Muhan's hand, patted Li Muhan on the shoulder, and left with a wicked smile. After the Special Management Bureau personnel left, Li Muhan looked at the card in his hand. Golden Eagle Bath Center. F***K. Li Muhan's eyes widened. What did Chanyu mean by asking me to give this thing to him? He wanted me to wash his feet with him? He turned the card over and found a line of words written on the back of the business card. Tonight at 9 o'clock, you and I, just the two of us, will go on this mission. At this time, Xiaoyu also saw the card, but her attention was completely attracted by the coquettish woman printed on the front of the card. What is a bathhouse? She asked calmly. It's like a bathing place, a bit like a public bathhouse in the north. Li Muhan naturally had never been there, but even if he had never done anything in this world, he would always hear about it. He had heard words like washing dirty feet and big sword many times and had some guesses in his mind. But how could he tell Xiaoyu directly? Wouldn't that be courting death? Chanyu asked you to carry out the mission alone with him? Xiaoyu also seemed a little confused about Changyu's order. Even I can't go. Judging from what he said, it should be true. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this method to convey the information. Li Muhan was actually really unsure. After all, Chanyu had never been serious in front of him. Maybe this guy really wanted him to accompany him to wash his feet? Although Xiaoyu was still a little worried, she finally agreed. After all, the order came from the director himself. So at 9 o'clock that night, Li Muhan put on a black suit specially made by the Special Management Bureau, carried a long sports bag containing Fu Jiangzhenmo, and went out. Because he couldn't take the subway with Fu Jiangzhenmo, he was willful for once and took a taxi directly to the Golden Eagle Bath Center. The Golden Eagle Bath Center, located in the bustling area of Tianhai City, has become a highly anticipated nighttime consumption venue in the city with its luxurious decoration and high-end services. From the outside, the Golden Eagle Bath Center is unique. Which kind person built this bathing center with more than 30 floors? It looks like a magnificent golden mountain. Whenever night falls, the lights at the Golden Eagle Bath Center are brilliant, like a pearl inlaid in the night sky, shining brightly. Although the name is a bath center, the services provided by Golden Eagle Bath Center are far more than that. They're not only luxurious SBA areas and comfortable massage rooms, but also high-end gourmet restaurants, exquisite guest rooms, and so on. Of course, as long as you have enough funds, you can enjoy almost all legal and illegal services here. It is said that the person behind the Golden Eagle Bath Center is a wealthy businessman from another place. He had a unique vision and combined traditional bathing centers with modern technology to create a new consumption model. Here, you can not only experience the most traditional Dabogen service, but also make reservations for services and choose packages through smart devices, and even experience unprecedented entertainment projects through virtual reality technology. Chanyu seemed to know this bath center very well. He explained to Li Muhan the various features and advantages of the Golden Eagle Bath Center. Although Li Muhan seemed to be listening, he was a little confused in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, I understand the principle, but Director Chong, why do you understand it so well? Listening to Chong Yu explaining the bath center to him, Li Muhan felt more and more contempt for the director next to him. Hey, as a man, you should always have some fun. Then why do I have to wear a suit? Alas, you still lack spirituality. We are here to carry out a mission. Li Muhan looked at Chong Yu, who was dressed in fancy clothes, and then looked at his own neat suit. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like the driver who was driving for him. Come on, I'll show you the world. Chong Yu patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and took him into the bath center. Welcome, both of you. Do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment, but I want to experience your best service. Looking at Chang Yu's arrogant look, Li Muhan suddenly felt that, from a certain perspective, tonight's operation would not be too simple. Excuse me, sir, you need to specify the service. All our services are the best. The receptionist still had a smile on her face. Stop playing dumb. I want to experience that kind of service that's not suitable for children. Sir, this is a formal place. Faced with Chang Yu's request, the receptionist smiled and rejected him calmly. Bullshit. My brother has been here before, and he said the service here is amazing. Come on, get her girls out. Li Muhan suddenly felt like she was accompanying her master to a brothel. The receptionist's face turned a little gloomy, as if she thought Chang Yu was some kind of troublemaker. Li Muhan gently pulled Chang Yu's hand. When he left, he promised Xia Yu that if Chang Yu wanted to do something out of line, he would not go along with him. Director Chang, please be aware of your identity. Unexpectedly, Li Muhan's words were heard by the woman. The receptionist quickly began to chew Li Muhan's words over and over in her mind. Director Chang? Identity? Could it be that this burly man in front of me is a high-ranking official? She looked at Li Muhan again. The young man was quite handsome, and although he had a poor temperament, the suit he wore was definitely not an ordinary item. The backpack on his back seemed to contain something extraordinary. Judging from the shape, could it be an antique? From my own perspective of having seen countless people, I can tell that these two people are extraordinary. In just a few seconds, the woman had already brainstormed something in her mind, and then she smiled slightly and said to Chang Yu, Leader, please don't worry. We maintain strict confidentiality here, but we can't talk here. If possible, please follow me to the VIP room. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. How could this woman change her expression faster than turning the pages of a book? Chang Yu looked very proud and said something to Li Muhan behind him. Li, come here. I'll show you the world today. Shit. Li Muhan only then realized why Chang Yu insisted that he come in a suit. He must have known that I would stop him, and he also expected that I would call him Director Chang. Isn't this just using yourself as a gun? Despite his inner resistance, Li Muhan was still pulled by Chang Yueqiang and followed the receptionist into the 18th floor of the building. This floor is completely different from the grandeur of the first floor. There is no meaningless luxury piling up. Every decoration has been carefully designed to show nobility and elegance. The walls are hung with famous paintings and antiques that Li Muhan cannot understand, each of which seems to be telling a long history. The interior decoration and furniture have also been carefully selected, and from the materials to the colors, they all appear so harmonious and elegant. Those seemingly simple decorations actually have a profound cultural heritage that makes people admire them. Chang Ju, after being led to a very comfortable room by the receptionist, Li Muhan whispered into Chang Yu's ear, Are these antiques worth a lot of money? Unexpectedly, Chang Yu said something with a smile that shocked Li Muhan. Great goods. This sentence seemed to have reached the ears of the receptionist. There was no displeasure on her face. Instead, she showed more respect towards Chang Yu. As expected of a worldly wise leader, the things here are really just used to fool those ignorant upstarts. So you brought us to this floor because you look down on me? Chang Yu's face fell. This was the first time Li Muhan saw Chang Yu so serious. It seemed that the receptionist was also frightened. She quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. According to the rules of this restaurant, if you're not a member, you can only go up to the 18th floor. Are you saying I'm not worthy of being a member here? Chang Yu slammed the table and stood up with one hand behind his back and the other pointing at the female receptionist. Comrade, I'm telling you, you have rigid thinking. You don't know how to adapt. If everyone were to act like you, you'd be doomed sooner or later. Don't say that. You really shouldn't say that. At this moment, Chang Yu really has the style of a leader, but that's right, Chang Yu is still the director of a public institution after all. Even though this institution is not normal, there is definitely no problem for him to act like this. This sentence scared the receptionist. Leader, please don't be angry. I can't make the decision on this matter. Then let the one who can make the decision come over. Chang Yu shouted, and the receptionist quickly nodded and bowed as he walked towards the door. But she was indeed a seasoned veteran, and halfway through, she felt something was wrong, then turned around and looked at Changyu with a smile and said, "Boss, may I ask what unit you work for? How can I introduce you to our supervisor?" She tried to find out Changyu's identity in a very clever way. Li Muhan originally thought that Changyu must have come prepared and must have made sufficient preparations, such as having forged documents like when he and Tian carried out the mission before. Unexpectedly, Changyu sneered and said, "Tianhai City Special Management Bureau." "Oh shit, self-destruct like this?" Li Muhan stood there, not daring to speak. He saw a puzzled look on the receptionist's face, and Changyu waved at her. "Go quickly and tell your supervisor, Changyu, the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, that he will come to see me." Although the receptionist was still a little confused because she seemed to have never heard of a unit called the Special Management Bureau in Tianhai City, she decided to leave this matter to her superiors. If some big boss really offended someone because he failed to convey the message properly, it would be really terrible. At this time, on the 34th floor of the building, a man with glasses in the office was checking this month's financial statements. It could be said that it was fortunate that there was this Bath Center to support it. Otherwise, the teacher's career might have been over long ago. It seems that the 3 Kamaitashi sisters sent out today were also captured by the Special Management Bureau. Alas, it was indeed a trap. Everything was just as the teacher had said, a conspiracy against their Weiwu Hall. I really regretted not listening to the teacher just to save money. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," the man with glasses said weakly. Then the supervisor came in with a receptionist. "Mr. Wu, a man who looks like a leader has come downstairs." "He's a leader, so just treat him well." "Why are you looking for me?" "Mr. Wu, this is it." The supervisor winked at the receptionist, who immediately stepped forward and spoke. "The leader below is here for the first time, and we haven't found out his background." Xiao Wu didn't look up. This kind of situation had happened before. He didn't know where the leader came from, maybe from another province, and was introduced here. Usually, in such cases, all he had to do was apologize and treat him well. Why do you have to find him? He is now very troubled. There are a lot of problems that have not been dealt with yet, and he doesn't know whether they will be implicated if the Kamaitashi is caught. He must be a leader from another place. It's normal that we can't find him. "No, Mr. Wu, he said he was the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Changyu." Crack. Xiao Wu, who was writing something with a pen, suddenly trembled, and the pen in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. He slowly raised his head and stared at the 2 people in front of him with a pair of extremely terrified eyes. These 2 people had never seen him like this before, so they naturally became a little nervous. "Mr. Wu, are you here to cause trouble? Do you need me to find someone? Naizut?" "No." Xiao Wu shouted this sentence almost at the top of his lungs and scared the supervisor so much that he almost fell to the ground. You guys, wait a moment first. I will handle this matter." Then Xiao Wu forced himself to calm down. He adjusted his glasses with trembling hands, ignored the 2 people in the office, turned around, and walked towards the dedicated elevator. This is the only elevator that goes to the top floor of the building, the 35th floor. Bye. When the elevator door opened, Xiao Wu heard the familiar opera sound again. The fat man was still sitting on the armchair, swaying and humming along with the radio, with no idea of the coming crisis. Old teacher." Xiao Wu's legs were almost weak. He stumbled to the fat man's chair, but the fat man had not changed at all. He was still there enjoying the good times. "Teacher, there's someone coming downstairs." "Well, if you're here, then come on, Xiao Wu. I've already told you that your identity is different now, so you can't be so noisy. Even if it's not a human, we're not afraid." "No, it's not." "Teacher." Xiao Wu turned off the radio directly, knelt beside the chair, and put his hands on the armrests. "Are you G screwed?" The fat man raised his hand and slapped him on the head. "Teacher, the Special Management Bureau is here." "Oh." The fat man seemed to react now. He slowly sat up and looked at Xiao Wu. "Only one person came? Did he say who he was?" "Yes, I did. Although I didn't see him in person, The supervisor who delivered the message said that the man claimed to be Chang Yu, the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Crack! The fat man crushed the armrest of the chair he was sitting on, and beads of sweat oozed out from his broad forehead. But it was only for a brief moment, and then the fat man regained his composure. Oh, it's him. Who should I be? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Teacher, Chang Yu. Chang Yu. He's the director of the Special Management Bureau. Well, I know it's him. Let me tell you, Xiao Wu, this is our chance to turn things around. As long as we kill Chang Yu, Tianhai City will be ours. Hearing the fat man say this, Xiao Wu suddenly felt inexplicably relieved. He was indeed a teacher, not even afraid of the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. But the fat man's next words made Xiao Wu feel like he was falling into an ice cave. I leave this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to you. This is also your final test. Go and kill Chang Yu. Looking at the confused Xiao Wu, the fat man patted him on the shoulder and spoke without any panic. Xiao Wu, you don't know that the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau actually has a secret. Secret? Xiao Wu looked at his teacher in shock and doubt. Not knowing what the hell he would say next, it would scare him to death. That's right. In fact, the real boss behind the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is an alien named Lin Zhe, not Chang Yu. Lin Zhe? The deputy director? That's right. It's a woman. I fought with her many times in the past and almost fell into her hands every time. But teacher, Chang Yu is the director. The fat man slapped his thigh. Look, that's the problem. Chang Yu is just a puppet pushed to the front by Lin Zhe. In fact, he doesn't have much fighting ability. At most, he is just a cholera. Cholera again. Xiao no longer knew whether he should believe this teacher. He had done me a favor in the past, and I also knew that his true identity was a 1,000-year-old dragon. This powerful existence was now suppressed by the Special Management Bureau and could only do some small actions, and dare not show up in Tianhai City at all. Therefore, Xiao Wu has always had an inexplicable fear of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. But now, the teacher tells himself, Chang Yu is just a paper tiger. He'll fall apart if you touch him. There is nothing to be afraid of. This makes me wonder whether I should believe it or not. Yes, cholera. This intelligence is absolutely accurate. It's my personal experience. During the battle with Lin Zhe, Chang Yu cowered in the back like a grandson, trembling in fear. He didn't even dare to respond when I called him. Teacher, if that's really the case, wouldn't it be better for you to kill Chang Yu? Killing the director of the Special Management Bureau would make you famous. Nonsense. The fat man slapped Xiao Wu in the face, and the slap knocked his glasses off. But Xiao Wu is not nearsighted. He wears glasses just because he thinks it will make him look sophisticated. You didn't hear a single word I said just now. I just said that this is the last test for you. As long as you can pass it, we will be the bosses in Tianhai City from now on. You kill Chang Yu, and I kill Lin Zhe. From now on, I will manage the Special Management Bureau, and you will manage the Weiwu Hall. The two of us, master and disciple, will be the most powerful in Tianhai City. Teacher, you are so powerful, so powerful. Have tea. No. Repeat after me. Qi F***ku. The fat man slapped Xiao Wu in the face again. Teacher, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But what if I can't defeat him? What are you afraid of? Where is this? This is our Weiwu Hall's headquarters. The floors below 20 are used to receive VIPs, and floors 20 to 34 are our school. If you can't handle them, there are still so many assassins. If you can't handle so many assassins, I'm still here. Chang Yu will definitely be scared to death when he sees me. Xiao Wu nodded blankly. Teacher, why do you suddenly want to introduce our floor? Aren't you worried that readers don't know? Let me introduce it to you. Reader, all right, stop all that bullshit. If you don't do it, I'm going to clean up the mess right now. The fat man pretended to hit him again, and Xiao Wu was so scared that he nodded quickly. F***k, F***k, F***k. Out of respect for the teacher and desire for power, well, Actually, he was just afraid of being expelled. Although Xiao Wu was still unsure, he took his guys to the 18th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Xiao Wu felt that he was standing at a watershed in his life. If I go in now, kill Changyu, become famous, achieve success, buy a house, buy a car, marry a wife, and reach the peak of my life, wouldn't that be wonderful? But if you can't do it, with a determined heart, Xiao Wu took 2 crescent-shaped scimitars and kicked open the door of the room. Chang Dazhuang, are you coming here to get killed yourself? This was the fat man's instruction. He must call him Chang Dazhuang, so that Changyu would be very scared. If he was lucky, he could win without fighting. After the door was kicked open, there were only 2 people in the room. A big and strong guy, nearly 2 meters tall, looks very tough. The other one was thin and skinny, wearing a well-tailored black suit. The suit was high-end and he looked okay, but he had a poor air. Wait, why does he look familiar? Are you Li Muhan? Xiao Wu tightened the 2 swords in his hands. This cholera-level little anomaly has ruined Waiwatang's major events several times in a row. Although it was a business that Waiwatang took over, if this person did not die, Waiwatang's reputation would inevitably be damaged. He is at the cholera level, and Changyu is also at the cholera level. Xiao Wu didn't believe it at first. Now looking at the big fool sitting on the sofa, picking his feet, he finally understood that what the master said was true. That's it. How can I lose? Now that you've come to Weiwu Hall, don't even think about leaving. I am Mirror Demon Feng Yue, level annihilation. How dare you 2 little weirdos trespass into my mighty hall? Today, I will make sure you never return. Xiao Wu suddenly rushed up, waving 2 swords. Changyu was still picking his feet and turned to look at Li Muhan. Come on, why are you standing there? What about you? I'm picking my feet. I don't have time. Li Muhan was speechless. He shook his body violently, and the backpack on his back slipped down. Then he grasped the hilt of Fu Jiangjun Mo's sword with his backhand and raised it 1 level, just meeting the double swords of Mirror Demon. This confrontation made both of them feel a little surprised at each other's strength. Li Muhan was surprised that the man said he was an annihilation-level alien, so his strength should be quite good. But even though the 2 swords chopped down without the power of the realm, it didn't seem to take much effort for him to bear it. What surprised the Mirror Demon was that this cholera-level alien in front of him could actually withstand his attack. Is the intelligence false again? Why do I say again? It seems he has some skills. The mirror monster jumped away immediately when his attack failed, and then he released his 2 swords, which circled around him, and then countless mirrors appeared around the room. Mirror image of the realm, unfold. As the man's voice fell, Li Muhan felt a chilling, murderous intent, and the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop a lot. Something was wrong. This place can no longer be called a room. Due to the continuous reflections from the mirrors, the room has extended infinitely, as if it has become a space with no end. What surprised Li Muhan even more was that the 2 swords that had originally surrounded the mirror monster were now reflected by the mirror and filled the entire room. Kill! At the mirror monster's command, a knife in the mirror suddenly flew out. Li Muhan raised his hand and blocked the knife, followed by the 2nd and 3rd knife. The scimitar's speed would become faster with each refraction, and in an instant the entire room was woven into a dense spider web by the blade. If there is even the slightest scratch, the flesh and bones may be gouged out. Only then did Li Muhan feel the oppressive force of the annihilation-level alien. As for Changyu, he was still picking his feet and seemed to have no interest in the current situation at all. Can you do it, Captain Li? If not, let me take over. Seeing Li Muhan trapped in the blade net, Changyu smiled and extended his hand to him. Looking at Changyu's hands that had just picked his feet, Li Muhan was unwilling to take a picture. So he began to slowly mobilize the power in his body, and when his eyes suddenly turned golden, Changyu suddenly said, "Just stay like this and don't transform anymore." But Changju, if it's just like this, there's no way to open the realm. Just listen to me. Your current power output is enough to deal with him. Li Muhan originally planned to transform into a half-demon, draw out Baal's power, and then open the thundering abyss. At this time, only his eyes turned golden, and the rest of his body remained unchanged. In this state, he was not sure whether he could deal with the alien in front of him. "You're both going to die, don't worry." Seeing this, the mirror demon grew furious. "How dare you ignore me, and even claim to be hiding your strength? Fine, I'll make you pay." Li Muhan. Chanyu continued to tap his feet, speaking as he did so. Whether it's human or alien, whether it's cholera, annihilation, or even natural disasters and the end of the world, never measure strength with a single perspective. Li Muhan tried to understand Chanyu's words, but at this moment he also needed to fend off the blades that could attack his side at any time, and he felt a little flustered. "Do you know what level of power you are releasing now?" Chanyu asked again. "Chaos." When Li Muhan blocked the knife, he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He was originally chaos. After triggering the demonic power, he should be... Is it cholera? What a silly boy, Chanyu said after sneering. "The level of release you're experiencing now is annihilation level." Dang. Li Muhan blocked 2 more swords and tried to find a breakthrough, but the web of blades was too dense, and there was no chance of a breakthrough. "Don't joke around, Director Chong. If I were at the annihilation level now, wouldn't opening the realm be a natural disaster?" Chanyu chuckled twice. "That's right. Your realm is at the disaster level." When, after blocking the attack, Li Muhan's eyes widened. "Are you saying that every time I activate my half-demon form, I reach the calamity grade? That's not right. Other calamity grades are so awesome. Why do I falter when it comes to me?" Seeing that this kid was not getting his way, Chanyu became a little anxious. "Think about it. What kind of people have you been fighting against so far?" "So far? Cholera level Zong Nation? No, I didn't kill that one. I just picked it up." "Then what?" "Ming Ming. She is just a cholera level anomaly, but because her characteristics are too powerful." And then, Guhua Bird Annihilation Class. That time, Li Muhan did not take action when facing the Annihilation Class Guhua Bird, because he instinctively felt that the Annihilation Class was extremely powerful and he might not be able to subdue her. Also, because the Guhua Bird was carrying 2 children, he could not guarantee that he could end the battle without hurting the children. And then, Hypnos, Thanatos, they were both calamity grade, but it wasn't me who did it that time, it was Ball. Suddenly, Li Muhan figured something out. Ball took action, but the power that Ball used was also from his half-demon form. In other words, although Bale's body was used as a substitute that time, the power of this body actually did not change at all. This was the case when Li Muhan controlled it, and it was also the case when Ball controlled it. But Ball displayed a terrifyingly powerful suppressive force and defeated the 2 gods. Next was the incarnation of the White Tiger, Bai Qi. The same thing happened when Bai Qi came. He and Xiaoyu could only barely tie with Bai Qi, but Ball immediately suppressed Bai Qi as soon as he made a move. By the way, do you know what level Bai Qi is? A knife flew toward Changyu. Li Muhan suddenly raised his hand and cut across to block the knife. Although Changyu had no intention of dodging, he felt as if the knife flying towards him was nothing but cotton and was ridiculous. Bai Qi, catastrophe level? Stupid, Bai Qi is cholera level. F***K. So you have to understand that the level of an alien doesn't represent how powerful they are. The key is the purity of their power and the depth of their control over it. Bai Qi. Is that the top laner Bai Qi? Mirror Demon suddenly interrupted at this time, and Li Muhan and Changyu looked at him at the same time. "Who asked you that?" "Shut up." After being yelled at by Changyu and Li Muhan, the Mirror Demon became angry. He originally wanted to hear what Changyu was saying, but now he didn't intend to hold back. He controlled the blade Whirlwind and slashed towards the 2 of them. "Now that you've figured it out, it's a good thing." Changyu put on his shoes, then stood up and twisted his neck. "Director, let me..." "Forget it. It's a waste of time. Besides, there are no boundary decrees here. If things get out of hand, it will be difficult to handle. If you learn something, it won't be a waste." Then, Li Muhan felt that a certain power began to slowly rise in Changyu's body. That power made people feel extremely depressed, but it didn't seem very strong. He said, "I was at the cholera level, right? Li Muhan, take a good look. The power I'm releasing right now is exactly at the entry-level cholera level." Did he just say he only used cholera level power? Li Muhan was a little stunned. Because I need to guide my power, there will be a process of strength and weakness. But Chang Yu can actually control the flow of his own power? Ha ha! You're so stubborn. Chang Dazhuang, is this your strength? How ridiculous! How ridiculous! You're just a cholera-level piece of trash. The Mirror Demon's blade storm was about to engulf the two of them, and Li Muhan was also ready to open the realm. Then I heard Chang Yu say something lightly. Watch this, Li Muhan. I'll only teach you once. Li Muhan turned his head and stared at Chang Yu intently. This was the first time he saw Chang Yu take action, so he had to watch carefully but too fast. And he just raised his hand casually, threw a punch, and threw it. The whistling whirlwinds of blades were blown to pieces as if they had encountered an even bigger storm, and all the mirrors were shattered by the wind from Chang Yu's punch. The Mirror Demon's realm was shattered. Li Muhan couldn't close his mouth. What did Chang Yu do just now? Did he instantly increase his strength the moment he swung his punch? No, that punch was only at the cholera level until it was launched, and it was a very weak cholera level aura at that. Chang Yu didn't even open the realm, but the force generated by this punch directly shattered the realm of an annihilation-level alien. Sensei Saitama, the point isn't the moves, nor the levels, Li Muhan. It's the purity of the power. Chang Yu looked at Li Muhan. In ancient times, it was said that cultivating immortality began with strengthening the body. Strengthening the body doesn't simply refer to physical fitness. It involves training the fundamentals of the body to a state that transcends mortals. This practice can increase flexibility, strength, and even unleash hidden potential. The better the foundation, the greater the potential for unleashing strength that surpasses others of the same level. Chang Ju. Li Muhan looked at Chang Yu in amazement and said, What? Did you realize it? Our category isn't fantasy cultivation. All you said is just a bunch of padding. Everything else doesn't apply to us. Get lost. They all have the same underlying logic. 3 minutes later, the unconscious mirror monster was awakened by Li Muhan patting his face. Hey, get the F***K up. Li Muhan slapped the mirror demon in the face. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Mirror demon Xiao Wu is also a smart man. After waking up, he immediately realized that the fat teacher was lying to him. Now he kneels on the ground and kowtows for mercy, with snot and tears all over his face. Okay, take us to find your master. Chang Yu seemed to not want to waste time talking to him anymore. Yes. Chief, please. Xiao Wu brought the two of them to the hidden elevator entrance on the 34th floor. Director, please take this path. After arriving at the 35th floor, the place was already deserted. Even the safe was open, and all the money inside was gone. This old guy is still as awesome at running away as before. Chang Yu scratched his head, seeming to feel a little unhappy. He turned to look at the mirror monster. Director, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Your master has run away. Shouldn't you stay and give an explanation? I'm just an accountant. I didn't do anything bad. Li Muhan understood Chang Yu's meaning. He held the Fu Jiangzhen emote tightly in his hand and slowly approached the mirror monster step by step. You two. What are you going to do? The mirror demon looked at Li Muhan and felt a chill in his heart. He was ready to die. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. But unexpectedly, a very familiar voice sounded in my ears. We have a most charming beauty killer master one-on-one teaching here. Handsome boy, come and play. The mirror demon slowly opened his eyes and saw Chang Yu standing in front of Li Muhan. He was holding a mobile phone with the screen facing the mirror demon, and the screen was playing the recruitment video of their Waiwatang Killer Academy. That's right, little brother, this big, master, it's this master, do you know him? I see that he has amazing bones and is a genius. I plan to recruit him. As soon as Chang Yu said this, Li Muhan really had the urge to chop him from behind. Can you please be serious for a bit? After hearing Chang Yu's words, Mirror Demon suddenly relaxed a little. Sir, Director, you have to ask this. Yes, I want to ask this great Great master. Who is the master? Where does he live? And what is his name? The mirror demon slapped his thigh, feeling extremely relieved. You should have told me earlier. This master is me. Even Li Muhan was confused. What did he just say? That great master was him? Snap! Chang Yu slapped Xiao Wu so hard that he fell to the ground sideways. Are you G kidding me? No, it's really me, director. Since the school is short on funds, we're gonna do the promotional videos ourselves. If you don't believe me, I'll put a wig on you. It's in my office downstairs. The clothes are also there. Chang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, and at the same time felt as if the sky was falling. Then how do you explain that big? Yeah, how do you explain that? Li Muhan was also eager to know the truth at this time. Seeing the expressions of the two, Xiao Wu was almost scared to tears. He drew a circle on his chest in grievance. Sadi. Half an hour later, when the Special Management Bureau and the police arrived at the same time, Xiao Wu had been beaten half to death by Chang Yu. The police were responsible for floors 1 to 18, while the Special Management Bureau was responsible for the floors above. Obviously, someone had given them a heads up, and the police did not ask what was upstairs. Some young police officers were just a little curious about this out-of-province task force. Although they all had documents and arrangements on them, they still felt something was a little weird. Watching the half-dead Xiao Wu being carried away on a stretcher, Li Muhan sighed. It wasn't because of anything big or serious, but mainly because the mastermind got away. Chang Yu seemed to see what Li Muhan was thinking and patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, you can't run away. Director Chang, have you made any arrangements already? Chang Yu smiled bitterly, then looked up at the night sky. I have plans. If possible, I really hope that the winner is me, not her. At the same time, a speeding luxury car passed through Tianhai City at night and soon arrived at a private airport on the outskirts of the city. The driver got out of the car and opened the door for the back seat. A fat man carrying a suitcase got out of the car. He was the head of the Weiwu Hall. He wiped the cold sweat off his face with a handkerchief and spoke with a lingering shock. Old Chang is really cruel. He came to catch me personally. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Poor Xiao Wu. Then he looked at the staff at the private airport. When can we take off? Master Long, we could take off in 10 minutes. We will take you to the port of Luobei City, where we have arranged a ship to go abroad, as you requested. The fat man nodded, sighing a little. There was a time when humans had no say in this world. With his strength, he could go wherever he wanted, and no one could stop him. The result is that we have ended up in this situation. Damn the Special Management Bureau. No, it should be those damn traitors. In his eyes, the Special Management Bureau was nothing, just a group of humans with alien powers who were causing trouble. But what he hated most were those traitors who joined the Special Management Bureau, or even became its leaders, to help humans manage aliens. Lin Zhe is one, Chang Yu is one, and those other big shots, damn them. This is the biggest difference between the Huaxia Special Management Bureau and other countries' special management bureaus. The number of aliens involved in management is 1/3 of the human population, which is a fairly large base. Those bastards created this world. It should have been ours. Giving it away is simply unacceptable. While waiting for the plane to take off, the fat man sat on the chair and kept firing at the Special Management Bureau and its aliens. There are outliers in the special management bureaus of other countries, but there will never be a situation like Huaxia. Take the North, for example. After Ragnarok, most aliens fell into silence, but powerful aliens like Fenrir would not join the Special Management Bureau. He chose a more ambitious approach, infiltrated the royal family, and became the true leader of the North. The aliens in the Western world are more complicated. They have strict camp relationships. Humans cleverly use the confrontation between these alien camps to keep the situation delicately balanced. This is also a very remarkable means. The Fuso Island nation is the most miserable. Their country claims to have 8 million gods, but most aliens have chosen to leave that land. It is not because of anything else, but because the land of Fuso is now too seriously polluted and even the aliens are somewhat disgusted with this behavior. For example, Kamaitachi would rather leave Fuso with his sister and become a killer than stay in that polluted homeland. Master Long, you can get on the plane now. The fat man picked up the suitcase and walked towards the helicopter, but before he got close, the helicopter suddenly exploded with a huge sound, and the pilot inside was reduced to ashes. Where are you going in such a hurry? In the flames of the explosion, a figure slowly walked out. It was a woman in a black suit. She stood in the moonlight, looking mysterious and noble. There was no expression on her face except a faint smile. The fat man gasped and took a step back. Lindsay, don't be too extreme in your actions. Lindsay tied his hair into a ponytail and took out a pair of white gloves from his suit pocket. She put the gloves on her hands and walked towards the fat man. I gave you a chance, Lord Long, but you didn't seem to understand. Where's Changyu? I want to see Changyu. If you hadn't run away, wouldn't you have been able to see him? The smile on Lindsay's face became increasingly cold. Wait a minute. Lindsay, we're old acquaintances. Let Changyu come over. You don't have to do anything about this. Oh, do you think I'm better than the regular director? Lindsay suddenly smiled knowingly, with a hint of teasing and sarcasm in that smile. The fat man's back has begun to sweat. Who is more powerful, Changyu or Lindsay? He didn't know because the two men had never attacked each other. But there was one thing the fat man knew very well. Although Changyu is strong, he still has some humanity, and the woman in front of him. No, I should say this monster. You are alone? The fat man suddenly noticed that there seemed to be no trace of any other special management bureau around, and there was only Lindsay in front of him. A certain thought suddenly arose in his heart. What was he afraid of? No matter how strong this woman was, she was just an eagle claw that had been tamed by humans. Over the years, her strength must not have been improved at all, and she has been constantly obtaining human flesh and blood through various underground channels for cultivation. And recently, I got something even better. Well, I'm alone. Isn't that enough? Lindsay said with a smile. The fat man slowly squatted down, opened the suitcase, and took out a small blood-red fragment from it. Lindsay, I will make you regret this. After saying this, he suddenly clenched the fragment, and then the fragment took root deeply in the palm of the man's hand. Then Lindsay stopped walking. She slowly raised her head and watched the man's body continue to expand, and finally turned into a huge earth dragon as tall as 2 or 3 stories. The body of this earth dragon is wrapped in hard rock, and scales cover its body, shining with a cold luster. Its head was raised high, its eyes flashing with cunning and majesty, and its huge tail, as hard as an iron chain, made a roaring sound when it swung on the ground. The moonlight cast a shadow over the giant pangolin, seemingly draping it in a silver veil. Its massive body appeared even more majestic in the moonlight, as if a former king had returned, now overlooking the land that belonged to him. Where did you get this? Lindsay asked with a smile. Don't worry about that. Although I'm not as powerful as I was in my heyday, it's enough to deal with you, a lioness without claws and teeth. Fortunately, I arranged the boundary decree in advance. It seems that you won't bore me anymore. Lindsay raised his hand gently, bit the cuff of his glove, and put it on tighter. The smile on his face turned into a hint of cruel madness at this moment. At this time, Changyu was driving a car from the Special Management Bureau and taking Li Muhan to the suburbs of Tianhai City. Changyu didn't say much along the way, as if he was thinking about something. At first, Li Muhan thought he was still worried about the great master. But after looking at Changyu's eyes from the side, he felt that it should not be the case. It was the first time he saw Changyu showing such a serious and complicated expression. This beast-like man had never acted seriously in front of Li Muhan and was not very good at playing games, but now he seemed to be really thinking like a director. Director Chang, the leader of the Mighty Hall, is a 1,000-year-old earth dragon. Are you worried that Director Lin might be in danger? Li Muhan couldn't stand the silence anymore, so he asked first. Although he couldn't imagine that the woman who always had a smile on her face would fall into danger, looking at Changyu's current expression, this didn't seem impossible. Don't get me wrong, Li Muhan. I worry about everyone in this world, but I will never worry about her safety. Why? Do you hate Director Lin so much? Ha 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 ha. Chang Yu suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder that little vampire complained to me last time that your head was as stupid as a wooden fish. You've been in the Special Management Bureau for so long. Have you ever seen Lin Zhe carry out a mission? Li Muhan felt a little contempt for Chang Yu's previous words. He didn't expect Xia Yu to actually run to Chang Yu to complain. This little girl must be dealt with when he gets home tonight. Can a 3-minute immobilization spell be enough to do the job? But his thoughts were quickly drawn to the latter sentence, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. No, apart from inviting me to cooperate with the Special Management Bureau, she has not been on any missions. Do you know why? As Chang Yu spoke, he lit a cigarette. The sight of him smoking while driving reminded Li Muhan of Huitian. To some extent, Chang Yu and Huitian are somewhat similar, just as irrelevant and careless. It also taught me some very important things. Why? Li Muhan came back to his senses, looked at Chang Yu, and asked. Because what Lin Zhe carried out was never a mission, but a kill order. Li Muhan fell silent. He wasn't that stupid and could understand the meaning of this sentence. In other words, generally speaking, with this kind of order, the target of the mission must die no matter what. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Zhe's previous attempt to recruit her. Could it be that the Special Management Bureau? Director Chang, have you also issued a kill order to Director Lin against me? If I hadn't cooperated with the Special Management Bureau, then In the quiet night, the conversation between Chang Ju and Li Muhan echoed in the car. Li Muhan's tone was filled with a hint of uneasiness and doubt. He looked at Chang Yu, waiting for his answer. Chang Yu didn't say anything. He drove with one hand. Not recommended. Children shouldn't learn this. Took a deep puff of cigarette, and the smoke filled the car. I didn't give the Forestry Bureau a kill order for you. If you hadn't cooperated with the Special Management Bureau, then you... He paused, as if considering how to word it. You are still free, Li Muhan. Li Muhan did not respond. He was not a fool. He could not tell whether Chang Yu was telling the truth or a lie, so he was not in a hurry to express his attitude. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination at this time. Chang Yu parked the car in a secluded suburban area, which seemed to be a private helipad. In the darkness of the night, the apron seemed exceptionally quiet. Only a helicopter was quietly parked there, with no sign of any staff. Director Lin didn't intercept anyone. Li Muhan looked at the tranquility and asked with some confusion. Chang Yu smiled and said, Feel the surrounding aura again? After listening to Chang Yu's words, Li Muhan closed his eyes. Although Chang Yu's words were usually unreliable, today he taught him a lot and made him understand that the level of the alien was not the only criterion for judging whether it was powerful or not. After closing his eyes and feeling the flow of the air, he seemed to vaguely sense something strange. The earth was shaking, the air was hot, and there was a strong smell of blood. Li Muhan opened his eyes suddenly, and everything in front of him was no longer normal. The helicopter that was originally parked quietly has now become a pile of charred ashes after the flames burned. The scene before our eyes is no longer the tranquility and peace under the moonlight, but instead is replaced by the tragic scene after a great battle. Boundary edict? Was that a boundary edict? Li Muhan turned and looked at Chang Yu. Not bad. You can already rely on your own strength to enter the realm of command. I praise you. Chang Yu raised his big hand and rubbed Li Muhan's hair. Li Muhan quickly took 2 steps back. Thinking back to the first time he witnessed Huitian and the Huan kingdom fighting in the space separated by the boundary decree, he tried his best but couldn't tear open that hole. But now, he entered the space of the realm decree directly without much effort. Perhaps, as Chang Yu said, the purity of power and how to control the power are the key to the problem. There was no time for him to think about anything, because Chang Yu and he both discovered that in front of them, amidst the fissioning earth and burning flames, a petite figure was standing on the body of an extremely huge stone dragon. The stone dragon fell to the ground. The rock armor covering its body was torn apart, and blood had flowed all over the nearby ground. forming a shallow pool of blood. The girl, who was standing on the corpse of the earth dragon and had taken off her suit jacket, and whose white shirt was almost stained red with blood, was holding an extremely large dragon head in her hand. The earth dragon's eyes widened with fear, as if he could not believe until his death that such a thing would happen. Li Muhan also recognized that the girl whose shirt was dyed red was Lin Zhe. Director Lin. Li Muhan wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Chang Yu. "Wait a moment," Chang Yu said in a low voice. His voice was filled with alarm, with a hint of guilt laced in between. Li Muhan didn't quite understand, but seeing Chang Yu was so serious, he had to stop. As if she heard Li Muhan's voice, the woman slowly turned her head, her deep purple pupils emitting a chilling light. Li Muhan discovered that the familiar smile on Lin Zhe's face was gone, replaced by a sneer that was almost insane. She stared at Li Muhan as if she was watching her next prey. "Lin Zhe." But at this moment, Chang Yu spoke. "It's over." Chang Yu's words seemed to have some kind of magic. After hearing these words, Lin Zhe seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then Li Muhan found that the madness and cruelty in her eyes were gradually replaced by indifference. She looked at the huge dragon head in her hand, then looked at the giant dragon corpse under her feet, and sighed slowly. "It's harder to deal with than I thought." When she raised her head again, Lin Zhe's face was covered with his usual calm and composed smile. At night, Tianhai Seaside Park seems cut off from the outside world, lost in its own world. Although the park remains open to the public at night, modern lifestyles seem to have forgotten it. Under the veil of darkness, the park's paths seem eerily empty, with only the mingling sounds of the breeze and the waves, as if telling a story of the past. More than a decade ago, this place was a popular place for leisure. Many people would come here at night, enjoying the sea breeze, sipping tea and chatting, and enjoying the tranquility and comfort. However, as time went by, people's nightlife options became more diverse, and this traditional way of leisure gradually faded. Today, the Seaside Park's nights are no longer bustling. Those who once filled the area with laughter, chattering over tea, and reminiscing about the past have been drawn to modern entertainment, leaving the park seemingly abandoned. Yet, even in its neglect, it still quietly watches over the sea, bearing witness to the city's transformation. Crash! The water from the faucet flowed down, touched the girl's hand, and was already blood red when it flowed into the sink. Lin Zhe washed the blood stains on his hands expressionlessly. It was the blood of an alien species, the blood of an earth dragon, an ominous beast that lived underground in ancient Huaxia and caused disasters every once in a while. Its blood was not only scalding hot, but also extremely corrosive. But now, after washing away the blood stains, the girl's slender white hands were not left with any traces of the highly corrosive blood. Director Li Muhan and Chang Yu sat on a bench not far away, waiting for Lin Zhe to clean up. "Is Director Lin okay?" Just now her expression. "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to her, and I won't let anything happen to you either." This man who had always been unreliable and played a funny role made Li Muhan feel completely safe when he said this. But what he wanted to know was not whether Lin Zhe would hurt them, but why Lin Zhe became like this. But when he saw the serious expression on Chang Yu's face, he still shut his mouth. Some questions could be asked, but some questions could not be asked for the time being. But looking at the serious expression on Chang Yu's face, he knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Some things could be asked, while others needed to wait for the right time. He closed his mouth silently and looked at Lin Zhe's back as he was washing. "Call." After finally cleaning the blood stains on his face, Lin Zhe picked up the suit jacket next to the sink. Even though it was a suit specially made by the Special Management Bureau, it was now riddled with holes from the Earth Dragon's blood. Lin Zhe was only wearing a white shirt at this time, and even this shirt was a little tattered, and the girl's fair skin was faintly revealed in the torn edges. "I haven't been on a mission in a while, and I feel a little rusty." There was no expression on her face, and her words were extremely cold. This was still not the Lin Zhe that Li Muhan knew. Expression management Lin Zhe. Chang Yu reminded her with a smile. The girl was slightly stunned, then put on her somewhat tattered coat, turned her back, and patted her cheeks with both hands. When she turned around again, Li Muhan found that her expression and aura were the same as usual. At this time, Li Muhan remembered something. Although Chang Yu told Li Muhan that the missions Lin Zhe carried out were orders of death, he remembered what he had heard from the 9th Special Management Bureau and Sin Lin of the Personnel Department. Qi Yuan and Jin Wu, as well as Hypnos and Thanatos, and even Xia Yu were all picked up by Lin Zhe. Perhaps the killing order can be understood in this way. Any task that the Special Management Bureau orders Lin Zhe to perform will be punishable by death. But apart from this, Lin Zhe will also carry out some tasks according to his own wishes, picking up some aliens who need help or are temporarily homeless and bringing them back to the Special Management Bureau. The person who did these two completely different things turned out to be the same person. Li Muhan suddenly didn't know how to face Lin Zhe. This was taken from the body of that earth dragon. Lin Zhe reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a small piece of red amber. Li Muhan stood up the moment he saw the fragment. It was this thing that entered my body and awakened Lucifer. The one who did this was that vampire named Xia Luer. Li Muhan became very excited when this matter was mentioned, because he had always been obsessed with Hua Tian's death. If he had to find a culprit for this matter, apart from the deceased Huan Kingdom, it would be Xia Luer who gave the fragment to Huan Kingdom. Give it to the engineering department and the scientific council. But the person who gave the fragment to this old fat dragon shouldn't be Xia Luer. She has now voluntarily reached a certain consensus with the Special Management Bureau and will operate under limited surveillance. Our people are also convinced that she is no longer in Tianhai City. Chang Yu waved his hand. After finding Lin Zhe on the helipad in the suburbs, Chang Yu did not directly call the Special Management Bureau to deal with the aftermath as usual. Instead, he found several strange people wearing black cloaks, and whose faces could not be seen clearly. Although they were wearing the standard black suits of the Special Management Bureau under their cloaks, there was no indication of their team or department. These people seemed to only follow Chang Yu's orders, which reminded Li Muhan of what he had heard someone say. The 7th team of the Special Management Bureau headquarters is at the bottom of the list, while at the top is a team that has no name, no number, and even no files. There are 5 of them in total. They only obey orders and not announcements. They are usually elusive. No one knows who they are or what tasks they will be responsible for, except Chang Yu or Lin Zhe. But these 5 people obviously had no respect for Lin Zhe and did not treat her as a deputy director at all. Lin Zhe didn't seem to care at all. After handing the scene over to the 5 people, Chang Yu drove Lin Zhe and Li Muhan to the park of the 7th team. At this time, the 3 of them were sitting on a bench by the sea, enjoying the sea breeze. Chang Yu and Lin Zhe each lit a cigarette, sandwiching Li Muhan in the middle. All 3 of them were silent. But Li Muhan always has the feeling of being a family of 3. Wait, what am I? Li Muhan. Finally, Chang Yu spoke. He blew out a puff of smoke and resumed his heartless smile. I taught you a lesson today. Do you have to treat me to a meal? Li Muhan was speechless, but he felt that what Chang Yu said made sense. Besides, Lin Zhe's condition was not very good at the moment. Most importantly, he was also hungry. Just when Li Muhan suggested finding a restaurant to eat, Chang Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, I know of a barbecue restaurant that was opened by one of my juniors. Hearing this, Lin Zhe raised his head slightly and looked at Chang Yu. Director Chang, are you sure? Chang Yu laughed out loud. Ha, what's the big deal? Anyway, that guy said it. As long as his sister doesn't know, it doesn't matter to others. Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Muhan was a little confused. Are you going out to eat? Or are you taking me to meet someone? Or both? So under the leadership of Chang Yu, the 3 of them came to the barbecue restaurant that Li Muhan was very familiar with. It was the barbecue restaurant where Xia Yu worked. From a distance, Li Muhan saw the busy figure of the girl wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Li Muhan also asked Xia Yu that if she didn't want to, she could stop working. After all, he earned his life for this salary, and it was not a small amount. He was already planning to move to a more spacious apartment. But Xia Yu said that she was bored because Li Muhan often had to carry out missions, and she didn't want to go to school because there were too many rumors about her in school. Why are you here? Wait, you 3? Xiaoyu was a little dazed when she saw Li Muhan, Lin Zhe, and Changyu, three strange people coming to the barbecue restaurant. Sister, can you add me on WeChat? Come play with Uncle later, and I'll show you the world. A seemingly drunk customer was still pestering Xiaoyu for her WeChat, but Xiaoyu just raised her hand and slapped him lightly. The man seemed to be hit hard, and his body trembled and he fainted. Xiaoyu grabbed the back of his collar and put him on the chair, then said to a waiter next to him, "He's drunk. Forehead." The clerk seemed to be used to it. Although he wanted to say something, he finally said nothing and nodded. "I'm here to check on you, to see if you're doing your job properly." Li Muhan raised his hand and rubbed Xiaoyu's baseball cap. Xiaoyu wanted to hug him, but when she saw Changyu and Lin Zhe behind him staring at them with expectant eyes, she quickly coughed twice and took a step back. "No, don't make trouble. Please don't disturb me while I'm working, guest." "Oh, this play is interesting." Changyu chuckled twice, and Lin Zhe also let out a meaningful breath. Finally, Xiaoyu blushed, and the three of them gave up. They found a seat and sat down. Then Changyu ordered 2 dozen beers. After a while, Xiaoyu easily carried 2 boxes of beer in one hand and placed them in front of them. "I think you guys are wasting money drinking." In the end, she couldn't help but complain. After all, alcohol had no effect at all on the 3 people in front of her. "Xiao Xia, I have to tell you something. Sometimes drinking is all about the atmosphere. If the atmosphere is right, you'll get drunk even if you drink plain water. I don't quite understand, but please order your food quickly." Xiaoyu handed over the menu as she spoke. But Changyu smiled and waved his hand and said to Xiaoyu, "Call the boss out." Xiaoyu was slightly stunned and looked at Li Muhan. This look made Li Muhan understand that Changyu wanted him to meet this person. Xiaoyu also knew that he was not an ordinary person, but he didn't blame Xiaoyu for keeping the secret from him. After all, this might have been the instruction of Lin Zhe or Changyu, and this person might not have much to do with him. "Go ahead, it's okay. Captain Li is also my apprentice. It's okay if he knows a lot of things." How did I become your apprentice?" Li Muhan asked with a smile as he gently popped the cap of the wine bottle with his fingers. "I never accept disciples easily. You're taking advantage of me, aren't you?" Changyu stared at Li Muhan, and Li Muhan quickly poured Changyu a glass of wine. Okay, teacher, master, I'll fill it up for you." Xiaoyu looked at the 3 people and finally walked into the store. After a while, she came out with a man wearing a black leather jacket. The man was very big, even comparable to Changyu, but he looked very young, in his 20s, and did not look like the owner of a barbecue restaurant at all. After looking at the man's face, Li Muhan felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. He should not be from Huaxia. There was a hint of silver at the roots of his black hair. Li Muhan guessed that his original hair should be silver, and the black color was dyed. "Uncle Chang, Sister Lin." The man came to Changyu and Lin Zhe and greeted them very politely. "What uncle? Can't you just call me brother?" Changyu slammed the table and said something very dissatisfied. The man quickly lowered his head, but the address remained unchanged. "Uncle Chang, you and my father are old friends. Calling you brother would confuse the generations. You little brat, you don't know how to adapt, do you? Can't we just talk about our own affairs?" "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Lin Zhe glared at Changyu, and Changyu immediately swallowed what he was about to say. He pointed at the empty seat impatiently. "Okay, sit down quickly and let me introduce someone to you." The man in the leather jacket nodded and sat down. Xiaoyu had been standing beside Li Muhan and seemed to have no intention of continuing to work until Changyu glanced at her. "You sit too, Xiao Xia, just sit on that your man's lap." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him, and Li Muhan quickly stood up and brought a chair over for Xiaoyu to sit on. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's order first." When he heard that he wanted to order food, the man hurried to stand up again, but Lin Zhe patted his shoulder and asked him to sit back. "There are a few more shop assistants. Let them take charge. Your Uncle Chang wants to talk to you." Lin Zhe deliberately prolonged the last syllable of uncle, which made Changyu grit his teeth, but he dared not say anything. So the man in the leather jacket waved to a waiter and ordered the dishes. After the barbecue was served, the man in the leather jacket was the first to pick up the cup. "Uncle Chang, Sister Lin, thank you for taking me in. And Miss Xia, Thank you for coming to my shop to help. I'll drink first as a token of my respect. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Xiaoyu looked at the wine, then looked at the people present, and sighed helplessly. Li Muhan seemed to understand what Xiaoyu was thinking. He immediately stood up and went to the counter to get 2 cans of Coke and placed them in front of Xiaoyu. Do you want this? Xiaoyu had no expression at first, but when she found out that Li Muhan understood her thoughts, she immediately nodded. Look, this is called professionalism. Chang Yu pointed at Li Muhan and said to the others, I agree with you on this occasion. Lindsay held the beer glass and shook it gently. Whether it was coffee or beer, it seemed that she couldn't swallow it without shaking it a few times. Recent missions that Li Muhan has been in charge of, especially those involving female aliens, have been a disaster area. From the nightmare at the beginning to the 6-tailed fox later, and that tall girl, they still can't forget Li Muhan. You kid. Chang Yu pointed at Li Muhan and shook his finger, his tone sarcastic. Li Muhan was so frightened that he was shaking all over, because under the table, Xiaoyu's hand, which had been gently holding his, suddenly began to exert force. Li Muhan knew that this way of expression would only lead to one outcome after returning home, which was a life worse than death. The man in the leather jacket kept staring at Li Muhan. After everyone finished teasing him, he looked at Li Muhan and said, Thank you for taking care of my sister during this period. Li Muhan was so scared that a chill ran down his spine. What's going on? Where did this little sister appear? Brother-in-law Ba. No, brother. You. Who is your sister? When the man said his sister's name, Li Muhan was a little confused. North Wind, Hattie. When Li Muhan heard the name, he didn't react at first. He knew Hattie. Was she this man's sister? Wait, it seems that Hattie came to Huaxia to find her brother. Who was her brother? School? Oh shit. Li Muhan, who had figured it out, slammed the table and stood up as if he was drunk and ready to fight. Your sister has been looking for you all over the world. So you're hiding here. Then he turned and looked at Chang Yu and Lindsay. 2 directors, you two have known about this for a long time, haven't you? Aren't you afraid that the Northern Kingdom will find out that you're harboring their aliens? Forget about Chang Yu. He does look like someone who would do such a thing, but why did Lindsay follow him and fool around? Unexpectedly, Lindsay said something that made Li Muhan's back shiver. Is it possible, Li Muhan, that this is a cooperation project between the Northern Kingdom or Fenrir and us directly? Director Lin, let me explain this matter. Skull, the tall man in the black leather jacket, nodded slightly at Lindsay, indicating that he would explain the next words to Li Muhan himself. Captain Li, I know you are confused, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me. I don't want my sister to know my whereabouts. Li Muhan was not stupid. He could see that Skull did not hate his sister, and even their father condoned this matter and even cooperated with the Huaxia Special Management Bureau to hide a child here, which meant that this matter was of great importance. He couldn't help but think of the legend about Skull and Hutti. When Skullivan devours the sun and Hattie devours the moon, Ragnarok will begin. Is it to avoid Ragnarok? Li Muhan guessed that Skull raised his eyes and looked at Li Muhan with approval. Captain Li is very clever. My father, Fenrir, destroyed Odin's soul at Ragnarok, but he didn't perish. The wheel of history is like the wheel of fate. If Ragnarok was a judgment on the gods of Valhalla, then now, when Ragnarok comes again, it will be us who will be under the sword of judgment. What Skull said didn't make much sense to Li Muhan, but he roughly understood what the situation was. In short, the current group of gods and aliens in the North Kingdom do not want to experience Ragnarok again. So the most direct way is to separate these 2 siblings. Chang Yu said this while eating meat, as if he was very disdainful of the mess in the North Country. But why didn't you just tell your sister? You know how worried she is about you. Li Muhan was a little angry. He thought that Hattie had come all the way to Huaxia, and he was so anxious that his brother was just barbecuing here. The North Country is different from Huaxia. We are a land cursed by fate. Ragnarok is like a grand reshuffle. As long as aliens exist, this drama will continue to unfold. In other words, as long as my sister knows where I am, Ragnarok will inevitably be triggered. What is causality? Li Muhan sighed and sat back in his chair. When he thought of the girl who was usually cold but became anxious when her brother was mentioned, he really wanted to punch the old man. At the same time, on a quiet street in Tianhai City, another vampire in the city, Qian Gongyue, was walking out of a convenience store. She was holding a shopping bag in her hands, a cigarette in her mouth, and wearing a long gray coat. In order to avoid attracting attention, she accepted Hattie's advice, dyed her original silver hair black, and wore colored contact lenses to make her appearance more like a human. Walking on the streets on a winter night, her steps were light and leisurely, as if she had blended into the surrounding environment. The Zhao father and son are already dead. I don't need to protect that woman named Gu Ruashi anymore. Qian Gongyue muttered to herself while looking at her phone. How on earth did that idiotic woman survive until now? Actually trying to steal the master's man. She found it funny when she thought of Gu Ruashi. No matter from which point of view, she was not worthy to be compared with her master Xiaolia. No, comparing her with her master was an insult to her master. And that stupid wolf from the north actually treated me like a subordinate. Qian Gongyue was even more dissatisfied with Hattie. He was obviously an alien, like herself, but he made herself seem like someone from the Huaxia Special Management Bureau, telling her what to do. They're all bastards, go to hell. Qian Gongyue became angrier the more she thought about it. And at this moment, a figure came towards her. Qian Gongyue, who was thinking about something, didn't pay any attention to the girl's clothes. When she passed by her, the girl spoke. Hello, I would like to ask a question. Qian Gongyue turned back impatiently. Ask someone else, you. She couldn't continue her words halfway because the girl was wearing a nun's outfit. This is really strange. Is this some kind of cosplay? Not really. She does look like a foreigner. It's really disgusting. The moment she saw this dress, she was reminded of those clergymen who are sanctimonious but extremely ugly inside. Hello. I just arrived in this city today, so I'm not very familiar with it. Can I ask you a question? May the Lord bless you. The nun looked at Qian Gongyue with a gentle and kind smile on her face. What made Qian Gongyue curious was that she spoke neither Huaxia nor English, but Gaiden. But when she listened carefully, it sounded a little different. Finally, she understood. This is Old Irish. What do you want to ask? Although a foreign clergyman is disgusting, he is now living under someone else's roof, so it is better not to cause trouble. Qian Gongyue scratched his head and looked at the nun with some dissatisfaction. The nun began to put her hands into her clothes, as if looking for something. Please wait a moment. Let me take a look. Qian Gongyue just looked at the nun, thinking she was going to take out a business card or a map, but when she noticed a strangely shaped silver-white pistol in the nun's hand and the inverted X mark on the pistol, the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground. Excuse me, are you willing to be hunted by me, Miss Vampire? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a silver-white bullet shot out with a hint of cold light. Qian Gongyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and her figure flashed. At the moment of opening the realm, she also turned into a vampire form. A pair of wings, slightly smaller than Xia Yu's, suddenly appeared behind her. But even though she was so fast, the bullet still left a trace of blood on her cheek. Knights, church, clergy, demon hunter, who are you? She felt the burning pain on her face, and the wound had not healed, which surprised Qian Gongyue a little, but the next second she saw that the elegant nun had turned around and faced her again. May my lord bless you. 10 minutes later, Qian Gongyue's body was covered with wounds. She had fought hard to get rid of the devilish nun, and was now soaring in the night sky. She had to ask for help, but who should she turn to? Master? No, these people are very dangerous. We must not bring them to you. The Special Management Bureau? No way, there are lives on my hands. Going to the Special Management Bureau would be a trap. So who should I turn to for help now? You can only turn to my lord for help. A voice suddenly sounded above her head. Qian Gongyue was stunned for a moment. Then, under the reflection of the moon hanging high in the sky, the nun suddenly stepped on Qian Gongyue's back. The gentle smile on the nun's face had long since disappeared, replaced by the madness and ferocity of a wild beast hunting its prey. She grabbed Qian Gongyue's wings tightly with both hands, and then tore them apart with sudden force. Blood gushed out instantly, and the girl let out a scream and fell on the roof of a building. Ahem! Qian Gongyue curled up her body. Her back was covered in blood, and the feeling of her wings being torn apart was like skinning and cramps pulling out, making her tremble all over. Inverted, bloody double blades. In her blurred consciousness, she seemed to remember something, remembering what her master had once said to her. I'm not your master, and I will not take you with me. Becoming a vampire is your own choice, but I can give you a piece of advice. Xiaolia's face began to slowly appear in her mind. She was already dying at this moment, with blood still flowing from her back. The vampire's wings were connected to her heart. Although the woman did not directly pull out her wings and heart, she didn't know if she did it on purpose. But if this goes on, I probably won't live long. Qian Gongyue, if you see a group of clergy with an inverted X symbol formed by two blood-red double-edged swords on their bodies or weapons, remember, run as far away as you can. Why, master, is it the order? The Blood Moon Church, they're a bunch of lunatics, hunters, executioners without moral bottom line. In short, if you encounter them, gradually, Qian Gongyue felt someone grab her hair and drag her somewhere. Xiaoyu's voice in his mind was gradually replaced by an evil and crazy whisper. I seek you in the abyss, the bottomless nothingness. My voice echoes in the mortal world, searching for the light that goes against the light. Then, Xiaoyu's face in his mind was gradually replaced by the crazy and cruel nun in front of him. The broken hymn in my heart wanders obsessively in the night, and my prayers are like lightning that tears through the sky, chasing after the mercy lost in the storm. My Lord, please hear my call, and let me sink into the unpredictable sea of your will, where both heaven and hell are swirling endlessly. My faith is as sharp as a knife, yet as ethereal as a feather. Qian Gongyue felt the moonlight shining on her face, and someone was sitting astride her. Accept my trembling heart in this upside-down nightmare. Let darkness be my refuge in the last moment before the stars fade. May every word be an eternal cry of your glorious name, even if it is torn to pieces, for the eternal and unknowable truth. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. There was bright moonlight above her head, and under the moonlight, the nun was sitting astride her body. She clasped her hands together, as if praying, but everything she said made Qian Gongyue feel frightened. Those are words that should never come from the mouth of a clergyman. Blood Moon Church. Qian Gongyue opened his mouth, revealing the fangs of a vampire, and then spat a mouthful of blood onto the nun's extremely holy and beautiful face. The nun who was stained by blood also opened her eyes, but she was not angry at all. Instead, she laughed even more crazily. May my lord bless you. A silver-white pistol was pressed against Qian Gongyue's head. F***ku shit. Hallelujah. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the silver bullet shot towards Qian Gongyue's head, but stopped the moment it touched her forehead. Then the bullet began to solidify into ice, and finally fell weakly on the girl's cheek. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you saying so many words? Following the sound of footsteps came a biting north wind. The rapidly approaching cold air condensed the top floor of the building into a layer of crystal frost. The nun slowly turned her head and looked at the north wind coming towards her. She seemed a little surprised. You are not among the hunted, scion of Adrumbra, but you cannot hinder my lord's hunt. Hattie shook her fingers lightly, and the silver-white pistol in the nun's hand instantly froze into ice. She looked at the scrapped pistol in her hand, seeming helpless, but she could only throw it down. Unplanned. The nun slowly stood up and turned to look at Ha and asked a question. If you hinder the hunt, you will be listed as the next target. Then let's see who the prey is. Hallelujah. The next moment, in the frosty mist, the nun suddenly appeared in front of Hattie. The black nun's uniform, stained with Qian Gongyue's blood, was rustling in the cold wind. She and Hattie were very close, and a twisted smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The hands that should have been used to pray for holiness and tranquility now hold two new pistols. As her nun's uniform opened, Hattie discovered that various blades were hidden around the nun's waist and in her clothes. The daggers, scimitars, and razors shone with a cold light under the reflection of the frost, as if they were hungry beasts crying for food. Bang, bang. The two guns spewed out flames, and silver bullets burst out from the barrels. Hattie dodged two bullets by turning his head, then lightly waved his hands, summoning a layer of extremely sharp ice blades. The nun responded with an even more frantic attitude, the despair and stubbornness of someone who pursues victory with a complete disregard for death. She directly used the gun to block the ice blade, while looking for an opportunity to continue shooting at close range. Hattie did not choose to transform, perhaps because he was not in the realm decree at the moment. So she kept her distance from the woman and covered the top floor of the building with ice and snow, so that the sound of the woman's bullets would be buried by the wind and snow. After all, the next day's news reports on an ice storm surrounding the top floor of a building are always better than a bloody monster fight. In the storm, the gunshots were like lightning that pierced the darkness, deafening. Each bullet carries a resolute force, as if to completely tear the thread of fate apart. However, when they flew towards the girl, they were blocked by an indestructible transparent ice wall suspended in the air. This ice wall was like a huge city wall, protecting the girl and blocking all attacks. Click! The bullets from both guns were fired, just when Hattie thought she would find an opportunity to change bullets. Unexpectedly, she continued to approach him with a more primitive and beast-like ferocious attitude. The nun took out various sharp weapons from her waist, each of which was filled with murderous intent. Daggers, scimitars, hook blades, and many other blades that Hattie was unfamiliar with appeared and disappeared in her fists, connected seamlessly. Every move was as fast as lightning, aiming directly at Hattie's vital points, but every time it was about to hit, it was blocked by a layer of seemingly thin and brittle but extremely hard ice. On the top floor of this snow-covered building, scattered sparks continuously collided with the solid ice surface, emitting dazzling flames and crisp sounds. These sounds intertwined to form a unique symphony. At this time, the nun was covered in blood. Hattie did not just defend herself. Every time she avoided an attack, she would retaliate with an ice blade in the next second. However, the nun would also avoid fatal injuries in a very clever and even weird way. Click-tick. Even so, blood began to drip uncontrollably onto the ground, staining the frosted floor red. Hattie sneered at the nun, who was already at the end of her strength, thinking that it was almost over. Such a suicidal attack was indeed very fierce, and even caught Hattie off guard for a moment. But that's all. But the next second, the nun slowly took off the torn and blood-stained nun's uniform, wearing only a white lining of a clergyman. And she slowly put her hands together. Light will eventually need darkness to contrast with it. The nun suddenly began to recite softly. The land of apocalypse will be shrouded in shadows, and those who walk the path of justice will embark on a mysterious path. With my corrupt heart, I ring the evening bell for you, and with the breath of night, I light the lamp for you. May you grant me forbidden knowledge, and may you guide the children of the abyss to revive. May fear and cold be our shared feast. May weeping and whispering be our trembling gospel. Hattie felt something was wrong. She originally thought that the girl was praying before she died, but she found that the woman's body began to undergo some changes. She took off her nun's hat, and her long hair, which was originally covered by the hat, was now fluttering in the wind and snow. A golden light flashed in those eyes. Her body began to emit a certain aura from the inside out, which made Hattie feel extremely familiar. Are you a demon? In the end, Hattie came to the conclusion that the ominous power that was extremely similar to the aura emitted by Li Muhan was clearly a demon. The nun slowly loosened her clasped hands, raised her eyes, and looked at Hattie with her golden eyes. The realm is open. The nun ended her evil prayer and drew from it the power of the abyss. Her body twisted and deformed, transforming from a sacred messenger into a demon with dark wings, sharp horns, and inky black scales covering her body. The only thing that remains unchanged is the pair of eyes that are still fanatical and evil. Hattie waved her hand lightly, and all the ice and snowstorm spread again, completely covering the top floor of the tall building, and her body was also covered. And in the ice and snow, a pair of huge green eyes suddenly lit up. Her body swelled dramatically, and star-like silver white fur covered her entire body, shining faintly in the night. When the snowstorm dissipated, the girl was no longer there, replaced by a huge, white wolf with fierce eyes. After seeing Hattie's true form, the devil was extremely excited. She flapped her wings made of shadows and rose into the air, flying between the wind, snow, and moonlight. Her huge claws flashed with cold light, and every time she waved them, it brought up a hurricane-like force. She let out a piercing scream, and the sound waves turned into a physical attack that rushed towards the giant wolf. Ouch! The giant wolf raised its head and let out a long howl, then suddenly leaped up. Every time it stepped on the air, it would condense into ice. The ice carried its huge body and helped her bite the demon in the air, or even the moon behind the demon. The battle between the two is not a simple physical collision. It is a constant collision, interweaving and rebound of chaotic savagery and corrupted darkness. The demon swung its claws towards the giant wolf's vitals, but the giant wolf dodged in midair by jumping sideways on the ice that formed under its feet, and in turn used its hind claws to hit the demon's exposed back hard. Then the friction between the wolf's claws and scales produced sparks, and the sound echoed through the night sky. In a battle of this scale, even if Hattie had covered the roof with wind and snow, it would be impossible to conceal the movements inside. But the strange thing is that so far, no one has noticed what is happening on the roof. Qian Gongyue, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly had a feeling as if he was already in the realm of decree. Just when the demon and the giant wolf were about to unleash their strongest strength to tear each other's bodies apart, the demon's attack suddenly stopped. She turned into a shadow, dodged the giant wolf's attack, and slowly appeared on the ground on the roof. Time is up. The fanaticism and bloodlust in the demon's eyes gradually began to fade away. When the golden color completely dissipated, her figure returned to her previous girlish appearance. Her clothes were already tattered at this moment, but she seemed not to care at all and slowly watched the giant wolf slowly land on the ground. Not fighting anymore? Little devil. The giant wolf still maintained a fighting posture. She had now felt the existence of the realm decree, but it was different from what she had experienced before. The girl shook her head slowly, then picked up her nun's coat and hat from the ground. After dressing neatly, she bowed slightly to the giant wolf. "You are a worthy opponent, and one I will definitely hunt down." The giant wolf's body gradually returned to that of a girl, but it was naked. Just admit your mistake. Don't try to make it sound so nice. Although the competition is set up for 1 month, basically each exchange competition does not last more than 10 days. In addition to the incident with Sun Yin, and also because of that incident, the final deadline given for the competition was 1 month. The remaining teams within 1 month. So after just 2 days, many battles broke out in Baiyuan City. Even in the melee between several special management bureaus. In fact, except for Sun Yin, few teams would take measures to avoid fighting. A big reason for these outliers from the special management bureaus to participate in this game was to vent their own fighting instincts. They were eager to fight more games. So how could they avoid fighting? At this moment, although Yuehuang City was eliminated, the Taotai they left behind was still sleeping soundly at the original location of the aquarium. Other members of the Special Management Bureau who passed by just avoided it from a distance after looking at the huge Taotai. After all, even if it is just fragments, this kind of ferocious beast is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Besides, there is no reward even if you beat this thing. Its owner has already been eliminated. It is a thankless task. But now, when a new round of truce period arrived, several aliens from the Special Management Bureau of Bazhou City took the initiative to approach the fragments of this gluttonous beast. "Is this the dragon, Sun Taotai?" The tall woman in the cloak clasped her arms across her chest and exclaimed in admiration at the Taotai in front of her. As expected of an ancient beast, it's hard to imagine how powerful it would be in its prime. The girl wearing a mask and heavy eye makeup seemed a little curious. She slowly walked towards Tao Tai, but was shocked back by Tao Ye's snoring. How terrifying! The masked girl hid behind everyone. The petite, white-haired girl, standing in the front, didn't care. She walked briskly to the side of the huge beast. Indeed, if it were in its heyday, we would have had to hide away, but now it's just a fragment. After saying that, she actually raised her hand and gently patted Tao Ye's body. The moment her hand touched the body of Tao Tai, the ferocious beast, which was originally snoring, suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes, as huge as the moon, slowly moved down and looked at the girl beside it who was ignorant of her own life and death. "Master, please be careful." The cloaked man, who had been silent all this time, seemed to realize that the beast had awakened, and he wanted to warn the girl. But he found that the girl didn't care at all. Tao Tai let out a roar. The sound was so earth-shaking that it almost made the entire Beiyuan city tremble. "Ha ha ha! He seems to like me very much." The white-haired girl was not at all deterred by the roar. Instead, an excited smile appeared on her face. "If wanting to eat you is considered liking you, then it should like you, master." The tall woman gave a wry smile. Tao Tai stood up, and its magnificent figure seemed to weigh down the entire space, making people afraid to look at it. Then, it suddenly leaped high into the air, and the force seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth apart and shock people's hearts. That huge body, with unmatched momentum, smashed straight towards the seemingly petite girl. The sound was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, as if even the air was trembling, causing the dust all around to fly. Even the other 3 people from Bazhou City, wearing cloaks, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They had to adopt a defensive posture and use their strongest strength to withstand this unparalleled impact. However, under the gaze of everyone, the petite girl raised her head. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile played on the corners of her lips as she looked at the huge figure that was about to fall. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing in her eyes was the approaching giant beast, and everything around her disappeared. Finally, I can stop being so bored. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the huge body of Tao Tai was less than a centimeter away from her head. Swish! Suddenly, a red light burst forth from Tao Ye's body, and an immense red claw suddenly pierced through it. The claw's power was so great that it lifted Tao Ye's enormous form high into the air, as if it had become a controlled puppet. Looking at the girl again, her hands were crossed in front of her body to protect her, and the crimson claws were the afterimages of her hands. "This is more interesting." "Ha ha ha ha!" Amid the girl's crazy laughter, the claws swung violently to both sides with great force and afterimage. There was only a muffled sound, and the body of Tao Tai was instantly torn in half by the afterimage of the red giant claw. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Tao Ye's blood gushed out like a waterfall, pouring down on the girl like a bloody rain, dyeing her white hair blood red. The bloody scene blurred everything around her, but the girl's eyes were filled with excitement. She opened her arms and greedily enjoyed this feast of blood. With the death of the Tao Tai, the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. The huge red claws also disappeared, leaving only the girl and the broken body of the Tao Tai. Several cloaked men nearby sighed helplessly. Their bodies were also drenched in the blood rain, but they were not as crazy about blood as the girl. The masked girl smelled her sleeves and immediately began to retch. "Master, please at least remind us next time, so we can use an umbrella." The tall girl seemed very dissatisfied with the bloody smell on her body. The white-haired girl slowly turned around, and the blood that had dyed her red actually seeped into her skin and hair bit by bit. She had a look of satisfaction on her face. After licking the remaining blood on her lips, she stuck out her tongue at the few people. "Next time, for sure." The huge commotion caused by Tao Tai shocked almost every alien in the Special Management Bureau of Beiyuan City. The most shocked among them were the people from Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Because it was time to gather, they chose to gather and rest in a warehouse. Xiaoyu also sincerely apologized to Meng Meng and the others, and Li Muhan also briefly explained Xiaoyu's situation to them. At this moment, the huge noise caused by the Tao Tai made everyone silent. Was that a Tao Tai? Li Muhan asked. Hasn't he fallen into a deep sleep? Qi Yuan was a little confused. Someone disturbed it. Wait, this feeling is... Hattie suddenly shut his mouth in the middle of his speech and then slowly looked at Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's pupils widened, as if she had sensed something incredible. Blood clan. Finally, Xiaoyu slowly spoke. Just now, the power of the Blood Clan erupted together with the power of the Tao Tai. There is still a Blood Clan member in this city. Li Muhan was a little surprised. He immediately remembered the vampire who attacked him on the street before. I was attacked by a vampire before. Could it be her? Xiaoyu was very confused. You were attacked by a vampire? Why didn't you tell me? Facing Xiaoyu's questioning, Li Muhan scratched his head because Hattie saved him at that time and soon began to devote himself to the task of hunting down the narrow country. So he did not have time to tell Xiaoyu and later forgot about it. If they really fight with her, regardless of whether they have any chance of winning, can the Northern Special Management Bureau and the Huaxia Special Management Bureau really stay out of it? Is it really appropriate to go to this extent just for a newly established Irish Special Management Bureau? Hattie, step back. This is not something you should get involved in. And you looked at Hattie coldly. Even though the other party was a disaster-level alien, she did not feel any fear. After all, she represented the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Then let's try and see if I have the qualifications to interfere. Hattie's eyes shone with a green light, and the cold wind around them began to howl again. The worst happened. Yin Yu cursed in her heart, then raised her hand. Her action was like a silent signal. In an instant, all the Special Management Bureau members present drew their weapons, as if by tacit agreement. For a moment, the flashes of cold light and the sounds of bolts being pulled echoed one after another, sounding particularly harsh in the tense atmosphere. Although he was helpless, Inchi also pulled out a pistol from his waist. The nun still maintained her gentle demeanor, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she had anticipated the chaotic situation before her, and didn't care at all. She squinted her eyes and admired the chaotic drama she had caused. She seemed to have lost sight of the huge body of the great wolf of the north in this game. In her eyes, it was just an insignificant pawn. The nun knew clearly that no matter how chaotic the scene was or how the situation changed, the only thing she really cared about and wanted to achieve was the pale vampire lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his hand pressing on the bleeding wound to try to stop the bleeding, but his face still as pale as paper and lifeless. Qian Gongyue's eyes were also full of horror at this time. One reason was that she did not expect that the Irish Special Management Bureau would be replaced by the Blood Moon Church. But what shocked her even more deeply was Hattie's actions. She seemed willing to abandon all rules and constraints to protect her, resolutely standing against the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau in this showdown. Yinyu looked at Hattie firmly, his expression serious and hard. There seemed to be a chill in the air, which became even more biting in the tense atmosphere. This is one last warning for you, Hattie. As the words fell, a flawless white spear shining with cold starlight mysteriously appeared in Yin Yu's hand. With a slight turn of his wrist, he had already pointed the tip of the gun at Hattie. The whole movement was as smooth and swift as flowing water, which was amazing. Your actions have violated the laws of the International Special Management Bureau. If you continue to obstruct our mission, we will have no choice but to take coercive measures against you. Every word was as clear as a chilling wind, and carried with it a will as solid as a rock and unshakable. Hattie was completely covered by the wind and snow, and everyone could no longer see her figure. They only knew that in the wind and snow, a ferocious giant wolf might pounce on them at any time. At this tense moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Snap! With a heart-shaking sound of the earth cracking, the sky was instantly torn apart, and lightning like the wrath of God split the snow and wind on the top floor of the building. A crack suddenly appeared between Hattie and the members of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, created by lightning. The crack was not deep, but the gap flashing with lightning was like an invisible wall, deeply warning the people on both sides not to cross the line again. When the second, brighter and more powerful lightning struck the ground, all eyes were attracted by the endless dark energy and terrifying aura brought by the thunder. The devilish body covered in golden runes and the power of thunder gradually became clear in everyone's sight. Li Muhan stood in the middle of the crack and slowly raised his head. Half of his face was covered by a mask, but the golden aura in his eyes made people extremely frightened. When he appeared in his half-demon form, the members of the Special Management Bureau felt a sense of relief. In their view, Hattie was like an unpredictable and difficult-to-prevent disaster brought by nature. Deep down, everyone had a strong fear of this potential conflict. To be honest, they didn't want to fight with Hattie, a disaster-level alien, especially In-Chi, who was the most relaxed one now. Although In-Chi did not agree with Li Muhan at first, after completing several missions, she could see a hint of Huotian in this man. But there was a big difference. Now she has regarded her as a comrade she can trust from the bottom of her heart. Stop fighting now. Li Muhan's voice sounded deep and powerful through the mask. Half of the face is hidden under the cover of darkness, mysterious and unpredictable. His golden pupils scanned the people on both sides, his deep gaze reaching into people's hearts. From a moment she saw Li Muhan appear on the battlefield, the nun's gentle smile gradually faded, replaced by an unfathomable and inscrutable indifference. Li Muhan, I hold an order from the Special Management Bureau in my hands, and I must execute it. That vampire must die. Her tone was firm and ruthless, as if she had foreseen that the vampire's fate would be met with no ripples and extreme coldness. The shock in Yin Yu's heart at this moment was like a violent storm, making it almost impossible for her to calm down. She thought back to the file on Li Muhan, and doubts arose in her mind. The files clearly classified this demon as chaos level, but the power displayed by Li Muhan before him far exceeded what the files described. The aura emanating from him seemed to drag everything directly into endless thunder and rage. This, perhaps, has reached the level of annihilation. No, perhaps it is even more powerful than that. However, even though her heart was in turmoil, her identity as the executive captain of the Supervisory Commission did not allow her to retreat. The mission was as heavy as a mountain, and the order was as iron as iron. She had to carry it out to the end without hesitation. Yin Yu said to Li Muhan with a firm gaze, as a member of the Special Management Bureau, have you forgotten your identity, and are you breaking the law knowingly? In response to Yin Yu's righteous questioning, Li Muhan just sneered. After his heavy and mocking laughter, he suddenly inserted the sword in his hand into the crack under his feet. As the blade pierced the crack, intense lightning erupted from the fissure, spreading rapidly with breathtaking force and earth-shattering power. Just as the ancient legend of the Chu River and Han River dividing the Yin and Yang realms, the lightning formed a line, silently yet decisively dividing everyone on the field into two factions. Li Muhan, Hattie, Qianganjiayu, Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, and the Nun. First of all, I have a cooperative relationship with the Special Management Bureau. This is what Director Lin said when I joined. Of course, this doesn't mean I won't abide by your rules. Secondly, no matter what the rules are, don't even think about hurting my friends in front of me. The heavy breathing sound behind the mask shook the hearts of every combat member of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Yin Yu was so angry that he was shaking all over. You dare to openly challenge the rules of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan. The spear in her hand lightly swept across the ground. An array of starlight immediately flashed on the tip of the spear. Everyone listened. Before she finished speaking, Li Muhan suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Yin Yu. Which side are you standing on? Come here quickly. And the direction of his finger was exactly In-Chi. In-Chi was slightly stunned, then shrugged with a wry smile. The next second, She came to Li Muhan's side like a gust of wind. The lightning did not seem to cause any harm to her. Seeing this scene, Yinyu became extremely angry. Youngie? What do you mean? Before the official order comes down, Li Muhan is my direct leader. As long as Team 7 exists, I will always stand by his side. Inchi looked at Yinyu expressionlessly and said this. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. At this moment, the vampire who had been sitting on the ground without saying a word, covering his wound, slowly raised his hand. I demand a trial by combat, in accordance with the tradition of the Irish Special Service. As soon as she said this, the people on both sides, separated by thunder, fell silent. Li Muhan was silent because he didn't understand what this was. Trial by combat, it sounded pretty cool. Yinyu remained silent because she knew very well that trial by combat was a method for death row prisoners to save themselves, designed by the Irish Special Service under the management of a group of warlike gods. If the death row inmate is not destined to die, her agent will gain supreme power and ultimately break the scales of the law, and ultimately they can escape their own mortality. The nun also fell silent, but the silence was fleeting. Her voice slowly drifted in the air, carrying a hint of unquestionable sarcasm and coldness. Her eyes looked directly at Qian Gongyue, and there was an obvious sneer in her tone. Did I hit you in the head? I just said that the Irish Special Administration has been completely taken over by the Blood Moon Church. It's not appropriate for you to use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill officials of this dynasty, right? She didn't give Qian Gongyue a chance to argue. Before she finished her words, she waved her fingers jokingly and continued speaking. Let's put aside those messy power struggles for now. Suppose the church generously grants you this opportunity, but I'm afraid you've forgotten the basic rule. In the Irish Special Administration's trial by combat, the representation of a death row prisoner is limited to members of the same clan. In other words, only vampires are qualified to preside over your trial duel. As far as I know, Qian Gongyue, although you possess the power of the vampires, you still have human blood. You are AB**************. Having said this, a hint of indifference and disdain flashed in the nun's eyes. This means that in the eyes of humans, you are nothing more than a monster to be hunted, and in the eyes of pure vampires, you are nothing more than lowly, pathetic trash. Tell me, Qian Gongyue, in the face of such a reality, do you really think any noble vampire would be willing to stand up for a hybrid marginalized person who is neither of their kind, nor has lost his original identity? Just as she said this, the crescent moon above her head was suddenly dyed blood red, as if responding to the nun's words. Then a pair of black wings covered the light of the blood moon. Unlike Li Muhan's thunderous appearance, the girl's arrival was mysterious and solemn. When her feet slowly touched the ground, her wings slowly folded in, and her petite body protected Qian Gongyue. Xiaoyu turned her back to the nuns and the members of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Looking down at the dying girl from high position, a hint of anger seemed to flash in those scarlet eyes at that moment. Owner! Qian Gongyue raised her head and looked at Xiaoyu with a guilty and desperate expression. In the past, if Xiaoyu heard Qian Gongyue's name, she would scold her and tell her that she was not her master, but now, she looked at this girl who was beaten like a dog, with blood on the corner of her mouth and looking at her pitifully. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a hint of anger. I'll be her agent. She turned around and suddenly spread her wings to protect Qian Gongyue behind her. Then I will be her agent's agent and will not accept any rebuttal. Li Muhan also pulled out the Fujiang Zhima from the ground. He placed the knife lightly on his shoulder, and an unspoken determination emanated from him. What was supposed to be a battle between Bei Feng and the demon nun has now turned into a confrontation between Hattie and the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. In fact, it can be seen that these more than 10 fighters from the Special Management Bureau are not very willing to participate in this operation, especially Yin Chi. She knows the relationship between Hattie and her captain, and she also knows that Hattie has helped Li Muhan a lot. As for the vampire, named Qian Gongyue, it seems that she is also inextricably linked to Xiaoyu. But this mission came directly from the general administration, was authorized by Changyu and was directly led by the Supervisory Commission. As a combat member of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau headquarters, she was obliged to cooperate with the Supervisory Commission when it took special actions. But none of them expected that Hattie would be there. Hattie's identity is also extraordinary, not to mention that she herself is a disaster-level alien. Her father is a world-destroying existence in the Northern Kingdom, and even a big shot who secretly controls the Northern Kingdom's Special Management Bureau. If they really fight with her, regardless of whether they have any chance of winning, can the Northern Special Management Bureau and the Huaxia Special Management Bureau really stay out of it? Is it really appropriate to go to this extent just for a newly established Irish Special Management Bureau? Hattie, step back. This is not something you should get involved in. Yin looked at Hattie coldly. Even though the other party was a disaster-level alien, she did not feel any fear. After all, she represented the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Then let's try and see if I have the qualifications to interfere. Hattie's eyes shone with a green light, and the cold wind around them began to howl again. The worst happened. Yin cursed in her heart, then raised her hand. Her action was like a silent signal. In an instant, all the Special Management Bureau members present drew their weapons as if by tacit agreement. For a moment, the flashes of cold light and the sounds of bolts being pulled echoed one after another, sounding particularly harsh in the tense atmosphere. Although he was helpless, Inchi also pulled out a pistol from his waist. The nun still maintained her gentle demeanor, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she had anticipated the chaotic situation before her. Didn't care at all. She squinted her eyes and admired the chaotic drama she had caused. She seemed to have lost sight of the huge body of the great wolf of the north in this game. In her eyes, it was just an insignificant pawn. The nun knew clearly that no matter how chaotic the scene was or how the situation changed, the only thing she really cared about and wanted to achieve was the pale vampire lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his hand pressing on the bleeding wound to try to stop the bleeding, but his face still as pale as paper and lifeless. Qian Gongyue's eyes were also full of horror at this time. One reason was that she did not expect that the Irish Special Management Bureau would be replaced by the Blood Moon Church. But what shocked her even more deeply was Hattie's actions. She seemed willing to abandon all rules and constraints to protect her, resolutely standing against the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau in this showdown. Yin looked at Hattie firmly, his expression serious and hard. There seemed to be a chill in the air, which became even more biting in the tense atmosphere. "This is one last warning for you, Hattie." As the words fell, a flawless white spear shining with cold starlight mysteriously appeared in Yin Yu's hand. With a slight turn of his wrist, he had already pointed the tip of the gun at Hattie. The whole movement was as smooth and swift as flowing water, which was amazing. "Your actions have violated the laws of the International Special Management Bureau. If you continue to obstruct our mission, we will have no choice but to take coercive measures against you." Every word was as clear as a chilling wind, and carried with it a will as solid as a rock and unshakable. Hattie was completely covered by the wind and snow, and everyone could no longer see her figure. They only knew that in the wind and snow, a ferocious giant wolf might pounce on them at any time. At this tense moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Snap! With a heart-shaking sound of the earth cracking, the sky was instantly torn apart, and lightning like the wrath of God split the snow and wind on the top floor of the building. A crack suddenly appeared between Hattie and the members of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, created by lightning. The crack was not deep, but the gap flashing with lightning was like an invisible wall, deeply warning the people on both sides not to cross the line again. When the second, brighter and more powerful lightning struck the ground, all eyes were attracted by the endless dark energy and terrifying aura brought by the thunder. The devilish body covered in golden runes and the power of thunder gradually became clear in everyone's sight. Li Muhan stood in the middle of the crack and slowly raised his head. Half of his face was covered by a mask, but the golden aura in his eyes made people extremely frightened. When he appeared in his half-demon form, the members of the Special Management Bureau felt a sense of relief. In their view, Hattie was like an unpredictable and difficult-to-prevent disaster brought by nature. Deep down, everyone had a strong fear of this potential conflict. To be honest, they didn't want to fight with Hattie, a disaster-level alien, especially In-Shi, who was the most relaxed one now. Although In-Shi did not agree with Li Muhan at first, after completing several missions, she could see a hint of Huatian in this man. But there was a big difference. Now she has regarded her as a comrade she can trust from the bottom of her heart. Stop fighting now. Li Muhan's voice sounded deep and powerful through the mask. Half of the face is hidden under the cover of darkness, mysterious and unpredictable. His golden pupils scan the people on both sides, his deep gaze reaching into people's hearts. From the moment she saw Li Muhan appear on the battlefield, the nun's gentle smile gradually faded, replaced by an unfathomable and inscrutable indifference. Li Muhan, I hold an order from the Special Management Bureau in my hands, and I must execute it. That vampire must die. Her tone was firm and ruthless, as if she had foreseen that the vampire's fate would be met with no ripples and extreme coldness. The shock in Yenyu's heart at this moment was like a violent storm, making it almost impossible for her to calm down. She thought back to the file on Li Muhan, and doubts arose in her mind. The files clearly classified this demon as chaos level, but the power displayed by Li Muhan before him far exceeded what the files described. The aura emanating from him seemed to drag everything directly into endless thunder and rage. This perhaps has reached the level of annihilation. No, perhaps it is even more powerful than that. However, even though her heart was in turmoil, her identity as the executive captain of the Supervisory Commission did not allow her to retreat. The mission was as heavy as a mountain, and the order was as iron as iron. She had to carry it out to the end without hesitation. Yenyu said to Li Muhan with a firm gaze, "As a member of the Special Management Bureau, have you forgotten your identity, and are you breaking the law knowingly?" In response to Yenyu's righteous questioning, Li Muhan just sneered. After his heavy and mocking laughter, he suddenly inserted the sword in his hand into the crack under his feet. As the blade pierced the crack, intense lightning erupted from the fissure, spreading rapidly with breathtaking force and earth-shattering power. Just as the ancient legend of the Chu River and Han River dividing the Yin and Yang realms, the lightning formed a line, silently yet decisively dividing everyone on the field into two factions. Li Muhan, Hattie, Qianganjiayu, Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, and the Nun. First of all, I have a cooperative relationship with the Special Management Bureau. This is what Director Lin said when I joined. Of course, this doesn't mean I won't abide by your rules. Secondly, no matter what the rules are, don't even think about hurting my friends in front of me. The heavy breathing sound behind the mask shook the hearts of every combat member of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Yenyu was so angry that he was shaking all over. You dare to openly challenge the rules of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan. The spear in her hand lightly swept across the ground. An array of starlight immediately flashed on the tip of the spear. Everyone listened. Before she finished speaking, Li Muhan suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Yenyu. "Which side are you standing on? Come here quickly." And the direction of his finger was exactly In-Shi. In-Shi was slightly stunned, then shrugged with a wry smile. The next second, she came to Li Muhan's side like a gust of wind. The lightning did not seem to cause any harm to her. Seeing this scene, Yenyu became extremely angry. "Youngie? What do you mean? Before the official order comes down, Li Muhan is my direct leader. As long as Team 7 exists, I will always stand by his side." In-Shi looked at Yenyu expressionlessly and said this.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.